The hero of this story, Irim, won another award in the competition. In the culinary field, his name is known to everyone. The restaurant management is proud of its chef, although he is too absorbed in his work. Even his subordinates are worried and ask him not to forget about rest. Due to overwork, Irim ended up in an accident. This event forced him to interrupt his culinary activities for a while. The injuries caused sensory nerve problems and resulted in loss of taste and smell. The doctors said there was no need to worry too much about it, because most people recover quickly from similar injuries. And then Irim will be able to return to her normal life and work. However, for a whole year, he cooked food for himself every day. And each time, not feeling anything, I became even more upset. His whole life collapsed in an instant, and he couldn't figure out what to do next. And also, he did not do anything else, since he was always hoping to return to the kitchen. Later, he was awakened by an annoying doorbell ringing and a courier had arrived at the house. Our hero didn't order anything, so it was unexpected. He opened the door looking terrible and smelling strongly of alcohol. The package arrived from the Realnost company, with a note that the instructions could be viewed on the official website. Irim had already heard news about this invention. It was called a breakthrough in the virtual world. He never thought that the day would ever come when he would play games. I thought I would be swamped with work my whole life. But then I saw a description of the virtual world, in which a second life will begin with thousands of other players scattered all over the world. The first system that allows you to feel with all 5 senses, as if in reality. This surprised Irim, because it meant that he would be able to enjoy the food and breathe deeply. Our hero doesn't understand the meaning of all this, but in any case, his reality is a gutter. He wants to feel the taste again, even if only for a second. After watching some warnings, Irim finally saw the virtual reality. After the world was created, it was thrown onto the Korean server. At first, he didn't understand anything, as a bright light hit his eyes. The first thing our hero has to do is create his own character. He named it Rice, but he didn't quite understand what to press next, since this was his first game in his life. To avoid racking his brains, he chose random, after which his body was transformed. And then the system, declaring the completion of character creation, teleported Rice to the starting zone, a field inhabited by low-level native creatures, where newcomers can get their first level up. Yuria, the one he saw in the advertisement, came to tell him where to start. However, she noticed that Rice was not listening to her at all. He is just happy to smell the freshness, green grass and damp earth, the feeling like before the accident for the first time in a whole year. He doesn't care what it will be, he wants to know if he can taste it. So he pounced on the grass, and of course surprised the players around him. After a year of tasteless food, even bitterness brought great pleasure. However, the touching moment was interrupted by a huge chicken. Luckily, another player prevented our hero's awkward first death. The field around here is called hunting grounds, so don't get your head in the clouds here. Moreover, a newbie's strength and armor are not upgraded, so he can die with one attack. The stranger moved on, leaving the loot to Rice. Although 2 horned chicken eggs fell out, which could be divided. The name is unusual, and the size is much larger than that of a regular chicken egg. Rice wondered what he could do with such loot in the game. After collecting some branches and using a coated stone, he tried to make some scrambled eggs. When everything was ready, our hero took out the starting item from his inventory, a spoon and fork. The first bite immediately brought a storm of emotions. The scrambled eggs were 1,000 times tastier than in Irim's memories. The golden yolk leaves an aftertaste that can only be felt with hot food. Our hero thought that he would never be able to feel it again. It was just a hope. Everything is okay, even if everything around is not real. There would be no limit to his happiness if this happened in life. But now he is happy even with this. The fragrant smell of food began to attract the attention of those around. A girl approached Rice wanting to try his cooking. She already has the necessary ingredients, obtained by defeating a huge chicken. Moreover, she's ready to give a reward for the work. Looking at the delicious fried eggs, her appetite also grew. The girl submitted an exchange request and indicated the same price as for street food. Our hero couldn't even imagine that he would be selling food in a video game. After some time, Rice prepared an excellent omelet for her. The portion turned out to be huge, as if it were prepared from an ostrich egg. Even though this is a game, our hero is worried about the opinion of the first buyer because he hasn't worked for many months. His first reaction made him very nervous. It was hard to tell from that face whether she liked it or not. But then the girl began to enthusiastically praise the dish, comparing its quality to that of a prestigious restaurant. She will remember this taste for the rest of her life. Pleased with her purchase, the girl hurried to give the money to Rice. Such a small thing, But it turned out to be nice. It reminded me of my time working in the kitchen. This game is called Reality. Irim thought about its possibilities. Perhaps he will be able to realize dreams that have become unattainable in real life. At least it's worth a try. Our hero has nothing to lose from it. Irim logged out. It was a very strange feeling. This is something new. The feeling of returning to the real world after being in the virtual one. As expected, he can't smell or taste the harsh reality. He still has to go to an interview to get a part-time job. He needed to eat and go find a way to survive. This was just a fleeting dream. The next morning, having come to a small restaurant, Irim gave his resume to the owner of the establishment. Most visitors come alone, so you'll have to do everything quickly. The assistant's job is not limited to washing dishes. You will also need to cook from time to time. This won't be a problem for Irim, and besides, he made a good impression at the interview. The owner also warned that people working in the kitchen could be hot-tempered and that there was no need to go and complain. Our hero can start work tomorrow, although the old man didn't even look at his resume. For a job as an assistant in a diner, this is not so important. He was asked to try to learn everything on his own. At this point, the conversation ended and Irim went home. Although he lost the ability to taste and smell, everything is fine now. Just a little while longer, he will try everything. Returning home, our hero again entered reality into a character named Rice. On the hunting grounds, other players continued to bring down large chickens, earning loot and upgrading your skills for more serious battles. In difficult situations, they support each other, not allowing each other to die stupidly. After all, although they are just chickens, due to their size, they are capable of tearing and pecking the character. In addition, the game has a variety of weapons suitable for both close combat and range support. Therefore, many players join groups of 2 or more. Instead of joining in, Irim butchers the bird a little to the side. After all, players leave chicken carcasses behind, believing that there is no point in cooking something that cannot be eaten. In this world, everything is so realistic that the meat resembles real meat not only in taste and smell, but also in its anatomical appearance. When Irim first saw the advertisement, I thought it was another marketing ploy. But now his opinion has changed. Reality seems more rich than life, but it is still an illusion. In addition to game, Irim also searched the area for aromatic herbs that would be useful in cooking. From the collected ingredients, he's going to make chicken kebabs. Last time it was just a regular omelet, but today he decided to take his cooking to the next level. As soon as the fire got going, a delicious aroma spread throughout the area, which attracted players who were nearby. At first, they did not appreciate such actions, deciding that Rice was a crazy idiot. They even wondered if he was an NPC. But there are no computer-controlled characters in this area. Chicken kebab, the first meat dish cooked by Rice in the game, restores 15 saturation. Deciding that our hero was selling something tasty, the players came over to take a look. Watching the pleasure with which he eats his food, they also wanted to try it and ask the price. Rice asked for 3,001 for 2 portions, and immediately took the fresh meat and began preparing the order. Our hero opened this opportunity to others. After all, many people were pumping up their skills and didn't even think that they could enjoy delicious food in the game. It turned out so delicious that the players started asking for more. Our hero slowly begins to remember how he used to cook. Over all this time, his experience has not evaporated. He felt that he could start all over again in this game. At some point, the meat began to glow, and after piercing another piece, he received the fighter achievement. The requirement to obtain it was to hit monsters 1,000 times, and for this, the player also received a skill. Rice can now see the weak points of 1-star monsters, which will help when killing them. It might be worth trying out the new skill in action, since that's how it turned out. Hunting is ideal for this, because our hero can't cook only from the meat he picks up. He decided to try to hunt the roosters that the players around him were fighting on his own. Although Rice doesn't yet fully understand what the combat mechanics are in this game, he decided to ask a couple of guys if he could join them. One didn't understand at first and told our hero to do whatever he wanted, but another one offered to join the team and asked about the availability of decent weapons. Rice showed his knife, which he used to cut meat, but it would not be suitable for fighting. Suddenly, they parted for the running rooster and offered our hero to fail it, like an entrance test. The most important thing is not to be afraid and keep in mind that this is just a game. The acquired skill was activated by stress, and Rice didn't even understand how he did it. A red dot appeared on the rooster's temple, and he immediately took aim to strike straight at the target. However, our hero lacks even minimal combat skills. Besides the fact that he is a newbie, he also doesn't have a normal weapon. But Rice amused his new acquaintances with his stupid defeat. The guys suggested that he wait a little, then they would give our hero another chance. The place where the blow fell hurt so much that Rice even thought about stopping trying. However, when he was just learning to cook, the food turned out terrible. And if he had given up everything because of this, he would not have become an amazing chef. Grabbing a rooster's horn from the grass, our hero rushed into battle again. As 50 roosters were killed, the boss appeared before his new acquaintances. They were striving for this, but they didn't expect such a large scale. The two of them might not be able to handle it. But we decided to try anyway since we had spent so much effort to find it. Players Sinkin and Himo became the target of the Unicorn Rooster King when they entered his playing field. An attack from such a giant is much more terrifying. Other chickens now seem like chicks. Himo flew back, unable to respond or even repel the attack. But the player Rice entered the playing field of the great king of unicorn roosters. He thinks that he might even die if he does something wrong. Sinkin can barely cope alone, even though he holds a decent shield. It seems like this is overkill even for a boss in a beginner's location. Our hero asked him to be patient for a little while, although Sinkin doesn't count on the help of such a noob. However, Rice is fully focused and ready to deliver the decisive blow. He clearly sees the weak spot of the enemy in front of him. But unfortunately, the second attack also failed. Sinkin and Himo protected the newcomer from the monster's furious vengeance. But since I've squeezed into their team, I have to help somehow. The guys are barely able to protect themselves. They reminded Rice that it was just a game, so there was no need to be afraid. But our hero tries to understand everything, because it's hard not to be afraid when you feel pain. Himo was angry that he was hit by some chicken. He attacked so many times, and the boss was still alive. But when he went for a breakthrough, he could not achieve anything. The king of roosters pierced his stomach through and through. Himo has to leave for a while. He will be able to connect a little later. The dead character disappears. Such realism slightly frightened our hero. Even knowing that all this is just a fake, it still sends fear down to the bone, because it creates the impression that everything is happening for real. With Sinkin's life bar almost at zero, Rice decided to pull himself together and try again. He felt that this time he would do everything right. And indeed, he was able to defeat the boss with one blow, for which he received a 15% increase in damage. Although the landing was not as heroic as expected, Sinkin immediately began to interrogate what skill had helped him accomplish such a thing. The players around decided that their team was very cool and strong. Making her way through the envious spectators, a girl came to Rice. She was looking for a meeting with him specifically after seeing news about him in the game's fan cafe. His chicken kebabs have become a popular topic of discussion lately. However, Milena did not come to eat, but to propose starting a joint business. Trust her and become a partner in the restaurant business. Meanwhile, in the game, a quest has begun for all players to be the first to defeat the army of evil. The fastest player will receive a cash prize of 100 million. Many were eagerly awaiting the moment to play, inspired by the huge reward. After all this, our hero and his gaming friends went into the forest in search of other interesting ingredients. When Sinkin was peeling vegetables, he got the impression that he was working part-time in a restaurant. However, it was as if he had already missed the opportunity to get away from these people obsessed with cooking. But Milena decided that even though she had been rejected, perhaps something would change if she hung around. Plus, after reading the comments about chicken kebabs, she wants to try Rice's cooking. Although, while searching for ingredients, he sometimes puts something disgusting in his mouth. Even his name, Rice, translates as rice, so much as cooking his passion. Milena wanted to know if his ID was the same in other games, but found out that our hero had never played anything before. A person who has never played any games is an endangered species. Now Sinkin understood why Rice had had no interest in hunting before. But now it has become popular because someone uploaded a video of the rooster online. By mixing various ingredients found in the forest, Rice was able to make a good sauce. The boys threw in the peeled mushrooms and the smell became even more appetizing. Our hero thought they just added it, but the aroma immediately became so rich. All that's left to do before removing the sauce from the fire is stir it. Rice went into his inventory, where he still had some dishes he had prepared earlier. It's a game, so the chicken steak is fresh and not even cold. It looks even more appetizing in mushroom sauce. And besides, it gives 4 satiety and +1 to attack. Sinkin eats in the game for the first time, and he's sure it can't be any tastier than in real life. But Milena is just happy to try her new idol's dish. They both had more fun than they expected. These impressions transported them to a world of taste. Giant chicken breasts attacked from the air. An ugly mushroom announced the start of a great battle, but the players found no weapons on their belts. In the world of taste, they can do nothing and they can't beat the ingredients. They were caught in an endless fall among mushrooms and chicken breasts. The food they just ate defeated them in battle. It is impossible to comprehend how delicious food can be when prepared by a master. It was the first time they both tasted something so delicious. Rice received a notification. He prepared food beyond the delicious level, for which you receive one temporary buff effect, the probability of receiving which is very low, as well as +1 to all stats. Until the very last evening, they collected ingredients in the forest. But the game time is coming to an end. The guys added each other as friends to meet later. If Rice goes through the forest, he will reach the city, where he can engage in trade and accumulate funds. And if our hero increases his level, he will be able to take on partners. Sinkin and Milena left the game. Rice was left alone in the pitch-black wilderness. Even the fresh night air feels like real air. Our hero's character window now shows his profession as a chef. He began to think again about a culinary career in the gaming world. When our hero left the game, he saw that it was already almost 4 o'clock. There are 5 hours left to sleep. Tomorrow is the first working day. He didn't even notice how time flew by, probably because they say that games are an addiction. Before going to bed, Irim decided to watch the reality news. Uploading videos from the game to social media remains prohibited, and users who were unaware of this were blocked. This means that they will not be able to use their accounts. Irim never even looked at his notes. On Sinkin's advice, he saved the previous session. Observing from the outside is quite another matter. Our hero finds this system interesting. Even though it's his video, he didn't think he could fight like that. He also saw for the first time what his character looked like, and he was quite cute. However, Irim thought he had saved more, but the recording only contained a fragment from the hunting grounds. He would be more interested in watching the process of preparing food and selling it. But only videos of important events can be saved in the game. Players tried to replicate Rice's trick against the big roosters, but without the ability to see weak spots, everything is in vain. They wondered what they were doing wrong. Perhaps it was the weapon, and they should hit with a stick instead of a knife. Rice is just an ordinary chef who sells chicken skewers for 1,001. And now Milena has also taken up this idea. She sold shashlik and fried eggs near the hunting grounds. But the players didn't rate them as highly as Rice's. Some even got undercooked ones, for which Milena apologized and offered not to pay for it, admitting that she was not a very good cook yet. She continued to call people, advertising her product. And for this I received an achievement and a skill. The condition was to invite people for more than 5 hours. Her reward was a loudspeaker. It increases the volume by 10% and raises the speech level by 1. This achievement is not related to combat or cooking, as it is not an easy skill to obtain in the real world. Now Milena screams louder, and the players began to buy food just to make her shut up. At his new workplace, Irim surprised his colleagues with his excellent knife skills. However, the cook did not appreciate this. He considered the new assistant to be an ordinary upstart, having decided that a beginner would not be able to cut evenly at such a speed. But I saw that there were perfectly even pieces on the board. They should have looked at the summary. Then the chef asked Irim to fry the eggs for the bibimbap, continuing to display his arrogant tone. It's been a long time since our hero cooked his dishes in public. Ever since he lost his sense of taste, he has relied solely on technique. In the game, Irim cooked for many hours, but can you really call it cooking? He remembered his first client in reality. The girl was delighted, like everyone else after. The waitress brought the customers their order, bibimbap with appetizers. The men immediately felt the difference and assumed that the establishment had a new chef. The egg yolk spread perfectly, not like usual, but maybe it just seems that way. The man ate the first spoonful and beamed with pleasure. His cries of delight echoed throughout the establishment, and he urged his colleague to try it quickly. However, Chef Devon felt irritated because he knew that the praise did not belong to him. The guests compared the dish to a work of art and decided to visit this place more often. Soft white and yolk spreading beautifully over it. Irim remembered similar components of his cooking from the game. He lost his sense of taste and a lot of time passed, but his skills did not fail him. Only in the game is our hero able to taste food, but in real life he seems to be able to start all over again. The first working day came to an end. After the break, everything was unusual, but he did not make a single mistake. The boss said goodbye to Irim without even looking up from his phone. But the waitress, named Mira, ran up to say goodbye. After all, she was now his colleague too. The girl noticed that the newcomer showed himself excellently on his first day at work and was calm. After Iram left, Mira and the boss talked a little more about how professional their newcomer was. He is definitely different from the others. His hand did not tremble for a moment. But Devon continues to consider him stupid and thinks that the new guy still needs to be kept an eye on. While his comments are unjustified, anyone can forget where things are on their first day at work. The chef probably feels superior and does not want to lose out to his assistant in skills, which is why he foams at the mouth. Work in the establishment continues. People come in and order dishes. Mira serves visitors and answers their questions. The girl at the table noticed a bracelet on the waitress's hand that cost $1,300,000. This is the price for a used one. A new one costs several times more. She shared this remark with her interlocutor, which he did not immediately believe. The chef noticed that during lunch the customers were admiring the bibimbap, but now the room was quiet. Before this, most of the bibimbap preparation was done by a new part-time worker. As soon as he went home, the number of visitors decreased, and after thinking about it, the chef decided that Iram knew some secret method. To make bibimbap more flavorful, you may need to add more sesame seeds. On the way home, our hero stopped at the store for groceries. It had been a long time since he had cooked at home. Now Iram is working, so he decided that he needs to practice more. He decided to start by cooking the food he had prepared in the game and try to recreate the dishes. Scrambled eggs, shashlik, and stewed zucchini. But in this world, he won't be able to taste the result. The only thing he can do is try to revive the taste in his memory, the one he felt in the game. However, he still couldn't feel anything, but he reacted differently than before. There is no need for despair. Iram is comforted by the thought that he can cook and enjoy the taste in the game. Now food tastes like chewing gum to him. Long since lost its sweetness, there is nothing worse for a cook. That is why he was so upset. But now everything is different. There is hope. In the game, he finally feels like he is alive. With difficulty, Iram finished eating everything, just so that his body could function properly. It was just as unpleasant to chew as before. But since our hero lost his taste, he was able to eat normally for the first time. He wondered how long this would go on and whether he would ever be cured. When your hunger in the real world is satisfied, you can play again. He drank the liquid necessary for his senses to function in the game, and he collapsed onto the soft bed to immerse himself in a world where he could taste everything. Our hero has been cooking snacks all day, so now he decided to try cooking European cuisine. He encountered lizards, never having tried to cook them before. Everything happens for the first time, and this is a great opportunity to try out the new bonuses you've received. Increased damage and increased ability to see weak spots. But it is important to remember that if the fight is very brutal, the meat will become tasteless. In this case, it would be best to chop them. Other players recognized Rice, but they can't understand why he catches lizards if, for example, he catches a red mini spider. Its web can be sold profitably, but the lizards are worth very little, so players are not interested in them. One player was even disappointed because he thought Rice was amazing when he saw him defeat the rooster boss. But in fact, our hero has his own reason for fighting the lizards. He doesn't want to eat spiders. After the victory, 2 magic stones drop next to the loot. One slightly increases defense, the other attack. Our hero decided that it was something edible and selected it as ingredients for a future dish. Also, the victory over the lizards brought a huge spider to Rice, who considered him a new ally. Of course he was scared, which is quite natural in such a situation. A huge spider, the mistress of the forest, and she has a task for her new friend. The achievement's title contained a question. The inexperienced Rice couldn't understand what it meant, and so he silently waited to see what would happen next. But the mistress of the forest was indignant. It turned out that this question needed to be answered. The conversation with the spider attracted the attention of another player, because no one had killed so many lizards before and hadn't gotten to this quest. And there aren't many users in the game who have managed to get the task, so this in itself is surprising. Unlike other games, reality requires you to fulfill special conditions to receive tasks. Typically, newly launched professional, secret, rare, and epic quests spark competition among users. This player was so consumed by curiosity that he came very close. But Adder only managed to say hello to our hero when something unexpected happened. This player did not receive the quest, so the mistress of the forest did not listen to him. Only boots remained on the grass. They looked quite high quality. It was written that they were made from lizard skin and red spider web. It looks like this game not only lets you cook food, but also craft equipment yourself. At this time, someone is watching Rice from behind the bushes, assessing his new boots. Rumors are circulating around reality about our hero's politeness, and users have begun to speculate whether Rice will take someone else's boots. He took them, but in reality he was simply repeating what other players were doing, and naively thought that when they received items, they would return them to the owner at the next meeting. The Lady of the Forest decided to remind her of her expectation one last time and received a positive answer. Initially, the red spiders lived in the forest in harmony. But one day lizards appeared and began to eat the children of the mistress of the forest. Most likely, the lizard princess lost a competition to the leader in the nearby jungle, came to the forest and dragged a whole crowd with her. As long as she lives, the spider's children will suffer, and eventually there will be none left. This will be the main objective of the quest. Our hero must defeat the lizard princess. Before, Rice only collected ingredients and prepared food, but now it's more like a game. But before that, he needed to have some food. He had previously tried lizard meat in Vietnam, cooked by another person. And then our hero received a promotion to the chef's luck rank. The food he prepares can provide a temporary buff or a permanent increase in stats. So Rice decided he needed to make more servings. And if he eats everything, his abilities will increase, because there are so many unique functions in reality. Rice thought this dish would taste like fatty pork, but he was speechless. It's like a harmonious combination of fresh chicken meat and the texture of frog legs, exactly the taste of Vietnam. After eating delicious kebabs, our hero's abilities increased. This means that even by simply cooking, he will be able to improve his characteristics. It seems Rice is starting to get a little greedy. Once all the meat is gone, it's time to go hunting to complete the task. There are quite a lot of lizards around Rice today. It must be related to his quest. In addition, he will be able to collect enough ingredients while he searches for the princess. Lizards attack in large groups at once, but our hero has some tricks up his sleeve that he can use. Although he did not plan to use such methods, Rice cut through the entire crowd in front of him with one lunge. It seems to him that he has already learned how to hunt. But our hero doesn't even suspect that the admin is watching his progress with anticipation. While he was cooking and enjoying the taste of lizard meat, the next wave arrived. This didn't bother Rice at all. He just turned to them happily, wanting to cook even more excellent kebabs. While he was dealing with them, he felt hungry again. But the beautiful mini spider threw something and immediately disappeared. It must have been from the mistress of the forest. The best sticky web used by spiders when hunting. The thread is elastic and sticky, but very strong. It's better to save this until you really need it. Our hero continued to cook kebabs from the defeated lizards. Today, he received the achievement Nightmare of the Lizards, a certain amount of stones, achievement of a brutal appetite, and increased the rank of the weak spot ability. The boy who was previously killed by the mistress of the forest returned. He was looking for Rice. Our hero decided that Adder came to pick up his shoes, but this is one of the tied items, and this guy can create something similar again, so he offered Rice to keep them for himself. If a player receives and uses them, they become his property. There's nothing to be done now. Adder himself died out of stupidity and lost them. Now we need to get new materials. Our hero asked what was needed for this, since he had a lot of things accumulated in his inventory. Rice also naively thinks that everything that happened was his fault, so he wants to correct the situation. Besides meat and ingredients, our hero has a lot of lizard skin and a ball of high-quality spider web, a value he cannot appreciate because all his attention is focused on food. But another player immediately noticed the better sticky web. But since Rice himself offered it, he will gladly accept this gift. When playing the game, you get an advantage by getting good items. But our hero still has to complete the task with the lizard princess. He needs to get new equipment since he doesn't even have the basic one and he wonders what it tastes like. Even in the game, you can't survive thanks to achievements alone. Adder took a needle from his inventory and laid out the lizard skin in front of him. This player's profession is a craftsman. He is able to create equipment himself. It's the first time Rice has seen someone so focused on their job in a game. He himself can't do nothing, so he decided to help. Being an excellent cook, our hero knows how to skin prey well. While the two of them were separating the skin from the meat, other users noticed Adder working together with the popular Rice. This is clearly not our hero's assistant, since each of them is busy with their own business. After some time, Adder finished his work, and in front of them were 2 pairs of boots and a net. A new acquaintance appreciated the famous game chef's butchering skills. These boots turned out even better than the previous ones, since the materials were of high quality and the shoes turned out great. And the network is a gift for Rice, since Adder does not like to be in debt. A web of 30 sticky webs is used against 2-star monsters, stunning them for 10 seconds. Such a gift will come in handy for Rice when he meets the Lizard Princess, and Adder should already be logging out of the game and going to bed. Since they added each other as friends, they will see each other again. Rice didn't have time to ask the name, having forgotten that he had already seen it when he shared the materials. Now we can move on in search of the Lizard Princess. And so, after a short time, he finally finds her. This was clear from her atypical coloring. The princess also has personal security. Rice needs to defeat these two first to reach the goal. Rice's current overall strength is equal to a high-quality lizard meat skewer. Our hero used a crushing blow, but the enemy was still alive and sent him flying with his tail. This is nothing like fighting unicorn roosters. And what's worse is that he hasn't even gotten to the boss yet. Rice can't rely solely on recognizing weak points, focusing force on the tip and other acquired skills. In this state, he will not be able to defeat them. Even when he met the unicorn rooster, he was helped. Now he will have to fight alone. These creatures can only be raw material. To begin with, Rice decided to try out a low-level magic stone. It slightly increased attack power and defense. His blows became stronger, but the lizards are quite agile. But in the end, these creatures will serve as raw material. When our hero's blow reached its target, the lizard princess recognized him as an enemy and joined the fight. If her warriors were so strong, then the princess must be even more terrible. As soon as she opened her mouth, our hero was almost carried away, and the wars standing next to her faded and were restored. Rice decided to try to disperse the henchmen, in order not to waste time and clear the way to the main page. But she didn't keep us waiting and attacked first. The life bar is already approaching 0. You can't miss hits. However, the princess has gone through the molting process and is furious. All that remains is to try to use the network that Ader gave him. He threw it right over the princess's head and then struck, but it didn't work, and our hero went flying again. After that, the net straightened out, completely covering her body, and the stun was activated. The effect is almost over, but Rice doesn't even have the strength to defend himself. It looks like he's doomed to fail in this battle. But this is not scary, because thanks to this game, he was able to smell the earth on the battlefield and gain experience in battles. Night has fallen. Defeating the strongest unicorn rooster at the beginning of the day adds 15 points to attack power. Our hero has completely forgotten about this, but in this case, you can still try to do something. Although the stunning effect had already worn off, the princess was still entangled in the nets, and the crushing blow reached its target and defeated the enemy. Rice earned the Lizard Nightmare achievement, which required killing the lizard princess on the first try. He also gained the power of an F-rank lizard, and can now climb walls up to 20 meters high. This event had many witnesses, and now our hero has become even more popular. The item received for completing the quest is the body of the lizard princess. Most likely this needs to be given to the Spider Queen, but we need to find her somehow. But there is no need for this. The mistress of the forest herself appeared. With the lizard princess now dead, her people will be able to live freely. The crowd is amazed that this was a special quest. They thought they had to kill them all. Our hero has done the spiders a great service. Now the number of lizards in the forest will decrease. If there are fewer lizards in the forest, the user will not be able to hunt them. But the Spider Queen reassured Rice. The lizard princess would return. As long as they were alive, this fight would last forever. But from now on, they will see what the red spiders are capable of. Enormous insects will find and finish off the remaining lizards in the forest. And our hero feels that this could upset the balance. And if all the lizards die, then players will not be able to hunt them for some time. But the mistress of the forest ended this conversation. Rice completed the mission and should receive a reward. Our hero received the poisonous projectile skill, as well as an increase in all characteristics by 10. Poison projectile is the ability to produce and use poison. It paralyzes monsters of 2 stars and below for 3 seconds. In addition, he received the achievement of Initiator of Development of Events and a new profession of Innovator. The awards keep coming one after another, and random bystanders who just came to eat continue to admire it. And now they are eagerly waiting for him to cook something, because that is what they were originally standing here for. In honor of completing his first quest, our hero decided to cut the price in half. It's good that so many people came, but it's very difficult to stand by the fire for so long. It had been a long time since Rice had felt this way. Milena came up and handed him a handkerchief to wipe away the sweat. She used the Find a Friend function and followed the indicated route. Our hero didn't even know that the game had such a function. Milena also wants to eat the dish that he cooks, and in exchange she will help Rice. She now also has a skill. The pleasant aroma caused a fight to break out in the queue for a place in front. This is where Milena's abilities come in handy. She calmed the customers with her very loud voice. There are enough ingredients for everyone to get their food. Today, Rice is cooking chicken kebabs and lizard steaks. Everyone was full. There was one last piece left for Milena. She asked to fry it well. Our hero thanked her again for reassuring the customers. But then another user approached them. He also wants to try the lizard steak. Rice said there are no more. Then the guy offered to sell him the one that was currently roasting on the fire. Milena quickly put it in her mouth and repeated again that everything was sold out. The lady made it clear that she had reserved it earlier, but perhaps Rice would have something prepared earlier. After all, this user came here specifically to try his food. Our hero actually did have some chicken kebab in stock. This player is actually a chef too, and he wanted to try Rice's food to see why his food is so popular. In the game, everyone talks about Rice, but he doesn't find anything special about him. This guy thinks that no other player can be better than him, and his food tastes just ordinary. However, when he took the first bite, it was so amazing. This chicken kebab turned out to be incredibly delicious. Although it's hard to admit, Rice really is better. The next day, Devin was sitting at work and thinking about the difficult chef from the game. Even when preparing an ordinary dish, he demonstrated enormous talent. His ability to keep the secret of his cooking is amazing. Then Devin decided that most likely it was a professional chef who could possibly be seen on TV. He has an excellent technique, so he has definitely won competitions and appeared on television. After all, how else can you explain such an orgasm from eating his food? Devin tried to figure out what seasonings Rice used to achieve such a juicy texture. However, our hero could not find the answer to his question. Devin told him that in real life he was in the restaurant industry and the place where he worked was very famous. He suggested that Rice, like chefs, share culinary secrets with each other. But our hero again didn't understand anything. Because he didn't have any secret, he just strictly followed the recipe. At some point, Devin's behavior began to irritate Rice and Milena, just like in real life. Only they don't yet know who is who. He continued to inquire. Having tried the shashlik, he definitely felt a salty taste, but it was impossible to get salt anywhere nearby. Rice didn't buy it. If this super chef is extremely attentive, he will be able to find it. While searching in the forest, if you pay close attention to every little detail, you can eventually find the ingredient you need. The salt beetle is the source of salt, but Devin decided that Rice wanted to force him to do meaningless work. Devin decided that since he was such an incredibly wonderful person, he would try to understand our hero's reluctance to reveal his secrets. Milena can no longer stand this nonsense. They give him answers, but this half-baked chef doesn't even want to put in a drop of effort. In the game, he calls himself the king of Korean cuisine, but acts like a beggar. However, in Devin's head, all he can think about is how cute she is, even though she is just a game character. But unfortunately, he already has a girlfriend. He asked to add her as a friend, but Milena thinks that now is not the best time to ask such a thing. While the two of them were arguing, our hero cleaned up after himself on his own. Time to turn off. Rice said goodbye to Milena because he had to get up for work tomorrow, and thanks to her loud voice, the sales went smoothly. Ignoring Devin, they both left the game, even though he begged them to add him at least as an acquaintance or colleague. It will make him feel worthless from such ignoring. Now that they were disconnected like this, it would be difficult for him to meet Rice and that girl again. Mira watched the head of the kitchen and couldn't understand what was happening to him. She assumed that he was playing the fool again. Her thoughts were interrupted by a new visitor and she went to do her work. He refused the menu because he came to try bibimbap, which he heard about from friends. He had been here before and noticed that the director was missing, as well as the rude cook who was lounging around. He decided to give them a second chance because there were a lot of bad reviews about this place, but he still didn't like it. The guest asked for a fried egg to be added to his order, and Devin called out to Iram in irritation. He asked to make his bibimbap, although our hero did not understand why he should cook if the chef was here. But using his power in the kitchen, he still transferred his work to him, calling him lazy. Devin is disliked by all his colleagues, and the director is simply unaware that his head chef is behaving worse and worse every day. The customer received his order. The egg was cooked well, and he saw no other changes. For months, this man visited various restaurants in search of the most delicious bibimbap. Therefore, he can even determine by its appearance what it will taste like. This one looks quite ordinary. But since he came anyway, we can try. However, this is not at all like what he tried before. Who would have thought that bibimbap would be so good? The taste can be compared to aesthetic pleasure. Even if he ate this every day, it is unlikely that he would get tired of the taste. This is exactly the taste the old man was looking for so long. He has never experienced such pleasure. He thinks that everyone should try it. He decided to ask the staff if they had changed their chef. The woman thought that maybe there was something wrong with the food, but the customer said that when he came before, the food tasted different. He began to inquire about what had changed, since customers had been praising their bibimbap lately. Mira whispered in his ear that it wasn't the chef who was actually cooking, but his kitchen assistant. This surprised the old man very much. The excellent cook was only working as an assistant. His culinary knowledge is not that deep, but he has tried many bibimbaps, and the assistant managed to achieve the perfect combination of rice and vegetables. He is undoubtedly a professional chef with extensive experience. However, it is unclear why, being so talented, he works here as an assistant. The old man closed the account. Everything he ate was to his taste, and both the meat and rice were cooked perfectly. But he wanted to talk a little with this new worker. Irim was surprised when Mira asked him to come over. The old man had some questions, and he wanted to ask our hero them directly. He praised his cooking, saying that he had already tried bibimbap at this establishment before, but that time there was nothing special. But today's dish could be called haute cuisine. He also handed him a business card. With such skills, it was strange to work as an assistant. But if he suddenly needed help, he could call this number. If our hero wants to be a real chef, then this old man will hire him for a position that matches his skills. The girls were surprised and happy for their colleague. Looking at the business card, Irim found out that this man was the owner of the Changmyeong restaurant. And then Devon came out to figure out why his assistant was outside the kitchen. He started spouting some arrogant nonsense again, exaggerating the problem. Our hero, not wanting to cause a scandal, bowed and apologized to his boss. The girls confirmed that Irim had indeed been called by a visitor, but Devon's irritation reached its limits when he threw a ladle in his direction. Devon called him a bastard, said that from the first day, Irim only talks about how to listen, but is not even able to do that. He looks down on their establishment, so he doesn't care about his fate, since Irim has allegedly already tried to shirk work. Devon is in charge in the kitchen. If he tells the director this, our hero will be fired immediately. Mira tried to defend herself, but the cook didn't want to listen to her. She was on probation herself. Now Devon is arguing with Mira, but the girl will be completely fine even if she is fired. Irim listened to this nonsense for a while, and Devon began to speculate about Mira's sympathy for the newcomer. Our hero stopped their argument and called out to the head of the kitchen. He bowed again, apologized, and promised not to make such a mistake again. Irim thus ended the conflict, but Devon took this as his being right. Returning home, he listened to passers-by discussing what to eat for dinner. They were willing to stand in line because they could wait for tasty food. How much longer does he have to wait? Irim used to dream of opening a place where people wouldn't have to wait long, but now that's not possible. Doctors said the loss of smell and taste was temporary, but his former colleagues kept asking when he was going to return. That evening, our hero decided to have a drink. He was replaying memories from the past, as well as all the nonsense that he heard from Devon. He also thought about the old man who had offered to make him a chef. Irimu felt sad and considered himself stupid because he continued to cling to an illusory dream. And then he went to another reality, where everything is different. The first thing he did was enjoy the smell of fresh air and grass. Walking among the trees in the game is much more pleasant than in real life, and it's better than getting drunk on soju. In addition, by defeating the lizard princess, he received a new skill that needs to be tested. It's a little scary to climb up like Spider-Man. But since it was a game, Rice decided to try standing on his feet perpendicular to the surface. It was an amazing feeling. That's how he got to the very top. There he saw a stunning landscape, a sunset over the tops of the palm trees. Even though it's a game, it's much more intense than real life. Our hero doesn't want to leave this place because everything here is filled with life. The next day, early in the morning, everyone went to work and prepared to receive visitors. The director asked Devon to make him bibimbap, to which he replied with a refusal, since the ingredients were not yet prepared. But all excuses won't work. The director knows that his chef is simply shirking extra work. Having received a reprimand from his superiors for his disgusting behavior, Devon became furious again. He yelled that he was in charge of the kitchen and wouldn't allow food to be wasted senselessly. And if the director is so hungry, let him cook himself. Then he asked his assistant to do it, and Irim was not at all against it. There is no reason to deny management breakfast. The director drew Devon's attention to how well-mannered and polite Irim was. Our hero prepared everything quite quickly and put it on the table. The director immediately noticed the excellent aroma, but thought it was from hunger. However, when he ate the first spoonful, he turned questioningly towards Irim. The director went out to the smoking room to see Devon to discuss something. He asked him to assign the newcomer to prepare all the dishes and to train him. Even if the director is not a gourmet, he is still the owner of this restaurant. The new employee is the winner of many awards, and he is talented. And most importantly, Irim's food is incredibly delicious. It's stupid to keep such a person as an assistant. If they continue like this, their restaurant will never expand. The director wants Irim to become their sous chef. Devon was furious. If our hero becomes a souffle, then he will be higher in rank than Devon. He started arguing with the director, who tried one dish and was already getting ready to give Irim a promotion. The fact that the director recognized the assistant's abilities and decided to make him a sous chef worries Devon. And this irritation cannot be hidden in such a hysterical personality. He pesters our hero over every little thing, just to vent his dissatisfaction. Everyone around understands the absurdity of what is happening. Devon reminded Irim of the awards, assuming that he wanted to push him aside using his past achievements. However, people become kitchen managers not only for their culinary skills. You also need to know how to organize time and control staff. Irim got tired of listening to this nonsense and told Devon that he was going too far. He said that we need to be more polite, that it's hard to believe that the chef is talking about the uselessness of skills. The basics of cooking are technique and skill. For a real chef, this should be an absolute truth. Devon became even more furious that the assistant dared to answer him. Irim will never go back on her words, no matter what the cook does. Moreover, his skills and personality do not inspire respect. He keeps reminding everyone that he is the head of the kitchen, but in reality, he is a common piece of shit. He uses his position to insult his subordinates, and this time he even stooped to personal insults. Irim sees no reason to continue working in this place. Having thanked for the support, our hero turned around and left, completely ignoring all requests from Mira and Devon to return. Of course, the cook didn't beg him to come back and shouted after him to get lost. At that moment, the director came in and was surprised by what was happening. Irim promised himself that he would endure any circumstances. However, even if he lost his taste and sense of smell, he could not allow himself to be insulted. It's not just to satisfy his pride, it hurts his will to live. Irim felt like he would die if he didn't improve his skills. Our hero seems to be very insecure, because he really believes that he couldn't even cope with the job of an assistant. His self-flagellation was interrupted by an old man who had once given him his business card. He heard Devon's words and followed Irim from the bistro itself. The old man offered our hero a job as a chef in his restaurant. The business card said, Chan Myung Restaurant, and this gentleman was its owner. He wants to invite Irim to work for him, but first he wants to make sure of his abilities. Our hero complained that there was nothing special about his abilities, and when asked about the reason for the quarrel with Devon, he replied that there was no quarrel, but a misunderstanding. Irim's opinion did not coincide with that of his superiors, and his actions were also perceived incorrectly. He promised himself that he would just work hard, but no one can please everyone. The old man believes that one must realize one's goals, that one's whole life is ahead of one, and that the past should be left in the past. Over the course of 70 years, he tried his hand at many things, and recently he became obsessed with the idea of opening a restaurant. The establishment is already equipped, but empty, so he is looking for motivated people who will revive the place. Irim told his story and refused. Otherwise, he would have to put up with his problems. But the old man doesn't consider this important and suggested conducting an interview first. He can't let such a gem slip through his fingers. And he doesn't hire employees just like that. Everything is official. The old man's small restaurant turned out to be relatively large. It was a separate building. A lot of money has been invested in the design of the room. It looks a little old-fashioned, and at the same time original and modern. And also, if Irim gets a job here, his house is very close, a 5-minute walk away. Inside, everything is just as cozy and beautiful, and besides, everything is completely new. Having assessed the hall, they went to inspect the kitchen. Irim immediately noticed the magnificent dishes, although for now there are only the basics. The old man remembered that he didn't even ask the name of the person he was inviting to his place. After meeting, he offered to start an interview. There would be no talking. Our hero had to prepare a dish of his choice. To understand a chef, you first need to try the dish he has prepared. It must be some famous Korean dish. The old man is looking forward to what will happen. The last bibimbap was great. Irim has a chance to prove himself. Free choice is both simple and difficult. It is unknown how the decision will be received, and skills and abilities will be assessed based on one dish. The kitchen has different types of meat, kimchi, basic sauces, even chili powder. But overall, there aren't many ingredients since the restaurant hasn't opened yet. There's nothing but ramen, thin noodles, sesame oil, and the like. He is given freedom of choice, but there are few ingredients, and Irim will not be able to rely on the taste and smell of the dish while he is cooking. Our hero prepared spicy noodles with kimchi made from radish shoots. The old man made radish kimchi himself, but he needed an assistant. It was too meticulous and time-consuming a task. Just as he tried it, a man came in. He also works here. He was tired and hungry and asked Director Lim to feed him. The old man didn't even turn around, so I had to introduce myself. At first, this man, Mr. Park, thought that Director Lim had brought his son or nephew, but Irim told him about the interview. When Pak wanted to draw the old man's attention to them, he ignored him, and putting his hand on his shoulder, he scared Lim, who was so carried away by his food that he didn't even notice what was happening around him. Usually, Director Lim cooks for the workers, but he is currently eating, so Pak asked Irim to help him too. Seeing the noodles, he remarked that young people were unlikely to know how to cook such traditional dishes. To do this, a person would need to have experience. Supposedly, older people know better what such dishes should taste like. But then Pak tried the noodles, which were soft and tasty, but at the same time, they felt like a curling curl. And the radish leaves are so juicy, spicy, and crispy, with a sour taste. It's as refreshing as diving into cool seawater. Mr. Pak felt rejuvenated after tasting the food from his childhood. After arriving home, Irim returned to the game. It's good that the interview went well and he was hired. Returning to the game of Irim is so invigorating. The fatigue has disappeared instantly and everything is so enjoyable. Our hero met Sinkin, who was busy and hadn't come in for a while, and when he returned, he heard about the victory over the Lizard Queen. It's a cool achievement. It's funny that Rice plays just to be able to cook. In reality, there are very few people who are completely dedicated to the game and enjoy it, because in reality, the prizes are much more important. Sinkin asked to be added as a friend as a raid ally, to which Rice immediately agreed. Now the two of them will go to the common area. Our hero has never been there before. He was sure that the newcomers play in the area before the forest. When Irim created his character, he didn't choose a zone, but simply clicked random. But Sinkin assures that this will not happen. As soon as they leave the forest, they will find themselves in the common area. If they only eat and travel, they will only explore a small part of the entire map. They finally reach the common area. This is the real start of the game. Korean common area, for some reason even the atmosphere here is different. There was no tension in the beginner's area, but here for some reason everyone is fighting. Rice saw a pig, although it was smaller than real ones. Sinkin is glad that he is no longer a newbie, and our hero suggests that they go hunting first. His ally doesn't mind, as he registered specifically for several purposes. Sinkin also warned that one should be careful in this zone, because there are monsters there that attack first. For now, their paths are diverging, but next time they will play together. The melody that Sinkin sang seemed familiar to Rice. It was the heart of the stars. Singing and music is his skill. His profession is bard, and the skill is called battle song. Sinkin went first. This profession suits him very well. Well, Rice will go to Tarko. It's a city. It will probably be possible to get new ingredients there. Our hero is looking forward to seeing the local merchants. Besides bots, users have turned this place into a trading point. It looks like a rural area. Rice even found a blacksmith. Our hero found a shop where users sell and buy various things. There are no children in the village, perhaps because the game is only for adults, but the atmosphere is still unsettled. And there are few adults either. Perhaps this is somehow connected with the quest. But Rice decided that he was already paranoid. It was quite fun to hang around the local area. Our hero went into the diner. He knew that there would be at least one similar establishment here. The woman greeted us, but said with disappointment that the menu only offered bread and soup. Rice certainly didn't expect much from this place, but he didn't think the menu would be so boring. Since the food he cooked in the game was quite tasty, this shouldn't disappoint either. But it turned out to be disgusting. The soup had absolutely no taste. Even instant soup would be better. That's why no one comes here. This is Rice's first time in the diner during the entire game, but the impression is spoiled. He would have added chicken to add juiciness, and the flavor would have been richer thanks to the meat broth. And I would add a fried egg inside the bread. A few days ago, our hero was happy to chew even grass. When I couldn't taste, everything was indifferent, but not now. Now what was in front of him looked like food. The stew has become more vibrant in flavor, and the toughness of the bread is compensated by the juicy egg. It's a success, and our hero hasn't eaten toast for a long time. And then Rice received an assignment. A question lit up above the manager's head. She asked him if he was a cook, and then asked him to save her establishment. If we have to fight again, it will be problematic. But if she asked about food, maybe everything will be fine. She became curious if he was a chef, or if it was just a hobby. As soon as Rice said who he was, the manager began to taste his food. Perhaps she was hungry, but she was lying that she just wanted to try it since she had the chance. Then she asked the awkward question about what her awful food tasted like. Our hero thought about whether to say that it was delicious or honestly so-so. Even in the game, as a chef, he must be objective, which of course upset the woman. But she has to face the truth. If her food was good, this place wouldn't be empty. The woman asked to teach her how to cook at least this dish, to which our hero agreed. But first, Rice wants to cook everything himself again, and first he selected the ingredients from his inventory. Preparing these dishes is not that difficult. The quest requires you to make a dish that will raise Rosalind's satisfaction level above 70. The taste was great last time, so our hero is confident that this time everything will be great too. But it turned out that she didn't like chicken, so her pleasure only increased by 32%. Before that, she had been wolfing it down. Next comes the bread. It's hard to tell anything from her facial expression. With bread, it was different. The scale just skyrocketed. Rosalind compared Rice's skills to those of strangers coming from the Red Spider Forest. Tarko Village used to be a thriving and vibrant village, with travelers coming from all over the world. But one day, the devil Raiden appeared. He took all the knowledge from the people of the Azella continent, and they were left with practically nothing. Glad at least that he didn't destroy them all. Tarko Village was no exception, and it was then that Rosalind lost her ability to cook anything. Apart from the miserable stew and bread, this woman has a backstory, but she called Rice a stranger. According to them, the devil created a hole in the dimension, and users like our hero come from there. Rosalind unexpectedly offered to teach Rice cooking from her. The quest required her to cook 2 of her dishes flawlessly. In their village, they can only use the ingredients they already have. Upon completion of the task, our hero will receive a recipe for honey wine, a reward to his liking. He went to search for ingredients within the village. There are no unicorn roosters or lizards living here, so he can't use his own. First, you need to walk around and find out what is sold in the local shops. Residents found a small kitten on the street. It refuses to eat, and they don't know what to do. They push food on him that the cats don't welcome, and Rice decided that it was probably part of the game. There are pears and apples in front of the kitten. Even dogs don't eat everything. Our hero sees a cat for the first time in the game world. As soon as he got closer, a question flashed above him. This is definitely a quest. Some are already planning to take the baby with them, but Rice called him to him. He definitely doesn't like the food offered to him. The kitten immediately meowed in agreement. It turns out he's a picky eater. Through this game, Rice begins to understand why other people love cats. The goal of the quest is to get honey, a rather rare ingredient for the kitten. But somewhere nearby lives a deadly bee. Our hero will do anything for this cute kitten. Rice asked the baby to wait until he returned with food. But we can't leave it like this. There are more people on the streets now since the game is for adults. It's not surprising that users come in so late. The crowds make it feel like you're in a real market. And the variety of goods is amazing. There are many professional traders here. The variety at the city market is astounding. In addition to bots, users also trade their loot here. Items include eyeballs, spotted pig teeth, mana stones, and more. There are also rare items on sale that are difficult to obtain even for experienced players. They even sell prepared food here. The man selling chicken kebabs recently bought a large quantity from Rice. However, it is perhaps none of his business how he acts. But it is not good to raise the price so much. This is ordinary food, and its price should be even lower than the street food sold in the market. Eider called out to him from the crowd, recognized him by his shoes, and our hero was glad to meet him. He thanked him for making the net that helped defeat the lizard princess. But he was surprised that our hero was killing monsters on his own, having such ordinary equipment. Typically, such players wear clothes made from materials obtained in battle, but Rice's clothes have not changed at all. Vitir thinks he's cool, but he can make more than just shoes. If he has the materials, he can help with equipment. However, I didn't expect to receive my first order of the rarest skin taken from the lizard princess. Eider is so nervous, such a responsibility. The material must really be rare. To work with leather, you will need some more materials, which Rice can buy at the market. After some time, they met again. Our hero brought canvas fabric and a long, thick thread. This is the first time Adder has worked with such a rare material. Now he will try to bring one of his sketches to life. Despite the excitement, his eyes are shining. He can't be stopped. Besides, it seems like Adder has improved his skills since the last meeting. His body works like a well-oiled machine. When he finished, Rice saw a very beautiful suit. Not only for the game, he would buy one like this in real life too. For the completed work, Adder received an achievement, the help of a craftsman, and an increase in agility by 10. That's why I decided not to charge our hero, because if it weren't for him, none of this would have happened. Adder tried harder because thanks to Rice, he was able to touch such rare materials. He also learned something and wants to try it right now. Near the city, there is a location where spotted pigs live. Not everyone can catch one of these, even though it looks like a regular pig. Of course, she doesn't have tusks sticking out like a boar, but she hits quite hard. The two were unable to obtain pork for Samgyeopsal on their own. But Rice will be able to do this with the help of the acquired ability, the smashing blow. At the same time, he saved the guy from death. Apparently, his defense was higher because his friend was out of the game. A new acquaintance told me that if you catch a pig, you get Samgyeopsal. Before our hero lost his taste, this was his favorite food. This player will be cutting up the carcass, but Rice can help him. He has to do it himself since they are in a realistic game. Here, items and dishes do not drop by themselves, only materials and ingredients. Our hero is already fired up with the idea of arranging a feast with Samgyeopsal right here. He also said that he is a chef and can cut and cook everything himself. Thanks to the skill of the chef's penetrating eye, he is able to analyze everything. He doesn't need any outside help now. Iram used to often have rooftop gatherings with Samgyeopsal, but having lost his taste, it was as if he had lost those memories too. How they had a pleasant time on the roof with colleagues discussing work. We discussed conflicting visitors and other incidents from the past day. They ate pork and washed it down with soju. The taste of the Samgyeopsal he ate back then was completely erased from his memory. Through his own efforts, he achieved this in another reality. Typically, pork sold in stores is divided in half and then into 3 more parts, resulting in 6 parts in total. This game is as close to reality as possible, but now he will check how accurate it is. A sword will be quite enough for this. After cutting the carcass in half, Rice saw no differences in gender. It seems that in this game, it doesn't matter who goes to the slaughter. Our hero was cutting up the meat so furiously that a nearby user mistook him for a butcher. The pig's body began to resemble the carcasses that hang in butcher shops. All that remains is to cut off the head, remove the bones, and cut off the necessary part for Samgyeopsal. Rice's face seems familiar to the boy, but he can't remember where he saw it. For finer cutting, you can put the sword aside and use a dagger. There will be enough pork for other dishes. For example, you can also make tonkatsu. After some time, all the meat is divided and you can start cooking. All that remains is to find something suitable for grilling. There's a shield lying nearby. It will most likely handle this task perfectly. The pork began to emit a delicious aroma on the fire, and Rice was in anticipation. The meat looks just like the real thing, and the taste will probably be the same as in the real world. The smell brought other players running, amazed at what he was going to cook in the game. The common area is not yet accustomed to such antics, but everyone wants to try. Because local eateries only sell bread and soup, users are watching Rice closely, drooling, and fearing that they won't get it. As a result, the meat looks as realistic and appetizing as possible, and also very juicy. But our hero still can't remember the taste from the past, and he won't remember until he tries it himself and see what happens. After the first bite, memories of old get-togethers with colleagues returned. This is it, exactly the taste that Irim felt then. Fried until golden brown, crispy taste, and also the smell of oil left after frying. The guy who was there all this time also wants to try. It felt so overwhelming, like he had been defeated. After trying it, Rice couldn't stop himself and decided to make Samgyeopsal to complete Rosalind's quest. But first, his goal is to catch 100 pigs. Finally, the guy remembered him. The same player who cooked chicken kebabs. The administrator watched as Rice devoured the Samgyeopsal with relish, and she listened to the chatter of her subordinates in the background. Colleagues tried to bring together a couple who couldn't confess to each other. They are both quite shy in love affairs. Someone grumbled that they wanted to finish the workday as soon as possible and that they wanted to eat. Everyone started whispering that they should talk more quietly because the boss would hear. But taking advantage of the moment, the headmistress announced a corporate lunch after work with Samgyeopsal, which everyone must attend. She must have been motivated by the pleasure of everyone who tasted our hero's food. Meanwhile, Rice has butchered 389 pigs, and it seems he can now do it with his eyes closed. Visitors are surprised by the slaughterhouse that has appeared near the city. But having killed 400 monsters, our hero received a new achievement, Butcher. When using the new skill, meat loss during butchering is reduced. To complete the quest, it's better to play it safe and add more ingredients to improve the taste. Along with samgyeopsal, you should definitely eat lettuce, chili peppers, and onions. And all this will be perfectly complemented by a plate of steamed rice. It is also advisable to prepare cold noodles with beef broth. In any case, he will only be able to feel this taste and smell in the game. He will fry 100 and then leave. There were 20 pork skewers and 19 pieces of samgyeopsal left, although there was almost no salt left. You can try using the chef's blessing skill. Rice hasn't used it yet. He didn't immediately understand what was happening, but the program asked him what he wanted to receive. 2 bottles of the ordered salt, approximately 40 grams each, fell into his hands. We need to hurry and add it. The fire is giving off intense heat, so stuffy that Rice is sweating. After cooking, you need to get up and stretch. There are still 19 pieces left, but our hero probably won't touch them. Now you can walk around the neighborhood and look for vegetables. He is a chef after all. Carrots and cucumbers are grown in the local fields. Now all that remains is to find honey and make honey wine. Sinkin said that somewhere here live deadly bees that attack first. I just thought how one bee found it. She is definitely more dangerous than roosters and lizards. This bee is aggressive, but it's a good thing Rice brought the shield he used for cooking. If she manages to strike, the consequences could be very serious. In addition, this huge bee is incredibly fast, but a miss will cost lives. After all, our hero has already gained a decent amount of battle experience and skills. Using a smashing blow, he took her out. Although the bee's weak spot function barely works, Rice still managed to get some honey. But the number is so small that it looks like we'll have to look for a hive. No need. A whole swarm of bees found it themselves. It's worth trying to fight them. If he manages to survive, he will get what he wants. However, it is difficult to dodge all of them at once. If it weren't for the shield, he would have already died. You need to disable them one by one, carefully, trying not to make any unnecessary movements. If you continue to kill bees, there may be more of them. But his guesses turned out to be wrong. Half an hour passed, but no one came to him. And not everyone produces honey. Rice decided to taste it to see if he could use the honey as an ingredient. It tasted so amazing that it was hard to stop and not eat the whole thing. Our hero decided not to leave the game until he found the hive. Walking forward, Rice heard someone's voices. Something scared the users. They did not expect to meet such a monster and were not prepared to confront it. In addition, they were immobilized, unable to move at all. In front of them is the largest bee of all. Perhaps the queen has flown out in search of her swarm. Since our hero entered her zone, she also recognized him as her enemy. One user said there are rumors that the damage done in the game is reflected in real life by 30%. This only made his partners even more frightened. The friend who brought them here thought that even with a low level they could cope by joining forces. But he did not take into account the capabilities of the uterus, which require decent resistance. As soon as the immobilization effect wore off, they broke into a run. The murder of a friend looks incredibly realistic, too brutal even for death by sting. One of them decided to try to do at least something before giving up. My friend only managed to forbid anyone from taking his items after his defeat. He intends to return them safe and sound. But first, you need to try to survive this fight with the monster yourself. The mother grabbed him so tightly that it wasn't immediately clear what she would do next. But her back is quite flexible and will easily reach it even in this position. While the mother was distracted by the massacre of the poor fellow, our hero decided to take advantage of the situation. However, the crushing blow could not defeat the monster, but the goal was liberation. Rice thinks that if he can catch her, then the whole hive will definitely show up. He will be able to get honey wine, and he is 100% confident of his victory. All that remains is to figure out how to stop the hail of deadly attacks. If you don't use a crushing blow, the queen doesn't give you even a couple of seconds to catch your breath. But Rice's next blow hit the weak spot and the queen lost. It wasn't his fault, he got what he wanted in the end. Our hero received queen bee wings and 20 grams of honey wine for his victory. It turned out that this was a reward not for destroying the hive, but for defeating the boss, meaning the quest was completed. The guy thought that Rice intervened for his sake and began to thank him. But we know that. He offered to become gaming friends and promised to serve faithfully. And if friendship is refused, he is ready to serve as a butler. Our hero noticed that the guy was quite strong, but it looked like he had never participated in battles. And it seems he couldn't get rid of him. Raisa can't shake the feeling of being followed. In this game, you can meet a wide variety of people. Raising his head, our hero saw a tree he had never seen before. There are special fruits growing at the top that will surely be suitable as ingredients. It's good that you have the strength of a lizard to climb vertical surfaces. There was a secret item hidden at the top. This is egg mayonnaise to get the sauce you need to add sugar and salt to it. An unexpected and pleasant surprise. Since this is a game, everything is possible here. No matter how you look at it, virtual reality offers a wealth of possibilities in the culinary field. Every time it's hard to believe how well everything is calibrated, down to the smallest details. And in the city, the kitten is still waiting for Rice to return and fulfill his promise. The baby looks completely tired and doesn't move. Other users are worried that it would be too cruel if the cat died while waiting for a specific player. But suddenly they heard a notification that the quest had been completed. Rice got what he needed and returned. Although in reality, I was delayed because I was wandering around looking for egg mayonnaise. It's strange, of course, that the kitten asked for honey wine, but this is a game. The main thing is that the condition is met. Others were surprised and touched by what could be obtained from a kitten in advance. It turns out that the reward for completing the Tired Kitten quest is the kitten itself as a pet. I received a notification about the arrival of a pet, a mysterious kitten, and a request to give him a name. Nothing comes to mind for Rice since he has never had a pet. The cat meowed while our hero tried to come up with a name, so he came up with the idea to name him Meow. In addition, petting a kitten increases its health and satiety by 50 units. Other users are touched by the ending. The task was completed spectacularly, and the pet obeys its owner without question. Many people didn't know that in reality you can get your own pet. An admin entered the city and explained to them that in the game you can get a pet by completing a certain sequence of quests. Of course, you can just buy it, but that's not the only way to get it. In reality, there are no boundaries or limitations. You can follow your own path. This is the main difference between reality and other virtual games. You can try anything you want. To succeed in their game, you don't have to follow the generally accepted rules. Players began to take it apart because, indeed, if you take a closer look, the game is not designed for just hunting. If you search, you can find anything in the game, for example, arm wrestling or jumping from a rope. Rice's actions always change the worldview of users, and a girl from the development team would like to get to know him better. Our hero returned to the tavern to Roseland to start cooking. However, the woman completely forgot about him and did nothing. Judging by her emotions, you wouldn't even know she was a bot. Rice plans to make samgyeopsal with vegetable sauce and sandwiches from the meat of spotted pigs. Roseland doesn't have to hunt them herself in the future. She can buy meat from other users. But now is not the time to think about this. You need to concentrate on cooking. Our hero asked Roseland to fry 2 pieces of samgyeopsal. He told her how to do it and how to keep the meat juicy. He also asked not to forget about the vegetables. There shouldn't be any dirt on them, so they need to be washed well. Rice is used to his knife, so he feels a little uncomfortable using the new one. But he can use skills, although this is inappropriate in training, because Roseland will not be able to repeat them. She will be able to use the extract from soy flowers to prepare what our hero can. All that remains is to add the soy sauce and stir, and when finished, set the vegetables aside. But Roseland forgot something. She got distracted, and it was already time to turn the meat over. She was very pleased with the end result, and our hero received an achievement. And if you add vegetable sauce to samgyeopsal, you get the signature pork barbecue, bulgogi. Rice also has eggs and mayonnaise in stock. If you add salt and sugar to it, you get mayonnaise, and then mix it with honey and spread it on bread. The sandwich filling will consist of bulgogi and cucumber. As a result, the tavern's menu now includes twisted samgyeopsal, pork sandwiches, and juicy bulgogi. Table setting is also important because it pleases the eye. Now Roseland can try all of this. It will be her new dish, which is great news. Thanks to Rice, her abilities began to return. The villagers began to eat more varied food, forgetting about soup and bread. Therefore, this contribution of our hero will forever remain in the history of the village of Tarko. Meanwhile, the culinary god Michelin, having defeated the lizard princess, saw the name Rice. This is not the first time he has encountered this user's name, which fuels his interest. Like a wild animal, Michelin began to gnaw on the lizard carcass. Since the food is not cooked properly, the energy level increases by only 1%. He considers cooking a boring task, but he loves to eat. His profession is a gourmet. Rice wonders what kind of culinary god this is, and even suggested that there are deities in the game. But Roseland distracted him from his thoughts, wanting to give him a gift as a token of gratitude. The woman collected all the kitchen utensils she didn't use for him. Our hero will definitely not have it lying around idle. Now Roseland will need a lot of practice to properly serve customers. She also told Rice that all foreigners strive to defeat the demon that stole their knowledge. But our hero is only interested in cooking and searching for new interesting ingredients. After Rice left, Roseland's diner became an incredibly popular spot. People came to try the incredibly delicious samgyeopsal. But even in the game, you had to wait in line, which did not suit everyone. However, Roseland is now able to hire staff to help her get everything done. There were no problems with the supply of products, as users themselves brought them for sale. The dishes that Roseland prepared taste no different from those that Rice would have prepared. Since users do not gain weight in the game, they can enjoy their food to the fullest. Thanks to the diner, the village of Tarko began to come to life. Rice sometimes heard other users talking on the street. Those who were excited about the arrival of the chef bot and eager to try the new menu. Seeing how popular his dishes are, Rice recalls his days developing the restaurant's menu. Even so, the creation of the menu in the game was due to a combination of circumstances. The kitten fell asleep on our hero's head, and he didn't wake it up. In real life, Rice has never had a pet, so he has no idea what they are really like. If Meow is sleeping, maybe he himself could use some rest. But suddenly, an excited man ran towards Rice. In a panic, he clarified the name. He needed our hero. His name is Ferguson. He heard about it from Roseland and wants to ask for a favor. This man will give our hero a new task, which will be the next quest. When his father was young, he was a great warrior, but then he retired. For unknown reasons, he gradually lost his sense of taste and then completely lost this ability. After this, his father began to feel worse than during the war and started drinking. There is both a reward and a punishment for failing this quest. Although the requirements are too vague, Rice decided to decline, as now was not the right time to undertake such a task. Ferguson left very depressed, but said that if Rice changed his mind, he could come to the forge. Of all the tasks, this one was the most similar to his real-life story, which made him uncomfortable. But when he entered the store, he was distracted from these thoughts. The interior looked like it was taken from some movie, and the objects on the shelves looked like museum exhibits. They even sell Adara products here, signed by the creator. It looks like his gaming friend is also doing professional quests. Rice decided to take the gloves and cloak. If they were made by author, there was no doubt about the quality. He obtained the Attribute Understanding achievement by acquiring equipment to enhance his abilities. Equipment stats are now available, showing how useful the equipment is in a given situation. There were many more explanations of how it works, but Rice will soon forget anyway. He generally considered this achievement not particularly useful and moved on. Roseland continued to serve customers in her diner. Finally, Milena made it to the popular establishment in Tarko. Just as she was about to try the food, a familiar character sat down next to her. He once approached her with Rice. Such an unpleasant guy is hard to forget. He introduced himself as the king of cooking, bragged and acted very arrogantly. He also promised that he hadn't been following her. But there were too many coincidences. Find yourself by chance in the same place, order the same dish, and sit at the same table. There was something else he wanted to offer after they ate. However, surrounding users asked him to shut up. The culinary king suddenly remembered Rice. He was over the moon when he tried his chicken shashlik. This establishment proves that even an NPC chef can cook well. Food prepared by Rice would be tasty a priori since it is programmed by the game. Milena advised him to read the description of the dish he was eating, because it clearly stated that it was Rice's signature dish. It would be okay if it was just one dish, but they were all invented by Rice. This discovery disappointed the king of cooking, because he himself had not yet achieved anything. So this show-off who tried to compare himself to Rice was confused. His inflated self-esteem did not allow him to acknowledge the superior taste of the dishes prepared by his rival. On this day, our hero was so engrossed in playing that he didn't notice how morning had come. But before he goes to bed, he needs to eat first. In the game, he cooked and ate a lot, but since it was virtual reality, he still remained hungry. After playing for a long time, it is difficult to comprehend the real world. Everything he went through, all the experience he gained, it's just a virtual world, a game. Those smells and tastes, even the communication was not real. He cannot take it seriously. However, in the game, he can feel more than in life, so the game seems more real. And the gloomy reality is just a simulation. It's just the harsh truth of life. Here, he can't smell or taste. It is difficult for him to get used to this arrangement after he has experienced the possibilities that the virtual world offers. There's a small hope inside that he might even get a taste. and it's not at all clear whether this is worth expecting. Having lived through the food, our hero realized that nothing had changed. However, he really wanted to get cured. But of course, one desire is not capable of changing his situation. If you can't feel it, you can at least try to imagine how harmoniously the rice combines with other ingredients. Life is unfair because Iram worked so hard to become a chef. Previously, he was completely disappointed in life. Perhaps it was thanks to the game that he was able to cope with stress. In order to finish what he cooked with pleasure, he will try to imagine the taste. It won't be that difficult to do this, because he felt all of this just recently in virtual reality. This struggle makes Iram unhappy, but he can't give up so easily because he is a chef. Even though it was still early, he decided to go to a restaurant and try to cook different dishes. And at his previous place of work, there was a lot of bustle, and there were quite a lot of clients in the establishment. The staff barely have time to prepare everything and serve the customers. In addition, some people make comments about the orders received. It seems that the chef mixed up personal wishes. The kitchen is busy, and Mira has to serve the food herself. And because of the terrible character of the head of the kitchen, no one wants to work for them. She can't help but think that if Iram were here, everything would be better. Now our hero is in charge of the kitchen, and for him, this is a pleasant nostalgia. Although he lost his sense of taste, he was still able to return to work. Chief Lim was surprised to see him in the kitchen, as it was Iram's day off, but he decided to practice his cooking technique. The old man admires his diligence because there is no point in wasting time. He addresses our hero as Chief. No one has called him that for a long time. This makes Iram happier, and it also boosts his sagging self-esteem since he is the chef in this kitchen. Our hero put his thoughts aside and continued preparing the ingredients, while Chief Lim was busy with his own affairs. But then he called Iram to greet the guest. A nice old man came to see them. His name is Hilton. He is an old friend of the restaurant owner. Since the chef is in the kitchen, we might as well have a snack. Hilton hasn't eaten yet this morning, and since it's a restaurant, he has to make an order. He asked the chef to prepare his signature dish, but Iram had just started working there, so there was no such thing. Then the old man decided to order something special. As he aged, his taste buds became weaker. He is convinced that it is difficult for a young person to understand this when feelings become dulled. Just recently, when adding salt to a dish, Hilton could taste it, but now, even if he eats a spoonful of red pepper, nothing. He seems to understand that he is eating tasty food and can smell it, but his tongue refuses to recognize the taste. This is not typical for every elderly person. Such a case is rare. Although the old man misses the taste of buckwheat noodles that his late wife cooked. She often made noodles like this, regular soft noodles without pickled radish or sauce. However, the smell was so nice, and at the same time, there was something crunchy about those noodles. Since 40 years have passed, Hilton cannot remember the specifics of that dish. Our hero is 30 years old and the old man got married at 20, and at the same age they had children. When children appear, a man feels an incredible responsibility. When his wife cooked him noodles, he promised that their family would be happy and see the whole world. It was so presumptuous for a man who knew nothing about real life. That's how happily they lived. Their family was no different from others. All three of them enjoyed life together. But unfortunately, soon his wife left this world, probably because she was spinning like a squirrel in a wheel. Gradually, these memories fade into oblivion. Hilton no longer remembers what those noodles smelled and tasted like, and even if she asks her son, he won't remember either. Time takes away the most precious things, but maybe Iram can prepare something similar. Our hero wondered if it was possible for a dish to have neither sauce nor pickled radish. Chief Lim said that the chef could cook something else because his friend always behaved like that. But the thought of how to cook buckwheat noodles without any sauces, just like Hilton described, had already settled in Iram's head. He is sure that he has already prepared this dish. He just needs to remember. After thinking a little, our hero realized what he needed, and all the ingredients were at hand. After some time, he approached the table and announced that the special order had been completed. Buckwheat noodles with perilla oil. Although it was not his job, it was pleasant and not difficult to prepare. Chief Lim urged his friend to start eating quickly, as his new chef was a delicious cook. Hilton probably won't feel anything anyway, but he really appreciates Iram's efforts. Our hero listened to his boss's praise. What a wonderful selection of spices. What a pleasant texture. And the perilla oil couldn't have come at a better time. But when Lim asked his friend if he felt anything, I saw Hilton shaking and thought he didn't like it. However, he immediately remembered his youth, how he sat at the table with his wife. They had dinner and discussed his work and the proposal to move to another city. Back then, Hilton didn't care where he worked. He just wanted to be with his beloved. In a month, there was a vacation, and they were planning where they would go. It didn't matter at all where, as long as we spent time together. And then, as if he saw her ghost, his wife apologized for leaving first. She told him how she had always loved him, how happy she was that she had met him and built a family with him. His wife really regrets leaving him alone. However, it is unclear what she is asking for forgiveness for, and she cannot even return back. It doesn't matter whether he is young or old. She still loves him and will wait. It was a fleeting vision, and it's time to say goodbye again. Sitting at the table, he burst into tears like a child. He really liked the noodles. It was the best dish in the world. He thanked the chef. This was exactly the taste he had forgotten. He is sincerely grateful that he was able to try it again. After this, Hilton did not linger. He really wanted to see his son and have a drink together. Now he is Irim's debtor and will never forget it. Maybe for some it was just food, but for the old man, it was an opportunity to bring back memories. However, simple gratitude is enough for our hero. When Old Man Lim opened the restaurant, Hilton wondered if he could handle it. But now he sees that his friend was able to find a wonderful chef and will look forward to the opening. Irim was shocked to see the old man's car and security because he thought that he was looking at an ordinary farmer. In the game, Tarko Village is now overflowing with people, all thanks to Rice completing the diner's quest. The main thing is to have enough space for such a huge number of users. Their behavior is very similar to the behavior of people in line at popular restaurants in real life. The game administrator was curious about what was so special about those dishes, since the diner served regular samgyeopsal. She decided to go in and try it out herself. It looked pretty ordinary. It looked delicious when Rice made it, but it doesn't look so impressive now. When Rice created this dish, all the flavors were calculated to be in harmony. Among all the flavors, this user managed to create the perfect combination. It might just be a fashion trend, or it might actually be super delicious. You have to try it to find out. As soon as she took her first bite, she felt the perfect combination, chosen from among many other flavors. It's like a real samgyeopsal, even better than the real thing. The taste of juicy meat, crispy crust, and soft texture of fried pork. The girl is amazed, because their developments were not that deep. No matter how realistic the game is, at the end of the day, it is virtual reality. Before our hero could even blink, this place became incredibly popular. He feels a sense of nostalgia. His heart is pounding. Even though it's a game, this is the beginning of his confession. Rice also learned that if his dishes were sold at the diner, he could receive 10% of the proceeds from the sale. While he was gone, 55,500 won accumulated. Then the pet found him himself, and Rice almost forgot about him. While our hero was away, Meow collected a gift for him. 200 grams of gochujang, 200 grams of potato pancakes, 500 milliliters of vegetable oil. What could be better for the chef? Rice's love for the kitten is now even greater. Once he is registered in the game, virtual reality is a pleasure. Now you can relax and enjoy the wonderful painting. But he saw ahead the man who had approached him earlier, whose father had lost his sense of taste. And then he remembered Hilton, for whom food is an opportunity to bring back lost memories. Last time our hero refused the quest, but now he thought that perhaps this experience would be useful. Rice approached Mr. Ferguson and said that he would help his father cope with the problem. He was delighted, not expecting a change in his previous decision. Our hero explained his agreement by saying that he was not against gaining new experience. The two of them entered the blacksmith shop owned by Ferguson. It seems like the old man isn't particularly happy to see Rice after the demon appeared. All the cooks turned into idiots. But his son promised him that this user was from another area, he was not local, and was quite talented. After thinking for a moment, the old man asked our hero if he had heard of breaded fried chicken. This is a pretty popular dish in Korea, so Rice can easily prepare it. However, it does not have the required ingredient. The taste and texture will be different. But old man Fatu does not want to change his order. Local shops don't sell deep-frying dough. In addition, this ingredient cannot be obtained through the chef's blessing ability. For now, Rice will return to the rookie zone and get some chicken. Meow suddenly panicked, trying to get his owner's attention. But our hero didn't understand what had happened until he was almost hit by a huge bird. The mayonnaise bird smelled their eggs in his inventory and therefore recognized him as an enemy. They must have been looking for our hero all this time, but Rice won't run away this time. The bird spat mayonnaise at him like from a minigun. The weak points option is working, which means their rating is less than 2 stars. Our hero has every chance to defeat the monsters. One bird decided to try to ram again. At that moment, our hero jumped up to meet her, hoping to hit her weak spot. Well, he missed the opportunity to strike at a weak spot, and the crushing blow missed its target. If Rice falls again, he could get injured. Before the weak spot disappears, he must finish it all with one blow. You need to catch it before it falls, because these birds attack together. It's no joke. The weak point is within reach. We need to gather our strength and concentrate. Rice delivered a double blow, hitting both enemies at once, and he succeeded. The meat of this bird acquires the taste of chicken when cooked. Now our hero doesn't need to go to the beginner's area. The ingredients are in front of him. There was no condition that required the use of exclusively chicken meat. Back at Ferguson's house, he butchered the bird in the kitchen. Then I started preparing the marinade for the meat. It's good that they already have a lot of ingredients in their kitchen. They need to save money, because you never know when they'll need more. Rice threw in the ingredients and seasonings, hoping they would work together harmoniously. He managed to make soy sauce. By adding a few more ingredients and bringing it to a boil, he got garlic soy sauce. All this time, the old man was spying on him, telling his son that he was checking to see if the cook would send their food. Now that the sauce is ready, you can add the meat. It will take about 2 hours for it to soak well in the marinade. Our hero warned that he would leave and asked not to touch anything while he was gone. The old man suggested that he just rest here, but time is money. Besides, Rice has his own business in the village. While the meat is marinating, our hero decides to earn some extra money by selling food on the street. A crowd of people gathered in front of him, wanting to buy the incredibly tasty meat. Users recognized him, the chef who created the menu for the diner, but were unsure. There, Rice met his acquaintance as soon as Ather called his name out loud. Users began to bombard our hero with questions about how to get a diner named after them. Ather didn't like this. He started the conversation first and asked the others to ask their questions later. They bragged to each other about completing professional quests. Ather appreciated Rice's outfit and promised that next time he would do something even better. Our hero decided to give him the wings of a deadly bee. Maybe he could make something out of them. Ather already has a goal in his head. He needs 4 more pairs of wings and 400 grams of honey. I'll have to fight the deadly bee again. Rice said he would write as soon as he obtained the missing materials. During the time it stood, all 79 pieces of samgyeopsal were sold. There was only one thing left that he wanted to eat himself. But the culinary god Michelin found him and wanted to buy the last item. 80 pieces were sold, and now Rice's income is exactly 400,000 won. Our hero wished the stranger bon appetit and left. For Michelin, it was a waste of money, but he was interested in what Rice was doing. He always treated food as a way to satisfy his hunger. But when he tried this meat, he was stunned. In addition, after eating the delicious food, the monster's ability absorption increased by 3%. Before this, Michelin saw street food from another user. He pestered him to find out who was selling it, as he was looking for our hero. The guy replied that he had indeed bought it from Rice, the very same user who made the diner in Tarko famous. Thanks to the excellent food, Michelin's ratings increased by 3%, sparking even more interest. And our hero has been wandering for a long time in search of the most delicious honey. At the moment, he has 4 pairs of queen bee wings and 4 jars of honey wine, although he doesn't need it. The main problem in obtaining that honey, it seems, is to pay attention to the word delicious. Rice had already killed many bees, but still hadn't gotten any honey. He's heard many times that there's a forum in the game. He needs to try searching there. However, there is no information about this ingredient on the forum, although it is available for purchase. Eider won't be able to replace it. He'll need to find a way to get honey or create it himself. This is more difficult than the boss fight in the game. The girl who is constantly watching him is named Haeyeon, nicknamed Letitia. She's a member of the number 3 management team of the Korean server. Now 30 years old, she was noticed at an early age for her planning and systems building skills, and was eventually appointed head of production planning. 3 years later, all the previously existing systems were completely restored and re-equipped. And 4 years ago, after the unexpected death of her parents, she loaded herself with work. Haeyoung couldn't accept the fact that her parents were gone. She refused to believe it, and after their death, her life changed dramatically. At that time, many companies offered her favorable working conditions. But for her, the most important thing was to forget and not think about her grief. So she chose the gaming company Illusion. Illusion offered her to undertake a complete re-equipment of the world of reality. A lot of time and effort was spent, but this was exactly what she was looking for. However, no matter how much she tried to forget herself by working, her psychological problems did not leave her. Their team said goodbye to each other. The work was finished for today. Ha-young left the game. She needs to rest a little before checking on the events. You will then need to find out the characteristics of the professions and the data values, and double-check for any glitches or crashes in the system. The number of users is growing, which can cause configuration failures. There is pudding in her fridge. It is too sweet. Even the smell gives off a sweet taste. Yesterday, all day long, she ate only sushi. She hadn't eaten anything yet today, but she decided that pudding would be enough. Although the girl understands that she is hungry and needs to eat properly, Ha-young is worried about things like this again. Before, her mother always reminded her that she needed to eat, otherwise she would get sick. She felt sad that her parents could no longer enjoy food. Mom always said that when they were gone, no one else but Ha-young herself would take care of her health. While she didn't have a job yet, her parents fed her themselves and asked her not to spend money on food. The girl felt sad and lonely from the realization that no one would take care of her. The mother didn't want her daughter to live such a life. Ha-young has very serious eating problems. She opened this pudding, but she can't eat it. Suddenly, the girl remembered how deliciously Rice ate in the game. He seemed so happy and contented. Ha-yeon began to persuade herself to eat just one spoon. The next day, our hero found Otter. He got everything he needed, 4 pairs of wings, and created 400 grams of delicious honey himself. After thinking for a bit, Rice mixed regular honey and honey wine, and after several attempts to guess the proportions, he got it right. Otter wouldn't have even thought of this. He tried to find the information on the forums himself. A little later, the queen bee's cloak was ready. It is resistant to heat and cold. And when falling from a height, hovering in the air is activated, and defense is also increased by 40 and other characteristics by 10. Otter is pleased with his work. This cloak suits Rice very well. But I completely forgot that I had hunted spotted pigs before. A new wave came running to crush the hunter. Our hero didn't have time to react, and they knocked him down. There were too many pigs, so Otter said that he couldn't help Rice and suggested that he get out of there as quickly as possible. He used the multi-hit skill. It was the first time Otter had done it, but it turned out pretty well. However, the pigs had already almost pushed our hero off the high ravine. It was just in time that Rice put on his new coat. Otter shouted that he just needed to straighten it out. Considering that this game is as realistic as possible, our hero experienced incredible emotions from hovering in the air. However, Otter forgot to tell him how to land afterwards. Seeing our hero flying through the sky, other users couldn't figure out if there was something similar in the inventory store. They can't see the nickname, don't understand whether it's a player or a bot, started to make guesses. Maybe he's a magician, but no one has heard of such a profession. Our hero didn't like being constantly recognized, so on Otter's advice, he hid his name. And now it's time to land. But our hero hasn't even figured out where. But if he continues to hover, he might end up God knows where. He saw Ferguson's blacksmith shop. He could land there. But first he needed to figure out how to reduce altitude. Rice thought to himself that perhaps a voice command would work. Suddenly the command began and the cloak stopped holding him in the air. So it's enough to just think about it. You don't necessarily have to say it out loud. Lately, our hero is constantly doomed to fall and get injured every time he finds himself in battle, and now he falls again. Rice said he would return as soon as he sorted out his affairs. However, instead, it falls from the sky and destroys the old man's house. Besides, is it really that hard to cook just one chicken? Maybe Rice is just a scammer. Ferguson came running to the noise and saw a dump and a hole in the roof. All this is unimportant. Now it is more important to find out how long the chicken was marinated. Quite a long time passed, a whole 12 hours. Because this is a game, time feels different here than in real life. If 12 hours have passed, it should be marinated sufficiently. You need to remove the meat from the marinade. If the seasonings are not enough, you can add salt to the finished dish. You don't even need water for this. Just coat the meat evenly with cornstarch. Our hero hasn't made courage for quite some time. When he worked as a chef, he often used this technique with leftover food. All that's left is to fry the meat. If the temperature is too high, it will burn on the outside but not be cooked through on the inside. However, if the temperature is too low, the chicken will absorb the oil and become too greasy. The optimal temperature is 175 degrees. Then it will turn out perfect. You just need to throw the deep-fried chicken into the oil. Also, you need to make sure that there is no oil left, otherwise it will turn out too greasy. Therefore, you need to get rid of it so as not to spoil the taste. Rice asked Ferguson to pour him a glass of beer too. A little later, they set the table and sat down to try what they had. Our hero also made a sauce for the chicken, to which he added honey and lemon juice. No matter how long it has been since Rice has eaten courage, No matter how much time has passed, the taste of the chicken is always amazing. The old man took the first piece, expecting nothing from it, but the taste brought back memories for him too. He remembered his last battle before retirement. It was the siege of Valangre. He remembered how he fought with the enemy, with a sword and shield. He remembered how he was a captain, how he had a hammer and was strong. Both the captain and the enemy were determined. They had something in common. Well, suddenly duck faces appeared from under the enemy's helmet. These were the memories he had forgotten. His precious memories of his wife came first. The old man was such a fool, he forgot those precious moments. He ate everything completely, but didn't react at all. Rice thought that it didn't work because he didn't use chicken. He thought he hadn't completed the task since the exclamation mark above his head still hadn't disappeared. But suddenly the old man thanked him for the food and put a glass of beer in front of him. He said that some of his lost memories had returned to him. After the demon's attack, most people lost their memories. They forgot not only about culture, but also about their important memories. At that time, it was important to find the key to restoring memories. And this dish turned out to be that key. The devil who stole memories and culture, our hero begins to understand what this game is about. The key to memories turned out to be food. Perhaps this varies depending on the profession. Chicken Courage also brought back memories for Ferguson, who remembered his mother cooking it. Our hero became curious about where Mr. Fatu's wife had gone, and he learned that she had died a year ago. Previously, the old man often brought home poultry mayonnaise, and his wife cooked dishes from it. It was very tasty. But when his wife passed away, he couldn't replicate that taste, no matter what he tried. Despite his failed attempts, it allowed him and his son to remember her, at least until the devil deprived people of memories and culture. One might say that the devil deprived them of painful memories, but it is impossible to enjoy a false life. After his story, the old man suddenly said that it was time to get their family heirloom, a comrade who was always with Fatu during the days of battle, to the comrade who saved his life countless times. The path an old man has traveled will not disappear if he loses a material reminder. This sword is made from an unknown ore, leonium, light and powerful, with high durability. Although Rice's profession involves cooking, he understands how valuable it is. The old man suggested talking less and simply drawing the sword. Then he suggested giving it a name from the new owner. Since this item is now connected to Rice, it needs to be done. Our hero decided to call it the Bone Sword, which turned out well since this sword has broken many bones. And if Rice needs his sword sharpened, he can always come to Ferguson's forge. Our hero thanked us for such a wonderful gift. He was also allowed to take a few spices from the kitchen with him. The owners eat out more often anyway. Thanks to Rice, Ferguson and Fatu were able to move on with their lives, forgetting what had tormented them in the past. Fatu decided to take up brewing, something his wife had previously enjoyed. Alcohol brings people a lot of joy. Rice was able to bring happiness back to the village of Tarko, and his efforts remain etched in its history. Tarko's development is almost complete. Many residents now recognize Rice, which will allow him to buy the necessary items more profitably. Before Rice left, he decided to give him something else. The old man brought a whole barrel of alcohol. Drinking alcohol increases attack power, but dulls other stats, so it's best to drink it at leisure. They wished each other good luck and said goodbye. Now our hero also has a desire to organize his own business. As he approached Roseland's diner, Rice was surprised at how much it had expanded. The long line didn't want to let him go ahead, but a bot came up and let him past the disgruntled crowd. He told them that this user was fit to be a deputy. Everyone in the establishment was greedily gorging themselves on his food. But to his own surprise, he saw Milena there as a waitress. How she ended up here is a long story. Now she works here part-time. Our hero thought about it. It seemed strange to him that Milena was working part-time in the game. But this also has its advantages. She can save up and buy high-quality equipment. Rice even got some fans, one of whom joyfully rushed at him. It is very tactless to cuddle up to a complete stranger. The stranger apologized and introduced himself. His name is Manco. He wonders if Rice will make a new menu before going somewhere else. Even Milena became interested in what kind of person this was. The bots standing behind him stood up to hurry him, as they needed to go to Marina's hideout. Manhwa was the first to receive the extermination quest. Milena read about it, and it was the first time she saw bots helping complete the quest. Unexpectedly, he offered our hero to go with him. Since this was a task for the fighter profession, he would be able to join it. But Rice refused, which upset his fan, who thought it would be fun to go on the road with such a star. It turns out that Manco has been rejected for the 4th time already. No one wants to go with him. He began to pour out his soul to our hero about how he almost stopped playing. But after trying Rice's food, he continued. Visitors around began to comment that the more people participate in the quest, the more difficult it becomes. A real headache. Rewards are given specifically to fighters, and if the profession does not match, then you receive a regular recharge. Rice left the village of Tarko, surrounded by a magnificent landscape. The kitten also appreciated nature. Now Meow doesn't sit on Rice's head, but walks confidently on his own. Everyone says there's a lot of freedom of action in this game, but our hero still faces limitations in what he wants to do. Roseland said that in their village they don't rent out premises to wanderers because they often cheat the residents. It's probably the same in other villages. If you think about it, it's no wonder what kind of player would treat bots well. This game recreates bugs incredibly realistically. Our hero was scared for nothing, they made them so big. Another user is hunting a monster called a wind jumper. His attack power is quite impressive. However, these bugs easily knocked the guy off his feet. Rice suggested that they possessed magic. But be that as it may, he was not going to eat the grasshoppers. He was not a fan of fried insects. A large bird flew up from behind, but the kitten repelled the attack. Our hero had no idea that Meow could fight. Thanks to the pet stopping the bird, Rice was able to react in time. But she threw the kitten aside. Of course, our hero had prepared the loot. The dish is cooked perfectly only if the oil shines evenly over the entire surface. The pet also wants to try the delicious food. They both enjoyed the tender texture of the meat and the taste of butter in their mouths. Without waiting for Rice to share, Meow took everything into his paws. In real life, cats can't eat samgyeopsal, but in virtual reality, it's probably fine. Rice has a wild desire to eat until he's out of the game. While he was eating, Manhwa, whom he had met at the diner, came up from behind. He was going to go on a quest, but first he wanted to find at least one companion. Unable to find anyone, Manhwa made another attempt to attract Rice, but was again refused. The bots started teasing him, suggesting he change his profession and ridiculing his behavior. With this attitude, he won't be able to clear even the first part of the dungeon where Marina lives. After all, before you get to the boss, you need to fight blue crabs and electric shrimps. Our hero has already forgotten the taste of crabs, lobsters, and shrimp, which are also used as ingredients. This attracted Rice so much that he decided to change his mind and join. Manhwa was very happy and announced the immediate departure of the target, Marina, a witch who steals children to test her dark spells on them. Until recently, she hid her true identity under the guise of a friendly neighbor and lived in the village of Tarko. When people found out who she really was, the witch fled. Count Beatley, alarmed by the fact that the witch was in the dungeon located very close by, brought this problem to public notice. Manhwa can't take his eyes off Rice's adorable kitten. He reaches out to pet him. However, Meow seems to be quite devoted and does not tolerate other people's attention. Rice tried to explain to his pet that he was a friend, but it seemed too late. They went to the dungeon. The surrounding area was quite peaceful, despite the fact that a witch lived nearby. On the road, Manhwa discussed grasshoppers with our hero. They use magic, although it seemed that there was none in the game. None of them can say for sure, but they have not encountered any professions related to magic. Seeing a rooster in front of him that was higher level than the one in the beginner's area, Rice immediately became interested in what it tasted like. He asked everyone to take a short break to hunt. Bots are required to help users. These monsters are aggressive, so they decided to attack first. One of them warned that 2 more would appear by 9 o'clock. There was nothing to be done. They went on the attack anyway. And our hero stood to the side, not understanding what to do. The bots took everything into their own hands. This is the first time Rice has seen NPCs fight, and they are even better than he expected. And from behind, he is protected by Manko, who is also not a weakling. He promised Rice that he could protect him, but his words backfired on our hero. The bots even thought that this cook didn't know how to fight. Our hero went on a quest with a team for the first time, which is why he was a little confused. The bots simply abandoned the defeated birds on the ground. It's clear why they don't need meat. On the outside, they look no different from those Rice fought before. The meat is probably as dense as Korean chicken. I can't wait to try it. But first, we need to deal with them. Having obtained the chicken meat and cut it up, they continued on their way to Marina's cave. Even the entrance is decorated. It's clear that people live here, but maybe it's a trap or she's just showing off. Judging by the current situation, it looks like they are alone here. Before going inside, the bots suggested taking a break. This way, everyone can prepare and eat, but the only food they have is dried meat. It's impossible to buy anything at the diner because they don't have takeout food, and there's a huge line. But our hero didn't have time to get tired of it. He hadn't tasted dried meat for a long time, but Manhwa remembered that the man who created the dishes in the diner was now sitting next to them. So he was asked to cook something tasty for his team. Our hero thought that now was not the best time for cooking. But there's no way out. The team is already in anticipation. And Meow made it clear that he was also expecting something tasty. We need to cook something interesting, but Rice doesn't want fried food anymore. Looking around, he saw some brightly colored berries that caught his attention. Looking closer, he recognized ginseng, but he wasn't sure. He dug it up, he recognized it for sure, now he can cook something. Seeing such joyful emotions, the team is even more intrigued. I like to let the chicken carcass cook on the fire. Then you need to put 10 Chinese dates, and then add some green onions. He added some garlic he took from Mr. Fatu's kitchen, and then fresh ginseng. The team surrounded him, unable to resist the delicious aroma. Rice preparing samgyetang. The boys will have to wait a whole hour before eating. They were a little indignant, but they had no choice. A little later, everyone gathered around the pot to see what had happened. Within an hour, the team was completely exhausted from waiting. Under the lid, they saw the most delicious samgyetang, which, when eaten, adds 50% satiety. In Korea, this dish is eaten during the peak of the heat, but this samgyetang is still delicious. Our hero put everything into bowls with broth and distributed it to the guys. This is the first time the bots have seen something like this. It looks like boiled chicken. The meat is incredibly soft, with a simultaneously tender and dense texture. The smells of cooked vegetables and meat combined into one, and the food also gave the feeling of gaining a lot of strength. A rich taste that can be felt from the first spoon. They will never forget this taste. Manhwa didn't even think that he would eat samgyetang in the game. And Rice himself is incredibly happy. After losing his taste, every dish appears to him in a new way. The time he made bulgogi, he had to replace a lot of the ingredients. Now everything is prepared with the necessary products. A light chicken broth with tender meat, yet with a vibrant flavor of ginseng, dates, and garlic. This is the very taste that our hero had long forgotten. Previously, he exceeded all expectations of his team, a real engine of the game. They never could have imagined that chicken broth with meat could be so good. Additionally, when the bots enjoyed the food, their approval of our hero increased. And Meow's affection increased by 100. Now the pet has reached level 3. When a pet levels up, its abilities also increase. The kitten also received a new skill, hissing, which activates the ability to frighten the enemy and the chance of petrification from fright for 2 seconds. Manhwa is very jealous of Rice and wants to have a kitten too. You need to be careful in the marina area. Many wanderers who arrived in the dungeon lost already at the first stage. While no one was around, Manhwa decided to chat with Rice about developing his characteristics. In addition to those that increase as you complete quests, there are also those that increase when fighting monsters. Our hero has never thought about this and doesn't understand at all how it works. The bots interrupted their chatter, as the monsters that inhabited this place were nothing compared to those they had encountered before. This is where the cutter crab's territory begins, so you need to be on your guard. There is water inside the dungeon, but for some reason it smells like the ocean. Suddenly, a blue crab jumped out at our hero. The kitten managed to sense the danger in advance, but Rice didn't have time to understand. Manhwa repelled the attack, thus saving our hero. He also has the skill of striking blow. The rest of the team also prepared for battle. Blue crabs, camouflaged under the water, surrounded them on all sides. In addition, they can also move on land, so you need to look in all directions. Rice's pet is quite agile and will be a good support in such a situation. Meow tried to attack the enemy by sneaking up from behind. His shell is too strong for the kitten's small claws. Meow flew to the side. Rice immediately rushed towards him. This sight also angered Manhwa. The only thing our hero can do is scold the pet for exposing himself to such danger here. And his comrade rushed to take revenge for the attack on the cat, the most terrible of all sins. In battle, Manhwa looks impressive. His abilities are well developed. The attacks have high speed and destructive power. But the enemy wins in numbers, and our hero rushed to cover his comrade from behind. In Marina's dungeon, you need to be constantly on guard, as many users lose at the very beginning. Besides the witch herself, there are many other different monsters living here. As luck would have it, Reese received a magnificent sword as a gift after completing Ferguson's quest. The impact even left Rice's hands numb. The crab's shells are so strong. Although it was necessary to add complexity, why did the developers make everything so realistic? Rice should take advantage of basic attacks to boost his stats. The more you fight, the stronger the attack. The more you defend, the stronger the defense. Since that's the case, you should try fighting without any special skills, even though it won't be easy. The pet also does not intend to sit on the sidelines. Meow recently leveled up and gained a new ability that can help him in battle. The hiss was activated. The enemy got scared. This gives a couple of seconds of freezing, after which the pet jumps to the side and gives its owner the opportunity to attack. Rice will chop them up no matter what. They are blue crabs. As soon as the crabs were dealt with, a new enemy appeared in sight. Thunder shrimp fly inside water droplets and strike with lightning. So Jail reminded his comrades to be careful and remember to dodge. However, immediately after this, almost the entire team got into trouble. After releasing the energy, the shrimp are exhausted. This is the best time to strike back. Rice, along with his comrades, will turn them into dried seafood. Our hero began to kill monsters one after another, using only a basic attack. After the defeat, the crabs and shrimps became normal size. Apparently, they were under the influence of the witch's spell. Be that as it may, they received the most delicious food. Rice began to collect the spoils. The NPCs were surprised that the chef turned out to be quite good in combat. It was dangerous even for professionals like them. Manhwa took this as an insult to Rice, but the bots didn't say anything bad. While the others are chatting, our hero has almost cleaned the ingredients. He was going to cook crabs and shrimps. First of all, Rice started preparing marinated crabs. This is Manhwa's favorite food. He assumed that Rice cooks in real life too, since his food looks excellent. Our hero confirmed that he works in a field related to cooking. Manhwa began to pry out the name of the establishment, wanting to visit it, but Rice cannot tell it yet. But now he will prepare the most delicious marinated crabs. They say that only seasoned gourmets snack on crabs in restaurants that serve spare ribs. Tender crabs marinated with the perfect amount of spices and salt are a real treat, and a bowl of rice is a must. Unexpectedly for everyone, Karen has some rice with her. She keeps it with her just in case. With it, if necessary, she can make a simple paella, an unusual choice of dish. Rice decided that he should also cook this later. Manhwa suddenly felt proud of the bot who had come up with the idea to make paella. But be that as it may, Karen is waiting for Mr. Rice's dish. It feels like all they do is eat while they're on this quest. But even if that were the case, they wouldn't go hungry just because Rice wanted to try some crab. Rick also decided to express his opinion on this matter. He doesn't have high hopes for what our hero is preparing. To have fine equipment and at the same time eat raw crabs is to be a barbarian. Raw crabs are hardly tasty and they smell fishy. Rick doesn't want to eat it, fearing that there might be some kind of infection in them. But no matter how he said it, Mr. Rice would never have fed them any kind of junk. Even in virtual reality, crabs in a spicy marinade are incredibly delicious. Our hero, ignoring their argument, said that the rice was ready and they could start with it. The rice looks amazing. It's been a long time since Rice ate regular white rice. Paired with spicy crabs, it will be incredibly delicious. Almost the entire team is glad that they can start eating. Our hero decided to start by explaining how to eat them properly. He showed how to hold them and suck the meat out of the shell. Fresh crabs in a spicy marinade are especially good because the meat acquires a sweet and spicy flavor. He felt exactly the taste he expected, the freshness of the sea. A delightful blend of spicy marinade and sweet meat. He even began to forget the taste of such dishes that made him want even more rice. That's right, the best combination with white rice. When you eat such a dish, every grain of rice becomes precious. Rick, sitting to the side, watched with what appetite they ate them. When raw, the crabs had a fishy smell. He can't believe it's so delicious. Apparently, he made a mistake. Unable to resist, Rick nevertheless approached his comrades. He didn't even have to say anything. Our hero himself handed him the crabs and offered to try them. This increased Rick's favor. Our hero said it was time to rinse his mouth. This is called sunnyun, a drink made from narunja boiled with water. Manhwa couldn't imagine that he would drink sunnyun in the game after a heavy meal. Besides this, our hero also had beer in his inventory, which Fatu gave him. After this, Rick, Karen, and Jail's favor towards Rice increased. This is happiness, but it's time to move on. However, you need to be careful, because the enemy may appear unexpectedly, which is exactly what happened very soon. A new wave of crabs and shrimp attacked them. To increase his defense, Rice must take damage, although he himself is not very sure of this. Besides, it is painful to take blows on himself. One blow sent our hero flying backwards and skidding across the ground. Rick immediately rushed to help. I don't understand his actions. Meow immediately climbed onto his chest. Rice thought that the kitten was worried about him. However, the pet began to massage it with its paws, thereby improving its health. Our hero distracts his team with unpredictable actions. But despite this, they continue to fight. Rice ran towards them, relying on his pet's skill. But he forgot about the thunder shrimp and immediately received a discharge. Although immediately after that, he received an increase in defense by 1. Bots don't understand how one can laugh when one is on the verge of death. You never know what a person will turn out to be like. Overall, it seems the level is complete. Everyone has worked hard and it's time to move on. After walking a little, they saw a sign on the wall asking if they had eaten well. From now on, stronger monsters will appear on their way, so they need to stop laughing and making noise. The enemy didn't keep us waiting. This time it was something inedible. They were attacked by a huge teddy bear. If Rice experiments with attacks, he could lose his life. A scary rabbit, just as plush and huge, attacked him from behind. They can't understand why the hell toys are attacking them in the cave. Manko promised to make sure that not a single hair fell from our hero's head. Although I have never encountered such monsters before, it will help. First, you need to understand how they attack. The toys are quite fast and agile, making it difficult to dodge their attacks. Having missed only one blow, Manhwa went flying. The enemy is too agile and they are programmed to have too much speed. Without special skills, it will be impossible to win. It is worth trying weak points. The rabbit's head has a spot that has been highlighted, but we still need to get to it. Even though Rice can see where to aim, he barely blocks the blows with his shield. The bots asked Manhwa and Rice to step back and not interfere as it was too dangerous. But while they were chatting, they missed the teddy bear's blow. Too fast, even though our hero sees a weak spot, he can't strike. You need to calculate the timing, movement, left-right. Rice thought he had timed his attack just right, but the rabbit deftly dodged his blow and everything he had planned went wrong. While Rice was dodging the rabbit, his agility increased by 1 point. Even in this situation, he is glad that his characteristics have increased. At this point, Manko came to his senses. Even though the overgrown rabbit didn't even think that he could knock him out with such a blow. He is convinced that he will cope with this rag. It will be much easier than with shrimp. Bots that previously worried about users cannot deny that they now need help. But they forgot that besides them, Karen was still in the ranks. She delivered her strongest blow to the teddy bear. You can't joke around with a woman like that. Our hero suggested that Manko try to attack simultaneously. They both launched a devastating blow, hitting the target right on target. Once the enemy was defeated, he also turned into a small, ordinary toy. It looks like they were also bewitched by the witch Marina. This quest turned out to be more difficult than Rice initially thought. Karen decided that this could be given to her niece as a battle trophy. But who knows? Maybe there was some magic left on them. The team moved on, wanting to see what guise she would hide under. And finally, they came to Marina's shelter. This place has an eerie atmosphere. Surprisingly, this is also part of the cave. The inscription on the wall appeared in front of them again. It says on it that the witch hopes that her guests arrived without problems. Crazy. And then she spoke to them personally. By asking why they came to her, it is possible to find the children. The witch continued to seek an answer to her question. However, if they really came for the children, then nothing can be done since she killed them long ago. Manhwa was the first to rush at her, but the witch didn't even move. Many tried to bring her down. They accused her, just like people who came from another world. However, the crushing blow did not cause any damage. It passed right through, as if there was a ghost in front of him. With just a wave of her hand, the witch threw Manko back. His comrades immediately rushed to help. They need to come up with something urgently, and they need to be careful with Marina's magic. Jane warned everyone not to let their guard down, but he himself immediately fell into her net. The witch entangled him with her hair and dragged him towards her. Our hero doesn't see any weak spots, which could mean the enemy is level 3. For now, he can only use this skill on level 1 and 2 enemies. Since she doesn't have a soul, there might not be any weak spots either, but there must be one, and we need to find it immediately. Rick also fell into her trap. He started screaming and asking Rice for help. Unexpectedly for himself, our hero finally saw her weak spot. He couldn't find it before because it wasn't where he was looking. There must be a reason why it is in the wall. It needs to be attacked. And the witch continues to arrogantly mock the people who came, not believing that they could defeat her. Meow also wants to help. Rice asked him to use his healing skill on Manhwa. Nothing ventured, Rice rushed into the attack, and the pet at this time carries out his orders. Our hero ran into her nets. Now there is no way back. The witch promises that if they want to return, it will only be as corpses. Marina is very strong, But while the bots distract her, our hero has a chance. No man can escape this fate. Although the witch was very confident in herself, she could not even imagine what would happen next. She saw how Rice did not attack her, but ran past. Of course, she understood where he was heading. Marina tried to stop him, but Manhwa parried the blow. He was able to get up thanks to the cat, so he can take on the witch, and Rice can do what he planned. She is trying to mislead. I assure you that they will not succeed no matter how hard they try, which certainly confirms the correctness of our hero's plan. First, you need to destroy the cross hanging on the wall. But to everyone's surprise, there was another cave hidden behind the cross. The hair that had enveloped the bots no longer pulled at their bodies. And in the cave that Rice discovered, there is a tomb. There is a woman lying on it. It is obviously the body of the dead Marina. The body and the ghost emit completely different energies. Immediately, the witch turned into an enraged monster. Her game name has changed. Now she is signed as the soul of Marina. It's not just a corpse. If it were, there would be no need to guard it with magic. Whatever it is somehow connected to her soul. It's a boss fight where you have to find a hidden riddle, which is why it was so challenging for everyone. While Manhwa tries to hold off the witch so that Rice can figure her out. It doesn't look like the woman is just sleeping. Perhaps the body needs to be cut up. We need to decide quickly what to do. Otherwise, our allies won't be able to hold off the monster for long. After all, her attacks became much more bloodthirsty. Even after thinking it through, it was still unclear what he was doing. So Rice decided to just try everything. Marina's soul has already reached Karen, promising that no one will leave here alive. Instead of her dead children, she will joyfully listen to their cries, a feeling indescribable in life. But she didn't have time to cripple Karen, as our hero pierced her heart with his body. The witch froze, as if awakening from a spell. Rice shouted to his comrades to attack, because it was not because of the bug, but because he hit the corpse. They only have one chance to strike. Manhwa was able to find the right time and attack the boss. Time is running out. The woman's body repels the blows. But now it won't work. Manhwa must run away quickly. If things go this far, they might actually die. Rice needs to come up with something urgently. Our hero tried to strike again. The witch's ghost froze again in the same position. Manhwa decided that this was great. He could try to strike again. However, she managed to come to her senses and dodge. The witch pushed Manhwa away and rushed to defend her body. It seems this is because our hero has aimed his sword at where her end awaits. She tried to grab Rice and throw him out of the room. But our hero also has something in store for him. He threw a bag of poison at the witch. This caused damage to her, and overall, Marina's life bar was almost depleted. Rice had to deal the final blow. He hit the witch straight in the heart. At that moment, a bright light illuminated the cave and a strong wave passed from the tomb. It must be all over with Marina now. The evil part of her dissolved in the wind. The flash blew her away like smoke. The quest to conquer Marina's refuge is complete, and our hero can't even believe it worked. It turned out that last year, when she was still human, a monstrous plague swept through the village. It was so severe that even healthy adults could not overcome the disease, and it took the lives of many children. The pain of losing your children is far greater than the consequences of the most severe disasters. The inhabitants were overcome with grief, and many people died then, following their children. And those who remained turned into hermits. She could not remain sane watching this. That's why I became a witch to save them, so that the residents would have someone to blame and live on thanks to hatred. As expected, the villagers were furious and thirsty for revenge, which allowed them to move on with their lives. However, Marina, having become their enemy, was forced to flee and is now truly dead. Manhwa gained a new skill, earth-splitting. The reward for completing the quest also included in-game money, experience points, and the status of a witch hunter. He thanked our hero, because without him, they would not have managed. Jail congratulated Manhwa. He defended his title as a fighter, and also defeated the witch, a true warrior. And the bots themselves did a pretty good job, although they were annoying at first. While the others celebrate their victory, Rice ponders what is happening. Until now, whenever he defeated enemies, the situation either changed or disappeared altogether. Marina is crying. The body is still there. It is unlikely that she should just be left. Reality is not such a simple game. He noticed a ring on her neck with another name written on the back. This name, Eliza, is probably somehow connected with Marina. It definitely sounds like a person's name. There must be some meaning behind it. He decided, instead of guessing, to ask the witch herself if she knew a person with that name. By asking this question, Rice received a secret quest, the indignation of Marina, To complete it, he needed to calm the soul of the witch. And if you fail this quest, all stats will be permanently reduced by 5 points. The witch changed her appearance again. She began to talk about what Eliza loved in her last moments. Marina turned into a witch after experiencing the grief of losing her own daughter, who died of an illness. The witch, blaming herself and longing for her daughter, could not calm down because of her indignation. We need to let Marina's soul calm down so that she doesn't turn into a witch. Unlike other quests, this one has a time limit. Suddenly, Manhwa rushed at her, using his new skill, Earth Split. It was so unexpected that our hero didn't have time to do anything. The witch easily repelled the attack, as if it were a worthless bug flying past. Manhwa doesn't understand why she became invincible, because he thought the quest was complete. And then Rice realized that Manko could not see this quest. It was probably a secret quest specifically for our hero. However, despite this, he cannot even choose whether to start it or not. In addition, there is also a penalty for failure to complete it, a loss of 5 points for each characteristic. After moving a little further, a notification window appeared in front of Rice, informing him that he had found a special quest item. Suddenly, he saw fresh tomatoes under his feet. For some reason, he hadn't noticed them before. And besides, there is fresh basil growing next to them. Rice saw a sign next to the vegetables that said she had actually enjoyed the food. Manhwa and the others had already begun to say goodbye to life, not hoping to defeat the enemy. Manhwa hoped that our hero still had extra buffs, but when he turned around, he was puzzled to see what he was cooking. This puzzled not only him, but also his other comrades. First, Rice began blanching the tomatoes, making sure not to over-blanch them, otherwise they would turn out too watery. Then he added the meat of horned chickens, garlic, ginger, and black pepper to make a broth. Once the tomatoes have cooled, it's time to peel them. Everything turned out great, just the right texture and temperature. Manhwa suggested that Rice stop cooking and at least try wrestling a little, but he didn't even realize that our hero had discovered something else in this quest. However, Rice only told him that there was seafood soup in front of him. He asked Manko to help him a little. The Matter's Indignation secret quest will end in 45 minutes. If our hero is not mistaken, the reason he keeps finding ingredients is because that the secret quest can only be accepted by those who were able to notice Eliza's existence. So this is the only thing Rice is capable of right now. After all, Marina and Eliza loved this soup with shrimp and blue crab so much, and our hero prepared it for Eliza. He has only one try to complete this quest. Right now, he will find out whether he understood his task correctly. The witch rushed towards him at full speed, but seeing a plate of soup in front of her, she stopped. There are 30 seconds left until the end of the quest. Marina took a spoonful of soup at the last second and burst into tears. This is the taste of the same soup that she once ate with her daughter. Eliza kept telling her mother that this was her favorite dish and asked her to cook it more often. Marina practiced cooking delicious food for her daughter, and she promised to cook for her when she grew up. Having come to her senses, the spirit did not understand what she was doing. She began to repeat how sorry she was. She completely forgot about her daughter, so she asks for forgiveness. Eliza must be waiting for her in heaven while she's wasting her time here. Marina thanked Rice for helping her bring back memories of Eliza. The tomato soup with seafood was delicious, just like her daughter liked it. Now nothing holds her in this cave. She's no longer a witch. Our hero completed the secret quest of Marina's Indignation. He did this and received a cash reward, as well as plus 100 mana. He unlocked achievements and received a 10-point increase to all stats. Now she has definitely disappeared. They won thanks to Rice. And besides, it looks like our hero has developed magical powers. Now he can create a small flame whenever he wants. It consumes 10 mana per second. Few people in the game have encountered magic, including Manhwa, but it seems that the rewards from the secret quests are insanely good. Rice saw that he could also change the caliber, but he didn't yet understand how it all worked. He decided to try to send the light flying. And in the end, I found out that I received a rather powerful attack as a reward. He was also given a frost shield, an item created by a wizard. It increases defense by 30, gives 20 water and the freezing skill. Manhwa is stunned. Now his friend has received fire and ice magic. It's incredible. And Jael, Karen, and Rick are not actually real warriors, but knights of Count Beatley. They are alive thanks to Rice and Manhwa, and if they are in Luvarn, they will gladly welcome them there. Thanks to Rice, Marina got rid of her resentment and went to the afterlife with peace of mind. Perhaps now she will meet her beloved daughter and finally find happiness. The rewards obtained in the secret quest were recorded in the historical chronicles. Rice's popularity also grew. He contributed to the pacification of the village of Tarko, and now most of the villagers recognize him. Irim got too carried away again when he exited the game and saw that it was dark outside the window. It's 1 o'clock in the morning, he's hungry, he needs something to eat. Today, he wanted to order home delivery, and it's good that there's a 24-hour restaurant near his house. He can't taste or smell it, but he hasn't eaten jjajangmyeon for a long time. He decided to try to imagine the taste again so that he could eat it. As soon as our hero leaves the game, he feels pathetic and insecure. But after some time of enjoying the flavors in the game, it became easier for him to imagine them in real life. This time, he even experiences pleasant sensations. He felt they added too much onion to the sauce. The sweet smell is too strong. If you added less, it would be perfect. Irim didn't immediately realize while he was reasoning that he could smell. It wasn't quite clear yet, just for a moment, but he felt it. After he lost his sense of smell, he tried his best to reconstruct them in his memory. He tried many things, even chewing raw garlic, but still couldn't feel anything. With each new attempt came greater despair. He even thought that his imagination had become so vivid that it was a hallucination. But that's not the point. He really does smell the oil. He really can smell things. Irim was very happy that he could now feel at least something, and continued eating with pleasure. If his sense of smell has been restored, then perhaps he will soon sense taste as well. He definitely had a chance, albeit a small one. The oil and sweet and sour smell of tangsuyuk pleases his nose. Although my sense of smell has not fully recovered, it is still easier to perceive food. And it's more enjoyable to eat food with pleasure not only in the game. Meanwhile, Mira was lying at home, scrolling through a gaming forum where Manko was bragging about completing a quest with Morena. Many were surprised because no one could get through it before, and everyone thought that the witch's health did not decrease even if you hit her with all your strength. He also didn't forget to mention Rice during his boasting about his ability to see weak spots. And then Adder flew into the chat, said that he knew our hero and made equipment for him. Sinky also boasted about his acquaintance, saying that Rice looks strange, but his strength in battle is amazing. Even a fan of his, whom we met once, was delighted with this achievement. Mira also wants to leave some kind of comment, to write something, to make it look like they know each other. She wrote that she had known Rice since the time when he was selling chicken kebabs. Mira doesn't want anyone to see her interest in him. They never went on missions together. And they only spent time together when he was selling food, but still, it was just a game. Her grandfather came into her room to find out why she was still awake so late. He asked her about work, to which she replied that everything was fine, although there had been few visitors lately, so it was boring. This place is not very popular and the menu is probably not very impressive. Grandfather told her that he tried a special dish from one chef, although he had no appetite at all. However, the cook told him that food is something that you also feed your eyes and nose with, and that it awakens memories. Mira, inspired by such a warm review, also wanted to try the food of this incredible chef. Grandfather promised to take her there next time. She doesn't work tomorrow, so he asked her to help him with something. The next day, Mira and her grandfather went to the exhibition hall. The food photos hanging on the walls look even better than they do in real life, she says. However, something unfortunate happened. The food for the event was not yet ready. Recently, employees went to a banquet during a business trip and got food poisoning, so they are closed today. The exhibition is just opening, and this is a problem. An artist who uses food in his work is hosting a banquet at his exhibitions. To satisfy not only the eyes but also the mouth, however, it is no longer possible to serve food from delivery. At that moment, Hilton received a call from his friend Lim. He told him about his problem, that there was no food at the exhibition. Lim was also planning to go to the exhibition. His friend is presenting his new works, and besides, he knew that there would be a banquet. Now I'll just have to admire the paintings. I don't have time to hire a new organization. Lim, by the way, opened his own restaurant, so it won't be difficult for him to help with the food. Today is a lucky day for Mira, according to her grandfather. A new chef is coming to cook for their exhibition. It's the man he told her about last night. Hilton informed his subordinate that he needed to find 2 assistants for the kitchen. However, his granddaughter volunteered to help with this. She asked to bring clothes and an apron so that they could change. Her grandfather had been unable to taste for a long time. This was the first time in a long time that he had said that food tasted good to him. She's excited to meet the new chef and glad that there's someone like Rice in real life too. When Mira is enthusiastic, she reminds Hilton of her father. A little later, Old Man Lim drove up to the exhibition building, of course taking our hero with him. This is their first event before opening the restaurant. Irim is fully prepared and will do everything in his power. He saw a huge building in front of him, and he didn't even suspect that Mr. Hilton was drawing. The old man suggests that our hero has often been to such places, because who could not notice such a nugget? In the past, Irim was invited to off-site banquets a couple of times, and he even took part in competitions and television programs. The problem is that a lot of water has flowed under the bridge since then, but he sees it as a self-test before the opening. At the same time, Mira received help. Even though Isabel had a day off today, she couldn't help but come to the rescue. They have known each other for a long time. Mira told her colleague a lot about her grandfather. He thanked her for coming to help, despite it being her day off. The assistant came over to tell Hilton that his friend and the chef had already arrived. Mira looked out curiously to see who would enter this room. However, she did not expect to see Irim at all. And he too, actually. Mira never treated our hero with disdain, but she didn't expect him to be such an amazing cook. They came to hold an off-site banquet even though they weren't even open. Another restaurant wouldn't have done that. Our hero greeted Mira. Hilton didn't expect that his granddaughter was already acquainted with Irim. She said that she came to help her grandfather with the exhibition. Old Man Lim finds Mira's face familiar, to which our hero reminds him that they worked together at the diner. Suddenly, it turned out that everyone knew each other. Old Man Lim decided to go check on the situation in the kitchen, and the young people already had plenty to talk about. Mira told our hero that he disappointed her. He thought it was because he didn't tell about his new job. That's not the point. But Mira decided to take a promise from him. She wants them to communicate informally, on a first-name basis. And when everything is over, he will have to cook something tasty. The conditions did not sound very onerous, so our hero agreed. Now it's time to get ready for the workday. After some time, there were plates of makoksu on the table. The piquancy and aroma of perilla oil create a wonderful assemblage that will leave you wanting another bowl. This exhibition also has its discerning guests, who come to enjoy the paintings and the banquet table. The exhibition has a special charm, but Daewon doesn't know much about the different types of noodles. He knows jangchikuksu, but he doesn't know what makuksu is. He also wanted to see a more beautiful table, but the appearance of the noodles was not impressive. However, when he tasted it, he felt it was perfect. A refreshing, unobtrusive taste and an incredible aroma. He never thought that noodles could be so delicious. However, even here his behavior confused those around him. But attention shifted to another guest who attracted attention. Eric came to the gallery. This man composes music. True, after he tried the noodles, it turned out that his delight was not much quieter than Devon's. The food turned out to be so delicious that he began to compose music right there in the room. He handed the dishes to Hilton's assistant, asking him to wash them, ignoring the fact that they were disposable. If you think about it, he hasn't gone anywhere for a long time. Since he started playing all day long, he lost track of time. Eric is a hitmaker and a genius composer in the pop music industry. Despite his overwhelming influence in the music scene, he has recently become addicted to VR reality games. Makoksu was delicious, but he wasn't full yet, so he decided to head straight to the snack bar in Tarko Village. He immediately ran home to log into the game, voicing his thoughts so loudly that he distracted the customers. Later in the evening, Irim's former boss was drinking in his diner. In front of him, he turned on the cooking show Cooking at Home, whose main character is a chef with multiple awards. He talked about winning 29 out of 30 competitions. In one of the competitions, he took second place, and that was the last time. He did not take part in them anymore. The diner manager would like to know where they find all these cooks, although they still would never have gotten involved with such a small eatery. He drinks in anticipation of the tragic end of his business. Sales have fallen by half. The TV show chef goes on to say that 10 years have passed since then. The presenter began asking who could defeat such a great chef. After that incident, he moderated his pride. He doesn't remember the person's name, but he remembers the name of the Korean cuisine competition, The World. And then the director thought about it and remembered that this was in Irim's resume. In his kitchen worked a man who had won a battle with the greatest chefs in the country. After the exhibition ended, our hero went to have a beer with his former colleagues. Irim had a tough day, having to do almost all the work in the kitchen, but he's not complaining. Besides, it wasn't that tiring for him thanks to these two. They were brought their order, pizza with pepperoni and shrimp. They hadn't eaten pizza for a long time, and it turned out to be bigger than they thought. It looked very appetizing, and Irim smelled the heated oil and piping hot dough. They are barely perceptible, but he can smell them. Last time he didn't imagine it. He was so distracted by the smell that Mira had to tell him to eat quickly or it would get cold. Bringing the pizza to his nose, he became even more aware of the faint scent of mozzarella. Since he has learned to smell, He can more easily imagine the taste of food based on the texture of good quality pepperoni. The meat flavor seems to be quite rich as well. The shrimp platter seems simple but still has a seafood flavor. And broccoli has a slight bitterness, and the sense of smell is gradually restored. Mira couldn't take her eyes off the way Irim ate. Even when he drinks, she is attracted to the way he enjoys food. However, his former colleagues are curious why he got a job as a kitchen assistant if he is such a wonderful chef. Based on their observations, Irim is much more skilled than Devon. Our hero told them that a year ago he lost his sense of taste and smell, and this was the reason for the closure of his restaurant. He still has no sense of taste, but something good happened recently. He still can't believe it. It seems like it's just his imagination. Just a little, but it seems he started recognizing smells a couple of days ago. The sense of smell is gradually returning, and perhaps taste will return very soon. Even if he can't taste right now, the ability to smell will allow him to always remain a chef. That evening, while playing the game, he discovered a new location, the Badran Plains, and the city of Lubarton. It turned out that he was already quite famous there as the conqueror of the Marina Cave. Rumors of what happened in the cave spread far and wide, but the old man wondered what such a man was doing there. This place also has its own history. Their lands have lost fertility because of the demon, to such an extent that not even weeds grow there. Now the townspeople are fed only thanks to the cave of aid to the hungry. It seems the old man is referring to the harvest in reserve. Rice decided to look at the information on the forum, where they write that this is a nasty place. The mood is somehow hostile, and only players with lucrative offers can benefit from it. But it also said that you could get a quest from a bot with green hair. After walking around the area for a bit, Rice found him sitting at the entrance to an empty cave. There were also other users around who had come to complete a group quest. To complete this task, you need to assemble a team of 10 people. Some people complain that they can't skip the backstory. They already understand everything and want to go inside. The bot didn't mind. The players had one goal: to take care of the boss at the end of the cave. With a snap of his finger, the green-haired boy opened the entrance to the cave for them, right at their feet. Rocks and dust flew towards the players. The condition of the group quest, Desolate Cave, is to find the boss, Giant Harvest. The reward will be all the items obtained in the cave. The one who deals the most damage to the boss will receive everything. With a crazy look, the bot left a hint that instead of checking every nook and cranny, it's better to look at the whole picture. Only then can you achieve the real prize. Mira and Isabel were discussing Iram's history in the chat. They didn't even think that he had so much experience behind him. The girls think he's amazing, always so modest, but he gives his all to cooking. Isabel wrote that she liked Irim and also said that Mira seemed to like him. The girl began to deny it. He's just a nice and quiet guy who doesn't care about anything except cooking. Why would she like such a boring guy? And if she doesn't, why would she react so violently? And by the way, she already wrote a message to our hero in which she offered to date. I just didn't dare send it. And Rice walks through the empty cave along with the users who came to complete the quest. One of them ordered the others not to let down their guard and to follow him, because anything could happen at any moment. They discussed the fact that, although the quest is a group quest, one player can take all the loot. So far, no one sees Rice as a rival. He just walks alongside and chews dried meat. They reached a place that looked like a checkpoint. It's not clear yet what will happen here. It's too early for the boss. The self-proclaimed leader led the team across the bridge, so to speak. But it collapsed under their feet, and they all fell into a deep pit. Their fall was softened by the water, after which they climbed out onto dry land. But our hero found some positives in this. He saw arugula at the bottom of the hole. 12 arugula were added to the general inventory. But the others were not happy and asked Rice not to collect anything suspicious, so as not to cause problems later. One of the users was suddenly attacked by a potato out of the darkness. With one blow, she knocked down the player. He is still alive, but he needs help. The others hadn't had time to do anything yet, but the potato killed the player with its second blow. It turned out that when one of the players dies, his inventory is transferred to the general one. The leader ordered everyone to prepare for battle, all fighters to stand forward. Others came for the potatoes. The leader goes first. He will strike, and then it is the turn of the others when he gives the signal. Our hero is not going to stand aside either. He took out his sword and shield. The potatoes turned out to be not only strong, but also quite fast. In addition, they are quite dexterous. The slightest mistake can cost you your life. Our hero used the weak spot skill. There was no way around it in this situation. Red targets lit up on the monsters' foreheads. After which, Rice began to eliminate the enemy one by one with a devastating blow. And of course, Meow is covering him from behind. Our hero decided to take some damage to increase his defense. The leader said that there was a way to go up, showed the direction, and told us to move slowly in that direction. Rice was also personally asked not to collect everything in sight, since no one understands why people collect useless potatoes. Suddenly, a carrot mage and a corn swordsman appeared. The leader thought these names were ridiculous. The developers could have come up with something better. But despite their ridiculous names, their strength is far from ridiculous. In addition, they work in a coordinated manner. While the mage attacks from one side, the swordsman attacks from the other. This is starting to get really annoying. The user who decided to lead the others is far from weak. He used his skill, his discharge, to get out of an awkward situation. After the blow, the corn swordsman lost his corn. And our hero, sincerely asking for forgiveness, ran to collect it quickly. After they dealt with the monsters, everyone took out the snacks they bought from the Tarko City snack bar from their inventory. No one even realizes that Rice, who prepared all those dishes, is sitting right in front of them. And the leader believes that Rice is a high-ranking player and dreams of someone so famous playing with them. He decided to break the halt and move on. Users discussed their desires among themselves. They too would like to become famous players. Walking forward, the leader found the path he had seen when they fell. In front of them, they saw the record, the best damage dealt. Manhwa, this is the name of the #1 player who recently completed the quest. And our hero is already familiar with him. It looks like he cleared this place. This small hummock, from which the axe was sticking out, suddenly rushed upward. The boss of this dungeon appeared in front of them. His name is a huge sewing. The leader ordered the ranged players to target the arms and legs, while the melee players and tanks attacked the body and head. While everyone rushed to attack, our hero snacked on chicken shashlik and a combat egg, which gives him 5 more attacks for 10 minutes. He consumed enough chicken, causing his strength to increase, his attack power to reach 183. His entire team rushed to attack, but the enormous sewing scattered them in all directions. It's not yet clear how to kill such a giant, but the leader is at least trying to knock him down. However, his strength is not enough to do this. The monster pinned him to the ground with his huge hand, and with his other hand, he was about to strike him with his fist. But our hero arrived in time, using his recently acquired frost magic. This stopped the blow and distracted the boss for a while. The leader did not understand what had happened. The earthen flesh in front of him suddenly froze. Our hero used the sword to defeat the enemy. Nobody expected anything from him, and now they are wondering what kind of person this is in front of them. Moreover, few people saw magic in the game, which is even more surprising. The leader didn't pay attention to him because he was constantly collecting grass, but perhaps he was a high-ranking player. The huge crop suffered damage, but the blow was not fatal. The leader ordered everyone to attack because the monster was almost collapsed, but the rest just watched. Maybe they are afraid to die, or maybe they were too distracted by watching Rice fight. Our hero used fire magic for his next attack. However, the monster grabbed the player lying at its feet and placed him directly under attack. But it was no longer possible to stop the attack. Fortunately, it did not kill the ally. The weak spot ability showed our hero that he needed to aim for the forehead. Using a devastating blow, our hero knocked down a huge crop. The collected items were sent to Rice. Besides the food he collected, there was also a wind necklace, a dagger, and a fishing kit. Now, in that spot where Manhwa's name used to be, Rice is listed as the one who caused the most damage. Everyone was surprised to learn his name, and the leader realized that the chef from the Tarko village snack bar was also good on the battlefield. They started to mock the Aegis. He gave orders, but in the end, it turned out that he was nobody compared to Rice. Our hero heard this conversation behind his back and felt uncomfortable. A whole conflict broke out there. Although the mocking player is right, this does not give him the right to say so, since he himself did nothing. However, the user he attacked turned out to be hot-tempered and did not tolerate it. He started beating him in front of everyone. At that moment, he killed another player and became a killer, for which he received a debuff. He hasn't been a PC player for a long time. He became so heated that he continued arguing with Rice. In his opinion, he fought, and all the laurels went to our hero. Although Rice doesn't understand what's going on at all. He didn't kill him now, probably understanding that he won't succeed. But he promised that he would do it the next time they met. Our hero has never met such crazy users. On his way out, Rice met the bot named Paddle again. He completed the quest and took with him the hoe sticking out of the golem's head. But Paddle told him that it was not a golem. It was strange that the user thought so. There are no golems in the cave. The others are wrong. The bot wished Rice good luck in the future and advised him to pay attention to the big monsters first in any dungeon. It seems like Paddle has some kind of magical power related to plants. As soon as he struck the ground with his hoe, the lifeless desert changed its landscape. With the devil's rise to power, the plain of plenty turned into a wasteland. Thanks to the power of the hoe of Paddle, the guardian of the plains, the land became green again. Our hero earned an achievement for completing 5 story-driven quests and received the title of He Who Goes First. He managed to help the mistress of the forest with revenge, become a mentor for Rosalind, complete the quest Lost Taste, free Marina, and go through the cave of aid to the starving. On the street, Rice met his fan. His nickname is Courageous King, whom they had already met. He invited him to come with him. Our hero agreed, but he didn't feel particularly happy. The Courageous King also found himself in the Badron Plains. On the way, he saw Rice and decided to approach him. In the game, the Courageous King's profession is a farmer. He considered it requiring strength and composure, so he chose it. Unlike him, our hero has it all simpler. He just loves to cook. They went to a local establishment in Lubarton to talk over food, but it turned out that they only served vegetables there. With the appearance of the devil, all the cattle ran away, but it is surprising how the cook was able to get so fat on vegetables. They were presented with an offer to take part in a group quest. The Courageous King had never seen anything like it before. Rice went to his friends list to see who else was available to complete this quest together. Ader is doing something else, although perhaps the Courageous King also has someone in mind. In the real world, it's opening day for the restaurant where Irem works. It seemed that more advertising was needed. Chief Lim offered our hero a drink of watermelon punch. Although it was working hours, there was no one there, and the old man decided that there was no point in waiting. Our hero almost agreed, but then Mira called him. She decided to find out if they had any free tables so she could come with her colleagues. Irem of course agreed and said that they would wait for them. The first visitors will come to the corporate dinner, which seems wonderful. However, Mira's colleagues are part of his previous work, which he left not very peacefully. Chef and Devon will probably be with her. After some time, they reach the restaurant. Mira and Isabel assess the interior. Chief Lim had already met the girls at her grandfather's event. Devon and the boss followed them in. Devon didn't say hello. He was talking on the phone with his girlfriend, promising to sit for a while and not drink. At this time, Irem was in the kitchen preparing the dishes they had ordered. He felt out of place and didn't want to cross paths with his former inadequate boss again. The chef tried the makuksu and was absolutely delighted. He never thought that noodles with perilla oil could taste so good. Mira was not mistaken. She highly praised this place to her colleagues. But Devon assessed it as ordinary. In his opinion, you can buy it in any store. Mira sarcastically praised him for his deep knowledge of cooking, ridiculing his bragging. Afterwards, Devon himself offered everyone a drink, although he had recently told his girlfriend that he wouldn't. Once they had finished eating and drinking, Devon suggested that they always come to this place for corporate events, to which the chef agreed. He had never eaten a more delicious makuksu. Mira reminded him that a couple of days ago he went to an exhibition and ate makuksa with perilla oil there. Having received rave reviews, Chief Lim decided to introduce the chef to his first guests. Devon wanted to meet him since the exhibition. He wanted to see who this man was. After all, a fisherman sees another fisherman from afar. They are, after all, colleagues, and both are quite talented in his opinion. However, Devon was shocked when the chef came out to him, and our hero greeted his former boss without enthusiasm. Devon was speechless. If he had known that Iron had prepared everything, he would not have praised it on principle. Of course, he still tried to make everything seem ordinary in his words, but he still noted the excellent work of the cook. But the chef felt like a fool, because such a wonderful cook worked for him only as an assistant. He couldn't even imagine that he would meet him here. The girls, trying to get under Devon's skin, told him that Irem had previously been a chef, and in a large restaurant at that. But he didn't lose his composure and demanded proof. Devon keeps trying to catch Irem in something, but our hero has no intention of proving anything to him at all. Besides, what's the point of someone so talented working part-time in a bistro and then quitting at the slightest dissatisfaction? It's a loser's mindset, and Devon believes the position was a perfect fit for Irem. Our hero didn't understand what he was getting at all, and Devon decided to base his humiliation on the fact that there were no customers in the restaurant. He admitted that the noodles were tasty, but even a part-time worker could easily make them if given the recipe. Mira wanted Devon to know his place, but she didn't expect the insults to start again. Devon continued to chatter. implying that Irim had quit in the most disgusting way possible to take the chance to become a chef. Our hero spoke up. He apologized for leaving so unexpectedly. He assured that he had never even thought of such a thing when he worked at the bistro. Besides, he didn't boast about his past achievements or act arrogant, no matter whether Devon believed him or not. But no matter what he says, Devon still feels like the boss. He called Irim a bastard who cowardly ran away and became a chef by chance. Our hero barely restrains himself from saying anything. His food is still delicious because that's why Devon is so angry. But even these words did not calm his arrogance and conflictual nature. He spat demonstratively into the plate, trying to humiliate our hero. He pointed out that artificial flavors had been added to the food, but if it weren't for the corporate event, he wouldn't have even looked at the food. But this time, Irim's boss is more caring and not as indifferent as the last one. He slammed the table right next to Devon, shutting him up and scaring him. This old man has an interesting past and a lively character. He will not tolerate such visitors, even if they are the only ones that day. Devon didn't think he would be kicked out. He began to talk about his consumer rights and the responsibilities of the establishment's employees. However, this restaurant does not want to see such guests. They should resign for insulting the precious chef and for failing to observe the most basic rules of decency. The bistro chef apologized for the terrible behavior of his employee, but Chief Lim did not continue to investigate. He let the guests go and wished them good luck. The girls also apologized for making a fuss and praised Irim. His food was delicious as always. Our hero and the old man held their smiles until the very end, and as soon as the guests were out of sight, they breathed a sigh of relief. They didn't earn that much. It is unlikely that this amount will be able to cover the costs of food. Devon is such a young guy, but he has a terrible character. He drove the old man crazy. It's amazing that Irim worked under him. They are as different as heaven and earth. And from now on, our hero will work harder. The old man suggested working together as long as possible. Arriving home, our hero again entered virtual reality. Now, in place of the desert, a deciduous forest has appeared. Rice wanted to see what else had changed, but another user called him from behind the tree. He said he was hunting mini cows and there were dead bodies everywhere. He asked for help removing them. Our hero was immediately seduced by the opportunity to collect beef. But as they went further, they did not meet any cows. This user was talking trash to Rice, and then he got hit on the head from behind. It was a trap set especially for him. He was lured deeper into the forest by the player with whom they had been on the dungeon quest, the same one who had promised to meet again. He is embittered that he was left with nothing and that he was kicked out of the game. He tells his new comrades that our hero has dealt the final blow and taken the prize. The guy invited him to join their team and cook. Another liked the idea. Then Rice would be able to do whatever he wanted because games are designed to relieve stress. They think it's fun to be on the dark side, killing people and then robbing them. Rice struggled to his feet and made it clear that he was not interested in the proposal. So the enemy decided to simply kill him and take his things. Before he could finish speaking, Carl lost his head and left the game. Help came from an unexpected place. The culinary god Michelin saw them by chance, although he hoped that the enemy would be stronger. All the words he heard sounded stupid, except for the silver-haired guy. Rice thought his face looked familiar and remembered selling him food. The killer was angry that an outsider interfered in their business. Moreover, he bloodthirstily killed his henchman. Michelin didn't respond. He simply went towards his opponent. Knowing full well that this is a game, he bravely endures pain, which makes him a difficult opponent. In addition, he greatly increased his character's physical strength. Michelin ignored pleas for mercy, and he hit him pretty good in the face. So arrogant, but in reality a common weakling. It turns out that Michelin saved Rice, and he had already come up with a reward for his help. The culinary god has 2 cuts of beef with him, and our hero must cook them. Rice decided to make some delicious kalbitim out of them. This is beef ribs stewed with vegetables and sauce, a dish served on special occasions. And in the game, you can increase your stats with the help of tasty food. What attracted the culinary god besides the magnificent taste? It's been a while since our hero has eaten kalbitim, a Swedish spicy aroma, the taste of soft, lean meat. Michelin also liked the dish and ate it as if enchanted. The meat was stewed so well that there was nothing left on the bones. They decided to mix the remaining broth with rice, and it all starts to resemble mukbang. However, at the moment, our hero is more interested not in the food, but in who is sitting in front of him. Perhaps this man was following him, and this is not the first time they have met. While this may not be a big deal, Michelin is not doing anything wrong. While eating the food, the culinary god is happy that he helped Rice. After finishing dinner, he improved his absorption skills. Michelin wanted to add our hero as a friend and also gave him a gift as a memento of their friendship. Spirit fruit, one of the fruits that spirits feed on. If other living beings eat it, they will die. It's a reward for an achievement. The culinary god won't be able to eat it anyway. And at the next meeting, Michelin suggested dropping formalities. Friends didn't need that. His in-game profession is a gourmet, someone who understands the intricacies of food. Afterwards, our hero went to the city to assemble a team for a group quest. He sent out requests and waited in place for them to get to him. Arthur met Rice's new friend. He noticed that he came home after working in the field. Together they will embark on a group quest. Moist's reckless request. The carpenter and farmer must collect 100 trees of the world. The architect and the craftsman must build a corral from the trees of the world, and the hunter and the chef must find and bring 50 domestic animals. This quest suits them perfectly. It seems that only users of certain professions can complete it. It doesn't sound that difficult, you just need to build a pen. It seems they can split up and each of them will complete their part of the task. It would of course be better for the king to stay with his idol, but separately they would cope faster. First, the courageous king will find the trees of peace and collect them. As soon as Ada receives the materials, he will begin building the enclosure. And our hero will go check every corner of the map in search of local wildlife. As we already know, there are a lot of mini cows in this area. Our hero will have no problem going alone. He has encountered monsters even worse than these. He will definitely cope with mini cows. Because the guys split up, they will probably complete the quest soon. And our hero just needs to do his part. First, he found a herd of mini cows and began to breed them, using both normal and special attacks. While doing this, he will collect a decent amount of beef in his inventory. Fatu's sword helps him with this. It seems he got the achievement killer. The conditions for obtaining it are to kill more than 1,000 monsters. He also received a second skill. His strike became 1 rank higher. There were no more cows left in the field, but another interesting animal appeared before his eyes. Most likely this is one of the escaped animals. We need to catch her quickly before she escapes. But it will be difficult, because as soon as Rice touched her with his hands, something strange happened. The sheep itself was as inviolable as smoke, but a whole flock appeared before him. It seems his task will not be as easy as he thought. Looking around, he saw other livestock and birds in the field. You only need to bring 50 animals. We need to think. There must be some way other than violence. Using the chef's eye, Rice saw that the pig had escaped, unaware of how scary the world around him was. Now she is so hungry that she will follow anyone who feeds her. This must apply to other animals too. He has quite a bit of arugula in his inventory, and the fresh greens have a slight sweetness. First, you need to prepare it by rinsing it with water. Then take the ingredients for the topping. Our hero took out for the first time the new knife that was given to him at the forge, although it is a little different from what he uses in life. His skill is sufficient to deftly work with the new tool. After adding a little salt to the onion, you can begin frying it. When it becomes translucent, add the tomatoes. Next comes the dough. It's already mixed. All that's left is to knead it a little by hand. Typically, 500 grams of flour requires 5 grams of yeast, 200 grams of salt, and 400 grams of water. But since this is a game, we can skip the details. It's time to roll out the dough. Rice did quite well. It looks like he hasn't lost his skills after all. He spins it to remove the remaining flour, but it keeps getting bigger and bigger. In this case, you can make a huge pizza out of it. Spread the sauce over the dough and bake it. Fire magic will help him bake such a large dish. He has no choice since there is no oven. The result was a large pizza with arugula, bon appetit, little animals. You can do this in the game, but in real life you should never feed pizza to animals. The guards near the city began to panic when they saw something on the horizon. Like a cataclysm, a huge cloud of dust is approaching the city. Also running among the crowd of animals is Boss, the daddy bull, the leader of the mini cows, quite a terrible one. It's probably worth figuring out how to stop them eventually, otherwise our hero might get hurt. The guards are at a loss and don't know what to do. We need to take care to drive them in. We need to make a decision on further actions quickly. But Adder and the courageous king came to the rescue and stopped the bull daddy. Rice led a herd of animals to the city, but was unable to tame the bull daddy. Fortunately, his comrades did so and prevented destruction in the city. All that remains is to take the cattle to the pen built by Ather. If there are 50 heads, the quest will be completed. Just in case, our hero decided to count them. Together with the bird, it turned out to be exactly 50, exactly as many as required. While he was counting them, His comrades became worried that there would not be enough. But everything is clear. They got it done pretty quickly and you can go get your reward. Chef Moist was delighted to see all his animals alive and well. Now he can really develop his diner. The reward was the receipt of quests for all participants according to their occupation. The men, Gosham and Bane, approached his diner, happy that the cattle had returned. A local carpenter asked the courageous king to teach him how to process the wood of the peace tree. A local architect asked Adder to share his knowledge and show what other projects he had worked on. And Meow grew up. The boys went to complete the quests they had received related to their professions. And our hero received a quest from the chef. He needs to teach Moist to cook more than one meat dish. While he was thinking about what to add to the menu, the old man suggested something to eat. In the same city, another user, whom we already know, sells food. However, his clients are unhappy that they have to wait a long time. A girl standing in line received a message from a friend related to rice. Her boyfriend hadn't yet tried the food prepared by our hero, and now there was an opportunity to fix that. They refused the order, because Rice's food would be 100 times tastier than regular chicken kebabs. This name haunts this chef not only in the game, but also in real life, which is very annoying. Moista's eatery now has a couple of Korean meat dishes, stews, and spicy chicken on its menu. The owner of the eatery is delighted, and if you try the rogue with rice, it will be much tastier. As a reward, Rice received a set of intermediate-level cooking tools and money. Moist also gave him his family heirloom, the perfume recipes. An amazing coincidence. Now our hero will be able to cook the fruit the gourmet gave him. Thanks to Rice, the people of Badran can once again enjoy the taste of meat, and Michelin's interest has increased. He was picked up on the street by a bunch of users asking him to sell them something to try. However, Rice upset them by saying that he no longer cooks. Some even abandoned their assignments in order to have time to meet him. A disgruntled chef who had lost customers came up from behind and asked me to cook for him, as all that was needed was frying. He asked him not to act like he was worth anything if he had boring skills, and to come down to earth. And in the game, there was an unpleasant person, as if Devon was missing in the real world. People around didn't expect that the kindest Rice had haters, although they didn't realize that he was an envious person. However, our hero did not shy away from the conflict and did not remain silent this time. He suggested that we decide right now whether everyone is capable of cooking or not. A culinary competition broke out between them. Hater is confident in himself. He decided that Rice was simply hoping for a refusal. With over 10 years of experience as a chef, he believes he will make Rice pay for his arrogance. Although he doesn't even believe that real skills can matter in the game. Other players will judge them. After trying both dishes, they will say which is better. Hater also feels superior because from their first meeting, all he did was cook kebabs, while Rice cooked everything. However, just by the judges' reactions, one can guess who will win. Hater's kebabs received dry comments. But Rice's kebabs cannot be described in words. It is a taste that is felt by all the receptors. Users started whispering among themselves that Rice was amazing and that the blonde guy had disgraced himself. The taste of their dishes is like heaven and earth. But since Rice won anyway, the king of Korean cuisine asked him to tell him the secret of cooking. Our hero replied that it was all in his hands and wished the hater to study harder, which made the blonde even more angry. Some of the game administrators stayed late that day to watch. The boss and one of his subordinates, who has a day off tomorrow, decided it was time to rest. Letitia said she was watching user videos, but her colleague thought she was watching Rice. It made her a little uneasy, but today she really does watch others. For the players who have the highest chance of reaching the main quest. A month has passed since the game opened, and there is already a huge difference between the players, especially in recent days. At the moment, Michelin has a high chance with his ability to absorb powers by devouring monsters. But the closest to success was made by a user with the nickname Uga Jaga, a player who is unusual in his own right. He is only interested in completing quests and expanding the map. He successfully completed the Red Flute quest in the west of Badran. He was almost finished with the legendary quest given by the devil. Her colleague didn't know about it, but in general, it's difficult to learn all the storylines. Letitia also sent a gift to her grandfather, who was like a respected teacher to her when she was a child, if only he could figure out how to use it. After completing the last quest, Rice began to be recognized more on the streets. Even a cat has to fight off unwanted hands reaching out to pet him. Our hero came in to play quietly, but now it gets a lot of attention and noise around it. Suddenly, Rice received a notification that the god of celebrity Oscar was interested in him. And then another thing, the culinary god is not happy that Oscar is interested in Rice. Our hero received an offer to change his profession to celebrity, but then his previous one will be deleted. After the refusal, Oscar lost interest. But the culinary god's interest increased by 50%. The god of cooking granted Rice the skill of cooking. Our hero thought he had already passed the rookie stage, but it looks like he still has a lot to learn. It might be worth trying different things. On the street, a user was shouting out in search of a comrade to conquer the 1,000-year-old castle ruins. There was only one spot left. But people were choosing quests like weekend cocktails, and he couldn't find a warrior. It's not clear what to do because their team can't handle it with just 3 of them. Just then, Rice came up. Although he was not a warrior, he would gladly take part in the conquest of the ruins. Even after learning that he was a willing cook, the user quickly gave up, even though they were looking for a warrior. Rice was taken to stand aside and prepare food. Our hero accepted the offer to participate in the quest, even though the reward was worthless. These ruins have been conquered by gremlins who have invaded and caused a stir. The weather is cold. All the warriors have prepared potions for battle. They don't understand why their leader took a cook with him on such a mission, but he replies that it was to prepare food. While the others walked forward and chatted, Rice felt a stretch under his feet. He noticed her late, so he didn't have time to step over or stop his foot. Immediately after the trap was triggered, a huge axe flew out from the side, and gremlins attacked from all sides. The humanoid monsters are quite strong and incredibly agile, but they attack directly, so our hero easily used fire magic. The leader is also fighting, but his team has cowardly cowered in a corner. They saw a gremlin in real life for the first time and were scared. Useless fools, the leader turned around to check if the cook was safe. I didn't expect to see him in battle at all, unlike the warriors who turned out to be useless. Rice does a great job, even though it's not an easy fight. However, now his comrades need his other strength, because the other participants are in poor condition. Since they are newbies, they were knocked out by the sight of the monsters and need to prepare something to restore their energy. Our hero wanted to try this himself. He activated his new ability, Kitchen. This ability allows you to always have an entire kitchen with you. After activating the ability, the room came together around them like a puzzle. The leader was surprised that it was magic. Here is the divine power bestowed by the god of cooking. Now our hero can literally make an entire kitchen appear. Rice began preparing food. His temporary allies stand aside and wonder what kind of dishes our hero is preparing. Their mouths are watering from the amazing smell. The chef has simply excellent skills. Rice prepared raw beef yuko and spicy fried pork with rice. His team eagerly pounced on the food, and our hero apparently has improved his cooking skills. The tender pork pairs well with the sauce, and the lightly seasoned vegetables enhance the spiciness. Our hero always wanted to eat yuko again. Feel the viscous texture. The most delicious beef. The gremlin commander decided to interrupt the enemy enjoying a meal on their territory. However, you must not disturb those who are eating. But our hero didn't even have time to do anything. Those cowards entered the fight themselves. They liked the food so much that they were ready to forget their fears and protect it. This gave so much strength that the boys showed themselves well in the fight. Having quickly eliminated the obstacle, the whole team sat down to continue eating. Thanks to the chef on the team, the leader was able to restore his energy. Rice told him that his stamina and skills should also improve. Along with attack power and defense, this will give a uniform increase. Our hero gets more than the leader expected. They will have fun today. They sat down to eat without finishing clearing the ruins, so the fight continued later. Rice made heavy use of his weak spot and aimed tip abilities. The leader knocked down the gremlins with his fists. The cowards didn't lag behind them either. After the wonderful meal, their fighting spirit had risen. Eventually, they reached the leader of the gremlins. Without a shred of doubt, the boys rushed into the attack. They managed to defeat him with the first blow. Our hero decided that the task was completed, so he congratulated his comrades on completing the quest. Their leader will never forget the bravery of the cook, who also proved useful in the battle. But for some reason, the notification about the quest's completion did not arrive, as usually happens. Rice suggested that everyone go back together since it would soon be light. But too late, he noticed the strangeness of the situation. For their team, fighting low-level monsters is easy. However, strangers arrived in their world to defeat the demon army. And this army is not going to sit and wait for someone to come for their heads. Their original goal was to exterminate the gremlins so that they would not expand their territory. And the sword that he thrust into his back was smeared with scorpion venom, and it was now spreading throughout Rice's body. All that remains for the enemies to do is reach the top and find out where the rest of the gremlins are hiding. Our hero replied that the dish he prepared for them did not improve their skills, all because they are his enemies. The enemy believed that Rice was already dead, but our hero can handle this. The quest conditions have changed from destroying gremlins to exterminating dark followers. Our hero fights a boss himself for the first time since becoming a chef. The leader of the dark followers noted Rice's vitality. Now they need to get rid of our hero so that he doesn't cause any more problems. Sir Raiden will become more powerful if, after finishing off Reese, they kill the rest and nip everything in the bud. In this situation, you need to be extremely vigilant. 3 attack 1 from all sides. However, for now, our hero is coping with this task. The leader of the Dark Followers used his signature move, the Absolute Champion. Rice can't win if he keeps fighting like he used to. Since it's a humanoid boss and they don't have that wide of an attack range, it doesn't plan to attack. Our hero needs to keep going without stopping, just like when preparing a full meal. According to the enemy, the more Rice fights, the brighter Sir Raiden will shine. Our hero used the skill of fire with a sighting tip on their commander. While his subordinates were at a loss, Rice struck at them too. Frost magic came in handy here too. Our hero put more mana into it. This took out 2 of his henchmen at once. They turned into ice statues, frozen to the bone. And this is a good chance to finish off the enemy. With the help of the aimed tip, Rice smashed them into pieces. The leader of the Dark Followers is left alone, and now he recognizes the chef as a worthy opponent. Rice's skills would be of great use to their master, Sir Raiden. A world without normal food is the most terrible world. How can one live like a human being and still eat? Animals eat to live, and people eat to eat. That's why cooks exist. Pathetic creatures, not people, but demons, incapable of enjoying beauty. The leader of the Dark Followers tried to say something else, but his mouth would not open again. Rice is pleased with the amount of stamina expended on this task. Notification has arrived that the destruction of the Dark Followers has been completed. For completing this quest, Rice received many awards. Fame, money, magic stones of attack and defense. The ground shook underfoot. The stones are collected in a pile, forming a circle glowing from the center. This must be the last reward. An artisan clay pot dug up by the culinary god. Its size and temperature can be adjusted for fermentation. Rice thinks only about cooking. Decided to try steaming fish later. However, our hero left his mark on the river of the Badran continent, and the devil Raiden now knows of his existence. It must be assumed that his gaming life will no longer be as calm as before. Coming out of reality, Irem saw deep night outside the window. But I also heard crying and cries for help coming from the street. The little boy begged someone to give him something to eat. His father went on a business trip and told his son not to leave the house and wait for his return. He promised to return in a few days. He also ordered not to open the door to anyone, so the boy was left alone. But the food ran out and he didn't know what to do. He endured until the end, but he had no more strength. Irem came to find out what happened to this child, after which he took him to his home. Our hero wasn't prepared for this. There was nothing in his cupboards for a quick snack. Perhaps there were a couple of sausages lying around, which a hungry child quickly gobbled up. It's already clear with the child's father, after he left, he never returned, but the mother doesn't live with them at all. Since the boy was left alone, he says he has gone to bed 5 times. He ate rice from a rice cooker and gochujang. He mixed them and ate them. But then there was nothing left, and the boy did not eat for a couple of days. Of course, Irem felt anger towards his parents for doing this to their child. To some extent, it's personal for him. When Irem was little, his parents were not particularly responsible either. He cannot imagine leaving his child to die of hunger. After all, children cannot do anything that could deserve such treatment. Irem offered to make tteokbokki especially for him. They are usually prepared from rice flour, but there is also a version made from wheat flour. He wants to cook it so that it will be similar to those he ate at the stalls as a child. But Irem will not be able to know if it turned out well. Instead of 4 tablespoons of sugar, he decided to put 2, because after all, he was cooking for a child. Then I added 2 more tablespoons of soy sauce, 1 tablespoon of ground red pepper, and a spoonful of gochujang. You need to add all the ingredients at once and let them simmer over low heat. After boiling, add 1 cup of green onions, and as soon as the sauce thickens, stir well. Tteokbokki is ready, the same as they sell at the stalls. The boy was very happy with the food. It looked so beautiful, like in a restaurant. Our hero hopes that he managed to make the taste the way he wanted. The boy hadn't eaten tteokbokki for so long that the first spoonful was exciting. The sharpness made him cough. Irem got worried because he had no sense of taste and couldn't test the spiciness. However, despite the fact that the dish is spicy, it is incredibly tasty. The child continued to eat the food with pleasure, so delicious that the after effects of the spiciness don't stop it. The best tteokbokki of his life. Green onions, fish cake, and rice cake will be eaten in one go. Irim was so engrossed in watching him eat with such gusto that he ate the food from his fork himself. I did it without even realizing it. The child was surprised, but then laughed. It turned out that his breadwinner was hungry himself. The next day, Devon remembered the restaurant where our hero works. He was haunted by the dirty trick Irim had pulled. The boss tried to calm him down because he no longer worked for them and Devon should stop. But he is sure that he was humiliated, that Irim swore right in front of his face. In addition to this, he is irritated that Mira likes our hero. Devon will soon scare away not only the assistants, but the rest of the staff as well. How a child teases a classmate who has a crush. But this irritates the girl. She can't help but react. She assures him that she doesn't like him. It's just that his food is delicious. The boss asked Mira to ignore Devon, blaming everything on his intoxication. The nasty chef even threatens to sue Old Man Lim for threatening him. However, his colleagues will not support this and act as witnesses. They took him to Irim's restaurant because he wanted noodles with perilla oil. But after he tried it and found out who cooked it, he doesn't want to admit that it's delicious. However, after Mira asked him to calm her inferiority complex, Devon threw a glass at her. This behavior shocked the boss, although the girl was right, because after Irim's appearance, his complex only grew. All Devon can do is look down on others and not acknowledge them. He thought it was humiliating to hear this from the service staff, but the chef tried to calm the troublemaker down. However, at that moment, her grandfather entered the establishment, and seeing such a scene, he became very angry. Devon didn't expect to see the famous artist. He didn't even immediately understand why such a famous person was here. Without thinking twice, the old man ordered his subordinate to calm the insolent man down. The bald brute quickly knocked him down. Now we can only hope that Devon will be more mindful of his actions. After all, you never know what kind of person is standing in front of you. The old man told Mira that he would do whatever she asked with this bastard. She came very close to Devon and demanded that he apologize. He had no choice but to obey. Mira asked him from now on, if they met, to pretend that they didn't know each other. And then she said goodbye to everyone and left. The brute let go of Devon and also left the establishment. None of them could have imagined that the waitress would turn out to be the granddaughter of a famous person. Irim brought the boy to his work and warned his boss that he had no one to stay with. His house was very close, so the old man offered the child to have breakfast, lunch, and dinner with them. Our hero offered to cover all the costs of his food, but the boss refused, only asking to find out about his father as soon as possible. Irim is glad that the owner is such a good person. Now he can calm down about the boy. We need to quickly find the father who left his child alone without food like this. On the way home, Irim met Mira. She walked down the street with a sad face. Mira told our hero what happened to her today and about her dismissal. Their former boss apparently had a hard time. Irim even thinks that he is to blame for this. However, it's in vain, because it's all the fault of that idiot Devon who is always throwing tantrums. Mira is certainly not starving, but since she is already an adult, she cannot be unemployed. She needs to decide what to do next. Old Man Lim has just opened his restaurant, and besides him, the cook and the repairman, they have no one. That's why Irim suggested that she come work for them. They were looking for service personnel. Our hero, of course, cannot decide this, but he can ask the owner. Mira happily agreed. The team would be more pleasant in this place. The girl is ready to start working as soon as the opportunity arises. She doesn't even need a few days off. She is so hardworking that she is ready to work until closing time. It is unlikely that Chief Lim will be against hiring such an employee. Mira even danced because she was able to find a job in just one day. Our hero finds this funny because just a few days ago they were suffering, working in the same kitchen. You can never know for sure what might happen in life. Upon entering the game, Rice noticed an update. Teleportation to explored locations was now possible. This game is becoming more and more convenient. It shows how strong he has become, a good time to take a break, and at the same time, try to prepare that fruit of the spirits that Rice kept putting off. Our hero used the ability to create a kitchen. If you follow the recipe, you need to cook the fruit until its skin turns blue. Rice prepared his work area and began cooking. When cooked, the spirit fruit began to emit the smell of boiled blueberries. It's been a long time since our hero smelled that delicious scent. Water spirits show interest in the spirit fruit. The fruit has already turned blue, which means it's time to take it out. The recipe calls for letting it dry until the skin turns light blue. Another notification has arrived that the water spirits are showing interest in the spirit fruit. The color has changed, which must mean that this stage has been completed. It's time to use the sourdough starter using the 1,000-year-old pot. First, you need to take it out of your inventory. It opens separately, just like inventory. All you have to do is drag the fruit into the cell and it will start fermenting. After this, you need to set the time. This works like a timer, for example, on an oven. In the pot, the smell of the fruit changed to the aroma of Asian pear. Once everything is ready, all that remains is to fry it over the fire. Now the fire spirits have shown interest in the spirit fruit. While roasting, the fruit emitted a glow. As a result, Rice received a prepared spirit fruit, a fruit that spirits eat with pleasure. You probably shouldn't eat the skin. It smells very unique. Similar to both apple and pineapple, the scent of this fruit is constantly changing. Someone might be able to turn it into a scent sprayer. In addition, there is a seed left that can be planted and grow a spirit tree. The time has come for the long-awaited tasting. It is almost impossible to describe its taste in words. It is a fabulous taste, like the sweet and refreshing taste of a fairy tale forest. It turned out that after eating such a fruit, one is given the ability to see spirits for 10 hours. All this time, fairies, spirits of water and fire, circled above his stove. Our hero assumed that by using this ability, he would be able to find the secret quest. The first thing he decided to do was try to talk to them. The spirits were surprised, because they were used to no one seeing them. A fairy flew up to him. Our hero said that he saw her and the others. At first it shocked her, but then she called her friends. They all circled around Rice. One of the spirits suggested that it was because the user had a kind soul, but the other was not so naive. But all this doesn't matter. If Rice sees them, then they can ask him for one favor. Our hero has found a rare secret quest, Forest Rescuer, which requires the completion of a requirement to free the spirits. Of course, Rice accepted it, because such a quest is most likely much better than the usual one. Now the spirits can save their friends. They asked our hero to follow them. However, the difficulty is high right from the start, because it is very difficult to keep up with these fairies. While Rice runs after them, he thinks about how a secret quest differs from a regular one. Manko called at the wrong time. He saw that our hero had broken his record in the hunger relief cave. At the moment, Manhwa is training Bedran's soldiers. His influence is sure to grow after that. Manhwa plans to create a group chat with his online friends, which is why he called to invite Rice. However, the moment is completely inappropriate, because our hero is on a quest. Spirits can fly, so they don't care whether their companion has a path under their feet. But if you believe them, they are almost there. Our hero broke through the mud and branches. My breathing was out of control, and it felt like I was going for a full run in real life. But when he raised his head, he saw the village of Odeon in front of him. This is where the spirit friends were captured. Because of the barrier installed by the rescuer, our hero cannot enter it. However, the fairy showed a hill on top of which this very rescuer was located. He appeared suddenly, placed their friends in a strange ball, and using the powers of the spirits, isolated the Odeon village. Even though his name is a rescuer, he is obviously doing something wrong. The spirits led our hero to the top of the hill. Rice is the only hope, but they are afraid to go forward. They only pointed to the altar where the target is. The rescuer doesn't look like his name. He is definitely the boss of this quest that needs to be defeated. Our hero immediately used the weak spots ability. However, I couldn't see a single one on the enemy. It's probably 4 stars or higher, and the force of the attack is striking and deprives one of the opportunity to defend oneself. The spirits recognize their friend, who fights unquestioningly on the side of the rescuer. Even such a strong spirit was captured. But our hero doesn't give up. He has experienced electrical attacks before, and this time he will be able to resist. For such a confident statement, Rice received another charge. This time, Electron put more power into it. Our hero's body was well cooked, and from one attack, he lost more than half his lives. A faithful pet is always ready to help. Meow did his best to restore his master's health, and the savior promised death for interference. It was the first time Rice had encountered such an insurmountable opponent. The spirit friends and villagers are imprisoned in a dark ball. Because of the barrier, they can't leave the forest, so it was hard for them. The rescuer forced the residents to make offerings. They were already tired, suffering, and filled with negative energy. This negative energy is the source of the ball's power. As this power grows, their friends in Odeon village succumbed to the rescuer. They became slaves of this false savior. Our hero heard people talking behind his back about how life sucks. They offer their fruits and meat, but do not understand how long they will have to do this. Everything has already been donated. There is nothing to eat at home. I don't want to live like this, but it will continue until the rescuer achieves what he wants. But no one knows when that will be. A girl named Stella asked her interlocutor to stop whining. Everyone has problems. Ordinary villagers can't fight, and they want someone to come and save them. Meow jumped out right in front of them at our hero's command. This couple didn't even suspect that such a cutie lived in their forest. The kitten did this to lure them to Rice, so that the meeting would seem accidental. Without a moment's hesitation, the passers-by followed the pet. And behind the trees, our hero was waiting for them, having set up a whole mobile tent with food. Rice said he opened the stall to help those who were having a hard day. The couple was very surprised, but they sat down at the counter anyway. Meanwhile, the spirits got tired of holding the tent. Our hero will serve them absolutely free of charge. They can order not only food, but also drinks. The girl asked him to prepare the simplest dish for them, which Rice immediately began to do. It didn't take him long to do this. Our hero treated his visitors to fried rice with shrimp. Just in case, the guy decided to check again whether the food was free, because she looks great. And the taste is amazing, like from an expensive restaurant. People who had been saddened by life before were filled with happiness. The guy asked the chef to recommend another dish. Our hero's goal was to raise the level of happiness of the locals, which he has so far succeeded in doing. The next dish is rice, a delicious mussel soup. Visitors can't even believe that food can be so delicious. The happiness level is rising higher and higher, as expected. Everything is going great, because there is more than one dish on the menu. Using his current visitors, our hero needs to maximize his level increase. And a stall wouldn't be a real stall without one important item on the menu. It's a shame there's no soju, but homemade fata beer would also be great. Everything the guests tried and washed down with beer was incredibly delicious. With alcohol, the level of happiness increased even higher. But the enemy could not help but notice this. The more the happiness of the local residents increases, the weaker the power of his black sphere. These people seem to live to try this, especially since things have been tough for them lately. The kitten also brings happiness to those around him in his own way. He has a cute appearance and is smart in the kitchen. Meow helped Rice cut some vegetables with his little claws. It's a kind of small performance that makes those watching smile. Our hero's next dish was broccoli puree soup. This is food that the kitten helped prepare. The most interesting thing is whether it will be as incredibly tasty as the previous dishes. The happiness of the villagers soars. The power of the dark ball weakens even more. Another customer arrived at Rice's stall. This woman had not intended to come here, as her tastes had recently changed. Having tried a dish from a chef named Mountain Sun in another village, she can no longer be satisfied no matter what she eats. That dish must have been so delicious that it could change someone's tastes. It was probably prepared by a great chef. Rice suggested the woman start with the menu's special pork bulgogi. Of course, our hero is also a master of his craft and was able to prepare food at the highest level. It turned out just like that person's dish. She hadn't eaten something so good for a long time. This interested Rice. Now he also wants to meet the person who prepared that dish. Of course, he's not the only chef in the game, however. Mountain Sun, Sun on the Mountain. Perhaps it is the famous chef Benjamin. While our hero was feeding the locals, he developed his skills. His insightful eye and chef's luck were raised to level E. The spirits will be able to look after the stall while our hero will go home. He has to get up for work tomorrow, so it's time to stop here. A new, unfamiliar visitor has arrived at Moist's restaurant. It is the same chef with the nickname Mountain Sun. When asked how many people there would be, he replied that he came alone. This user ordered the most popular dish at this establishment. Moist brought him samgyeopsal. This dish is quite popular, and Mountain Sun heard that a real user made it. The chef fried it in front of the visitor, who carefully watched the cooking process, and the aroma was good. All that remains is to try it and see for yourself. The taste did not disappoint in the least. The visitor tasted the meat like a true gourmet. He appreciated the excellent roasting. The meat remained quite juicy, and the shape of the pieces is perfect, as if they were measured with a ruler. This dish was definitely prepared by an experienced chef, because a lot depends on professionalism. And our hero went to his favorite job in the morning. The boy who was temporarily left alone at home came to him for breakfast. Irim has been working since early morning as if they were having a banquet, but he just wants to practice more. But the prepared food will definitely not go to waste. Their guest and the restaurant owner himself will be happy to enjoy it. Their reaction to our hero's food is the same as that of the users in the game. so it must have worked out well. Although Irim can't try, and in his head there are thoughts that they might be pretending for his sake. He's curious about how his cooking tastes. Old Man Lim saw the expression on Irim's face and invited him to join. After all, the chef needs to have breakfast too. At the table, they discussed how Irim had prepared incredibly delicious meat. A little later, Mira arrived. This is her first day working in this restaurant. In the morning, they had people over. Irim was preparing spicy pork and bibimbap. Without Devin's involvement, the work environment became pleasant and friendly. Irim enjoys cooking in the kitchen, and Mira politely serves customers. Old Man Lim also liked the way our hero's friend worked. She is friendly, adapts quickly, and has a balanced character. His friend Hilton raised his granddaughter well. When there were almost no people left in the room, the owner looked at the time and suggested taking a lunch break. It usually starts at 4 o'clock, but Lim decided to make it an hour earlier since there weren't many people. Our hero prepared fried rice with beef brisket and kakadugi. In Korean cuisine, kakadugi is a type of kimchi made from radish, finely diced. Everyone happily sat down to eat Irim's delicious food. The plate contains golden brown grains of rice and tender pieces of meat, perfectly combined with the aroma of spices. Finally, Mira can eat our hero's delicious food every day. And Old Man Lim had no doubts about his chef. The boy is also happy. He is not only full, but also enjoying himself. Irim is glad that everyone likes his dishes, although gradually his sense of smell is returning. The taste of sesame oil is a bit strong, although the spiciness of the kakadugi is usually felt first. Suddenly, he realized he had just tasted it, although only for a second. Perhaps very soon he will be able to fully enjoy food. But if you try it, it's still a bit bland. Our hero decided that there was no point in torturing himself with hope because it was impossible. But the sense of smell returns. To avoid being upset in the future, he decided not to expect more. A visitor watches Irim eat attentively. So many emotions, even better than the leading mukbangs. This guy takes them off himself, so he noticed that he needs to eat them with the same pleasure. Although he tries, many people write him unpleasant comments. They write that it makes them lose their appetite, ask them to stop filming, and so on. And by the end of the stream, there are no more than 50 viewers left. Suddenly, he approached Irim, bowed, and asked to teach him how to eat so appetizingly. He told our hero that he was a video blogger. His name was Leo. He would like to eat next to Irim and learn to do the same. Mira seems to love watching mukbangs. They're very popular now. Old Man Lim doesn't mind if the guest eats with his cook, but the decision will of course be made by Irim. However, our hero doesn't understand at all what is being discussed, but he doesn't see anything wrong with the request to eat together. This blogger even offered to pay Irim 10,000 won for his tuition, even though he had already agreed. At the same time, at the table, Leo told the old man about his occupation. Mira promised to show her boss these videos a little later, and the boy wanted to sign it himself. As expected, our hero thought he would be able to feel the taste, but it disappeared again. In the evening, after entering the game, Rice raised the happiness of the residents to the peak. The power of the dark ball disappeared, and the spirits were freed. The rescue method was certainly unusual, but it worked. Now, before they are taken away again, we need to deal with the rescuer. The enemy has already noticed that the ball has collapsed. It was hard to miss as it exploded in his hands. He guessed that our hero was the cause. Rice races to the top of the hill to finish what he started. The spirits are free from the ball, so the rescuer must be weaker than usual. But you still need to be careful, because the enemy is strong in itself. Our hero was stopped by a sudden attack. He was almost struck by lightning. To his surprise, Electron attacked him, although the spirits were already free. This wasn't what Rice expected, and he certainly didn't think Electron was still with the rescuer. Our hero managed to repel the next attack with the help of fire magic. However, it won't last long. The marriage is still strong. Something needs to be thought of. After all, if this continues, he will be overcome as soon as he relaxes. The rescuer ordered the Electron to burn Rice to ashes. The spirits told our hero that the enemy had weakened, although it was not very noticeable. So we must keep fighting. While Electron recharges, Rice attacks in the triangle. This is the only possibility. The only weakness that our hero managed to notice. We just need to endure this attack and guess the moment when it will recharge for the next one. Electron took a deep breath, preparing to continue. Now our hero must move, dodge the attack, and reach the rescuer. After all, he doesn't need to cripple the Electron. He's just a puppet in this battle. So far, Rice has managed to stay in one piece. He was able to get close enough. You can now use fire magic to attack the boss. Rice put all his strength into the fire sword strike. The rescuer used protection, but it cracked. In his opinion, our hero is very evil and not as stupid as he initially thought. But when a kitten jumped out at his forehead, the rescuer was at a loss. And at this time, our hero came up from behind. Rice thought Meow would be a distraction, but his paw strike was no weaker. When the enemy was defeated, his appearance changed to human. The Forest Savior quest is complete, and Rice receives 4 main attributes and a contract as a reward. Thanks to him, the spirits found peace, and as a sign of gratitude, they shared a little of their power. It increases the properties of fire, water, earth, and wind by 50%. They also introduced Rice to their new friend, the Electron. He cried and begged for mercy. When our hero said that he would spare him, a contract was made with the little spirit. Now Electron will no longer fight with Rice. He will be his faithful companion and assistant, his new pet, which is good news. It turned out that the rescuer was Uga Jaga, whom Letitia had spoken about earlier. The first Dark Follower, he was a first-rank user of the Demon King's power. Nobody expected the chef to win, and besides, Rice fails all the scenarios. Letitia is one of the game's developers, and she's very interested in what other resourceful ways our hero will find to get around the script. After completing this quest, news of Rice began to spread among the Dark Followers. The Devil Hydraean finds him unpleasant. A new direction has been recorded. The previous quest was difficult, and Rice had a hard time completing it. But still, they will see the Devil Hydraean again. Afterwards, our hero returned to Badran. The city has changed a lot, become larger and more lively. New art objects have appeared on the streets. The casino has opened. Musicians are singing in the streets. Many trained mid-level guards appeared. It's impressive. Not only Rice has changed, but others as well. We can't lose. The share from the snack bar in the village of Tarko has arrived. Our hero has collected a lot of money and is thinking of throwing a party. The first thing he decided to do was call Sinkin. According to the information, he is also located in this city. And in fact, it is much closer than Rice thought. And Otter, who was also in Bedran, came with him. Sinkin was surprised that they both already knew each other. Rice told him that he made equipment for him. Our hero often dropped off various rare materials, so Otter was curious if anything new had appeared. Rice pulled out an ominous bone from his inventory, an item that seemed impossible to obtain. Ader immediately began to analyze the object. After all, he is an industrialist by profession. When Ader is so focused, nothing can stop him, and his friends will be able to share something new. Our hero showed Sinkin his new ability, which allows him to create an entire kitchen. And since they hadn't seen each other for a long time, Rice suggested cooking something tasty. He has some pork, so he's thinking of cooking the flank steak by boiling it with salted shrimp and wrapping it in kimchi to make it more delicious. Rice and Ader are working so hard that Sinkin decided to do something about it. They did all this right on the city streets. Our hero is cooking at full speed, and Sinkin plays the guitar and sings. Their behavior attracted the attention of passers-by. Users decided to watch the gathering of players and creators. A boy approached Sinkin and asked him to write him a good song. This is not the first time, but it is not so good yet. Then this boy approached Ader, asking him to make him some cool equipment, and he refused. Then he approached our hero and asked him to make him something tasty. The rest believe that this is a secret quest, but are also convinced that it is a waste of time. They ask about the user's profession, but the further they go, the harder it gets. There are no rewards during the process, and many people end up giving up due to the difficulty. But Rice decided to try it anyway. It wouldn't be hard, and he loves to cook. Besides, he reminds him of a hungry boy he met late one evening near his home. Our hero said that he would cook something, but we would have to wait a little. Even if it's just a game, he can't let the child go hungry. Milena also came to the city. She appreciated how it had changed for the better. Clean air, a good atmosphere, even more snacks. But there's one big problem. The king of Korean cuisine is hanging around right next to her. He promises again that this time he really didn't know that Milena was also here. The girl noticed that users were gathering around something. As she got closer, she saw that the crowd was watching the gathering of the creator players. Seeing Rice, she joyfully ran to greet him. But she accidentally stepped on Ader, although he was so carried away that he didn't pay attention. But Milena herself is in a panic because she stepped on Rice's friend. She came to this city to see the sights. Sinkin greeted her joyfully. The king of Korean cuisine came here too, and seeing the bard, decided to show how well he sang. Milena appreciated the kitchen, although our hero still has room to improve. Meow came to help his owner with cooking. Using a powerful blow, he quickly sliced the onion with his fingernails. Milena was touched that the kitten also helps with cooking, It would be great if it were real. Real cats can't be like this, but Rice is considering adopting a stray cat from his street. Ader heard where our hero lives. It turned out that they are both in neighboring areas. And the king of Korean cuisine is just around the corner. The others also live either in the same area or in neighboring ones, so Sinkin suggested meeting in real life. Milena lives there too, and is not at all against getting together somewhere. In general, everyone agreed. All that remained was to decide on the time. Sinkin suggested meeting tomorrow. It's better not to put this off until later, and Atra is fine with that. Milena and Rice also have a day off. Our hero agreed, but with all his thoughts on cooking. He decided to try pickling cabbage in a 1,000-year-old pot. The system is very convenient, similar to a rice cooker. Rice let the cabbage sit for 6 hours, and the ingredients were ready immediately. The cooking in the game is really great. All that's left is to make the kimchi seasoning. It would be great if there was fish sauce, but unfortunately there isn't. Everyone had already agreed to meet at 6 o'clock in the evening. Sinkin recommended the restaurant where Rice works. Milena became interested in hearing what others were saying about this restaurant. It has already become famous in the area for its delicious bibimbap and buckwheat noodles. However, not everyone was pleased with the choice, and the king of Korean cuisine became very angry upon hearing this. He said that he had been to this restaurant and it wasn't worth it. The level was average. Being a real chef, he's able to give a real assessment of the dishes. Milena was deeply offended by this and entered into an argument with him, not understanding why he underestimated the chef's excellent cooking. Sinkin decided to end this dispute, because if not everyone is satisfied, he can choose another place. You could go to some shop where they sell samgyeopsal, and Ada doesn't care at all what they choose, just like our hero. At this time, Rice has already marinated the cabbage. It may be a little bland inside. Now you need to mix it well with the seasoning. You don't even have to taste it, just look at the color. Then you need to press on the meat and cut it. The less fat and the narrower the piece, the tastier. The main eater of his food can no longer contain the desire to pounce on this delicacy. Sinkin and Milena discuss their favorite kalguksu, a traditional Korean dish made from wheat noodles. More and more people prefer spicy food, and a little later our hero can make it. Ather laughed at the appearance of the king of Korean cuisine, finding his costume ridiculous. But he noticed that it was a rare enchanted item. While everyone was chatting, Rice finished cooking possum rice, a Korean dish made from boiled pork. It looks like something you'd normally order as a late-night snack, and the color of the meat is bright and beautiful. Our hero gave one portion to the boy who had previously asked him to prepare something tasty for him. After this, we will find out whether this secret quest will have an end or whether Rice will ultimately abandon it. Possum should be eaten with samjang. According to Sinkin, if you add it, it will become incredibly delicious. But Milena thinks that it's best to eat it with garlic and kimchi wrapped in lettuce. Ader added that the possum with perilla and lettuce leaves is the main feature. The king of Korean cuisine did not comment, although this is the best possum he has ever eaten. But the kitten doesn't seem to particularly like overly spicy food. After Rice had given everyone a portion, he himself began to eat. He hadn't felt this taste for a very long time, but now I remember it, and it really is heavenly. The boy brought back the plate, saying that he had eaten very well. Everything was very tasty, but he couldn't finish it because he was full. Immediately after that, suddenly he asked to prepare something else for him. The king of Korean cuisine is indignant as he looks at the remains on his plate. Now it's clear why Sinkin warned that the boy would endlessly ask for something. But Rice decided to continue. But after 2 hours, he was exhausted, as he had to prepare 15 dishes. Seeing this spectacle, Milena offered to give them a potion to restore their strength while someone finished off the leftovers. However, our hero didn't even have the strength to respond. Then a boy came up to him and asked him to cook the best dish with fish from the ocean, and Rice didn't even know that he was in the game. It's impossible to do this right now, but the child will wait and ask to find him when the dish is ready. Rice is quite patient. He doesn't mind being called so many times, and he believes that this tedious quest is almost complete. Ader finished tinkering with the flute, thanks to which he gained a new skill and asked our hero to lend him a shield. It's a good thing to test his new skill, fusion, and if it doesn't work, he'll make him a new one. However, it won't be necessary. The merger was successful. Now it's a luxurious frost shield, with increased stats and attack bonuses. 50% chance to stun for 3 seconds. 100% chance to bleed for 20 seconds. Hitting something with this shield while hunting will give it a debuff. Now this item has become much cooler. Before leaving the game, the guys once again clarified the meeting place for the next day. They ended up choosing a different restaurant, not the one owned by Old Man Lim. The king of Korean cuisine warned that you need to wear something comfortable, there's no need to dress up. Having heard everything necessary, Rice said goodbye to his friends and left the game. Our hero made arrangements with everyone but completely forgot that he had plans for tomorrow. He promised his boss to help with the renovations at the restaurant, and he even had the idea to go there now and finish early. In fact, the old man didn't force him to do repairs on his day off. He said that it was not necessary to come in such heat, but now there was only a little bit left and he could finish it himself. But our hero is so dedicated to his work that he is ready to help his restaurant not only in the kitchen. And yet Old Man Lim is convinced that Irim needs to rest because he has already helped enough. Somehow he kicked our hero out because on days like now, it's better to meet people and recover. Now Irim has no choice. He finishes what he started and is free. Mira approached the meeting place. She meets for the first time the people she met in the game. She's interested in how different they are from their characters, but the main thing is that they aren't too weird. She saw a man standing. He looked like he had come to a meeting. Perhaps it would be Rice. Instead of guessing, Mira decided to ask directly if this man really came to the meeting. True, she was mistaken. It was not Rice, but Ader. In real life, his name is Goji. Mira also introduced herself and said that in the game she plays as Milena. Goji is glad to meet you, but he checks that everyone arrives on time. He's been waiting for 30 minutes already. Mira assumed that they were already approaching. Perhaps there was no need to worry. Sinkin wrote in the chat that he was already very close. In real life, he looks almost like an idol, and Mira assumed that he was going to become a celebrity. She didn't even think that such a person would come, but Ader noticed that he was 2 minutes late. In real life, his name is Sky. For some reason, he thought that no one would come, but he was glad to see that 2 were already there. The guys decided to continue waiting for the others inside, since it was inconvenient to stand at the entrance. At the table, Mira decided to tell Sky that she didn't think she'd see a person who looked like an idol here. In real life, she liked his appearance even more than in the game. Sky asked how old Goji was, but he replied that it was a secret. It was definitely Arthur. The restaurant where they decided to meet is quite famous. They have already ordered food for themselves. Sky hopes that Rice will like it too. For some reason, he is convinced that he is a gourmet, and this makes him a little nervous. Mira decided to check if the others would come. She wasn't interested in the king of Korean cuisine, but Rice was definitely going to come. However, she did not expect that one of the players would already be familiar to her. Everyone's favorite Devon also came to this meeting. Upon seeing each other, Devon and Mira exchanged friendly glances. Not paying attention to this, Sky asked the guy for his game nickname. It's the king of Korean cuisine. In the game, Devon flirted with Milena, but he couldn't even imagine that in real life it would turn out to be Mira. Sky kept trying to stop their argument, but it was unlikely to be possible. Even this scene looks the same as in the game, and they also turned out to be familiar. Devon boasted that Mira is an employee whom he practically raised, and also noted that even in the game she needs help. Since Devon had such a great appearance, Sky assumed there was a backstory. But Mira interrupted him, saying that Devon didn't have the kind of appearance that would make anyone talk about her. Such a proud person liked the compliment, and each character is somewhat similar to real people. For example, Mira, who actually has experience working as a waitress in a restaurant. Sky, who uses his idol appearance as a bard. Goji is as serious as his character Ader, but he's only interested in seeing Rice as soon as possible. He asked Devon in a commanding tone to quickly find out why he was still not here. Mira also thought about it. Rice is the center of their company, and that's the only thing missing. In the game, he's a cool and sexy chef to her. She might fall in love if Rice is like Iram. Suddenly, our hero entered the establishment. Mira didn't expect to see him, but they met here on the weekend anyway. Irim said that he was late because he was helping his boss with repairs. And Devon was offended that our hero noticed Mira, but did not notice him at all. At the same time, Goji's observation power was automatically activated. Firstly, the time and place, also the manner of speech, the soft expression on the face, incredible modesty. He immediately realized who was standing in front of him. Goji stood up and extended his hand, saying it was nice to finally meet Rice. He introduced himself and said what character he was in the game. Mira thought that their meeting was accidental, but she didn't expect this, and Devon doesn't understand at all how they met again. From cooking to fighting, a jack of all trades, Rice from reality. And sweet and kind Irim, the best chef in real life. It turned out that it was one and the same person. In real life, Mira really likes Irim, and in the game, Rice is a cool and popular player. Now, having learned that it is the same person, she likes our hero even more. Gaji perked up with the appearance of our hero. After all, out of the whole company, he wanted to meet him specifically. And the two people that the world liked turned out to be one. For her, this is a wonderful coincidence. And Sky said that it looked like a drama. Such situations are good content for comics. Iram said that he works in a restaurant, and it turned out just as everyone expected. As usual, Devon decided to draw attention to himself by mentioning that our hero worked for him and ran away as soon as complications arose. Although it is inappropriate, it is unclear why it is necessary to say this in front of strangers. In Devon's opinion, these issues need to be resolved, since Iram left without even apologizing, although Devon himself should apologize. Our hero ignored all the provocative questions. It's all in the past, and now everything is fine. But this irritates Devon even more because it is obvious to him that rice is simply equipped with good items and ingredients. For the brat who worked for him, the only way to be popular was in the game. He began to express his opinion about rice in front of everyone. But Goji has made almost all of his items and knows that they have nothing to do with cooking. However, Devon got to his new acquaintance, assuming that Iram had something on him. After all, Adder is not a famous master craftsman, so he has no reason to help someone like our hero. Someone who thinks he's better than everyone else and looks down on everyone else. Gaji calmly asked Devon to stop, because everything he was saying was already too much. But he justified himself with only concern for Irim's new friends. He allegedly views Goji as a younger brother and wants to give him advice. He also doesn't think it's a fight, saying that at his age, such conversations aren't considered lectures. Devon keeps talking about how he's like an older brother to everyone. If he is older, then more respect should be shown to him. But it turned out that Gaji is the oldest in this company. He is 34 years old. He can speak informally and teach everyone. And his appearance is amazing. He looks much younger for his age. Because Devon said that if he was the eldest, then the others should show him more respect. Now, since Goji is the eldest, respect must be shown to him. And taking advantage of this, he asked Devon to fulfill his request. Until they finish the food, Goji does not want to hear a sound from him. Mira felt a sea of positive emotions, observing that Devon could be treated the same way as he treated everyone else. He doesn't have any particular reason why he treats Irim so well. They're just game friends. And besides, having only known each other for a short time, Gaji already understands that Irim left his assistants for a reason. Taking advantage of his age, Goji asked Devon to remain silent until they finished the kalguksa. The most vile person in the environment didn't even think that someone would treat him the way he usually does. There is no specific reason for Gaji's good attitude towards Irimu. They just became friends in the game. And all insults from Devon obviously can't be taken seriously. Just from the way he showed himself in front of strangers, we can conclude that our hero is not to blame. Sky wanted to stop Devon, but Mira asked him to leave. They could continue playing themselves. Before this, it was mentioned in the conversation that she works with Irim in a restaurant. And indeed, they were talking about the place they had spoken about earlier. That's why their weekends coincide. Everyone started talking and had already forgotten about Devon, but he returned and suggested that our hero organize a competition. But in a dignified way, in cooking. Our hero is already very tired of his antics. Gaji asked him to calm down, or there would be problems. Irim decided to settle everything once and for all, he agreed, but suggested starting right away. The main rule of the competition is that there are no restrictions on ingredients or techniques. Simply put, the dish that people like the most wins, and the loser pays for today's food, ingredients, and rent. The owner of the establishment didn't refuse, since it was because of them that today's sales were small, and at least it was some kind of event. Although it is unlikely, Mira is worried that Irim might lose. Gaji did not comment. He watched silently. But Sky suggested not to worry too much and just watch. Our hero is a restaurant chef, he can't fail. The visitors also liked the spectacle that was planned, so they decided to go home a little later. Devon and Irim have 30 minutes to prepare the dish. The report before the start has begun. On command, they both began preparing food. Devon has blue crab, sea squirt, giant shrimp, oyster, enoki mushrooms, and much more on his table, so he has plenty of ingredients. He believes that he may be a chef at a diner, but he is definitely not someone to be looked down upon. And today, in this competition, he intends to prove it to our hero. But when Devon looked at his opponent's table, he was surprised. Irim prepares regular scrambled eggs. Just by looking at Devon's ingredients, you can tell his dish is luxurious. Would visitors really appreciate something as simple as scrambled eggs? Mira also saw that Devon was preparing a spicy seafood stew, and Irim was preparing a regular scrambled egg. Sky decided to gossip and find out how experienced Devon is. Considering that he is the boss, Mira begins to worry more. According to Goji, even if they are both good cooks, the difference is in the effort they put in. Irim always puts cooking first and has no doubt that he prepares delicious food. Even in the game, he thinks only about food. And Devon may be truly talented, but he despises Irim too much. He will definitely be put in his place, even though his dish has so many different ingredients. Finally, half an hour passed, and it was time to sum up the results. Daewon made a spicy seafood stew, and Irim made seafood and egg pajeon. The visitors will be the judges. First of all, they ran to try the stew because it looked more appetizing. Because of this, Devon already felt like he had won. He thought that everyone had already chosen his seafood stew. The visitors ate and praised the delicious spicy soup. The seafood there is also no less delicious. People ate octopus and crabs with pleasure. Sky tried it too. It turned out very tasty. The thanks and praise went to Devon's head. However, Goji believes that if he uses good ingredients, the food will be delicious. Even he could cook it. Then he went to try Irim's pajeon. After creating amazing culinary masterpieces in the game, he's curious about how his real food will taste. Even in life, she does not disappoint at all. It's incredible that pajeon is so crispy. Moreover, the ingredients in it are soft, spicy, and not so fatty. The egg whites are very crispy and piquant. And the yolk is also sweet and tasty. It would go well with soju. The squid meat is also chewy, and all the ingredients have a distinct and unique flavor. This dish turned out simply incredible. The pajeon ran out very quickly, although Devon asked to leave some for him too. But what could you do if it was so delicious that you couldn't resist? After the visitors tried the pajeon, everyone forgot about the stew. This finished him off. He doesn't understand how this is possible because even judging by the ingredients, his stew should be better. The owner of the establishment told him that the main dish of his restaurant is a seafood dish, so the customers have already eaten their fill of soup and will choose something else, for example, pajeon. They have economiyaki on their menu, and it looks like pajeon had similar fried dough crumbs that someone unfamiliar with the cuisine wouldn't be able to use. Irim is a professional, so the owner of the establishment advised Devon to admit it and stop. If Devon were in our hero's place in the same conditions, I would never use anything new, or I would use something to my advantage. Devon admitted defeat, bowed before Irim, and congratulated him on his victory. He admitted that our hero's cooking is indeed the best, and also apologized for what happened earlier. Perhaps now Irim will not have to experience the negative emotions previously associated with Devon. He also met some amazing people in the game with whom he has a great time in real life. They sat in that restaurant for a while, drank and talked, and then went to their homes. And Devon couldn't sleep and went to the kitchen where he met the chef. He was surprised that his boss was at work for such a long time, although he himself arrived so early that the sun had not yet risen. It looks like the chief is drinking because the business is going downhill. He plans to continue operating for now and close towards the end of the year. Irim left, Mira too. Visitors who can't forget that taste will not return. It turns out that he simply gives up. He may not be cut out for running a business. Even though it was a diner, the chef thought he could succeed, but it turned out to be an impossible dream. Devon thought about what Irim had told him after their competition had ended. He explained why he worked in a diner with such skills and said that after the accident he lost his taste and sense of smell. From then on, everything went wrong for our hero. He lost hope of opening his own restaurant and gave up everything. He couldn't get better. Nothing changed. And when he felt a ray of hope, he decided to start over and went to work part-time. Irim is better now, but practically nothing has changed. After this story, Devon felt even worse, realizing that he had lost to a person who had no sense of taste or smell. He also realized that before this, he had not seen the whole picture. As agreed, Devon paid for the rent and ingredients, and then he went home to think about everything that had happened. Now there is also news that his boss is going to abandon the business completely. In his opinion, geniuses like Irim and Mira are rare. Suddenly, Devon promised that he would work harder. He will work harder and will no longer be so overconfident. Therefore, there is no need to give up prematurely and close the eatery. Devon refuses to give up without a fight, perhaps due to his competitive spirit. In all his time working there, the boss had never heard anything like this from him. With talk like that, it's no time for alcohol. Until they find workers, the boss will also help in the kitchen and do everything to save the business. And our hero, having entered the game, set off to complete that same boring quest. He found a body of water where users and bots fish. To complete Terry's quest, he needs to catch fish in the sea. But no matter how much he searched on the internet, he couldn't find where the sea was located. He approached the fisherman to ask what he had managed to catch there. In the bucket, Rice saw a huge freshwater fish, the kind that would surely make an incredibly tasty spicy stew. On the other side, a user, our hero, is fishing and decided to approach him. However, he didn't catch anything. You can do whatever you want in this game, but there are no fish, so maybe this is not a very good place. The user said that he changed the locations many times, but nothing works. While they were discussing, the float sank under the water. But it was not a fish that came out of the water. Judging by the player's reaction, it's clear that this beast isn't appearing for the first time. Rice has no idea how strong he is since he didn't even bat an eye. However, everything turned out differently. The user flew away with one blow. This monster just came out of the water and is still wet. The most favorable circumstances for an electron to attack. This little chick is just happy to hit someone. The monster flew away with one blow. Rice also has a fishing rod in his inventory, so he decided to try fishing. He sat there until late. Meow is dying of boredom, already tired of sleeping. But if they catch something, they can cook it. Finally, the float began to move. Our hero was delighted and pulled the fishing rod. But what he caught was not a fish, but a stone statue of a harubang, the face of God offering protection and fertility. In Korea, they are usually placed outside gates to protect against demons. Someone broke it into pieces and threw it away. Our hero found one piece out of 7. Rice became curious about what would happen if he collected all 7. It seemed like some kind of quest. Fisherman Simon said that people constantly catch parts of the harubang. There are many parts scattered around the area. Even newbies catch them. Rice is not the only one who comes here. If our hero collects all the parts, he will have a whole golem. Rice tried to find out from the fisherman about the ocean, but he didn't say anything clear, and he himself didn't know. If even the traveler can't tell, then our hero will definitely find nothing here. Simon broke out in a cold sweat, trying to remember what the ocean was, but at the moment he couldn't think. If a fisherman reacts like this, then there is definitely something there. Eventually, Simon gave in and suggested they just go fishing. Meow, instead of getting bored, decided to continue his sleep. Finally, our hero caught his first fish. Then another one. He didn't think it would be so much fun. Simon also appreciated his catch. If he was able to catch a mullet, then the place was good. Meow's job is to guard the fish, although later Rice wondered if it was okay to leave the fish with the cat. For a beginner, our hero is doing quite well. But to become a pro, he needs to catch something bigger. Our hero suggested making sashimi from the caught fish. Simon hasn't heard of such a thing, so he's hesitant to trust Rice with his fish. He of course said that he would cook, but he was a little unsure of himself. After all, I haven't eaten it for so long and haven't cooked it for even longer. Rice took out a special Atera sashimi knife from his inventory and began cleaning. Simon appreciated how easily the scales came off and realized that he was dealing with a professional. The most important factor for sashimi is freshness. Therefore, you need to keep it clean and cook quickly. Besides, Rice can't ruin the chance to eat good sashimi for free. After cleaning the scales, he began cutting them up. And while he was doing this, his cooking skills improved. And also a notification came that the god of cooking approves of Rice. Despite the long break, our hero did an excellent job of cutting up the fish. The pieces turned out even and beautifully cut. The fillet is crispy but a little sweet. With its tough texture, it's exactly what Rice wanted. A sea of rich flavors from which there is no escape. A player who had been knocked out by the monster with one hit came up and asked to try a piece of sashimi too. Rice is certainly not averse to sharing his joy with others. Simon assessed the appearance and assumed that he was looking at a professional chef. This sashimi has the best texture, and in winter it will be even tastier. Our hero suggested we go fishing some more and eat more fish. But suddenly something happened that he did not expect. The user didn't appreciate his sashimi. It wasn't suitable for the season, and as for the technique, it was at the level of a part-time worker. In other words, he can't eat it and is about to leave. But our hero didn't want to say goodbye like that. He wanted to know what he did wrong. It's not just about skills. The guy admitted that he is picky himself, so there is no need to worry. On the one hand, sashimi is not our hero's strong suit. He only had a little training in a Japanese restaurant. Even with a good knife, technique can make all the difference. But despite the fact that he lacks skill, he doesn't want to end it all like this. He offered to be friends with Charlie so that when he got better, he could invite him to try some incredibly delicious sashimi. The next day, it was time for lunch break at the restaurant. Irim is fully practicing making sashimi. Old man Lim didn't get enough sleep, which is probably why he's starting to feel sluggish. He noticed that his chef had recently become interested in sashimi. If sashimi appears on the menu, Leo will start filming various mukbangs. Besides, he believes that if it is a new dish, the establishment will become very popular. But unfortunately, Irim is not practicing for this purpose. It's just his pride that's at stake. Charlie didn't add him as a friend because he would be nearby anyway, and they will be able to see them sometimes while fishing. Mira noticed that our hero has been working even harder lately. He probably practices cooking delicious food, so the girl is not going to lag behind either. She offered to help in the kitchen as an assistant. Mira can't always be in the gym, so she'll be learning little by little and helping out at the same time. Our hero is not at all against it. He believes in her. And so Irim spent a lot of time preparing sashimi. He practiced at work, at play, and at home. He even became popular among users, and everyone ran to him to try the new dish. Many players gather around him to eat sashimi, and our hero used the knife so often that his stamina ran out. This upset the players. Some even canceled their evening plans to return to reality. Suddenly, another famous chef, Mountain Sun, came here. Our hero had already heard this name and had long wanted to meet him. Mountain Sun agreed to feed this entire crowd. People even caught some fish themselves and want to hand it over to professional hands. Mountain Sun started cooking, and in return asked to time it and tell him how long it would take him to finish. His technique is superb, refined, and at the same time spectacular. The whole thing took him only 7 minutes. Mountain Sun finished preparing a magnificent assortment of sashimi. Someone even managed to drag in an anglerfish to find out if it could be cut up as well. Even for a professional, such a high speed of work, level of saturation, and the title of great chef are incredible. If Rice can get anywhere near that level of skill, he could be a part-timer. This is a person our hero would like to meet in person and evaluate his skills. Later, he and Simon fried some fish for themselves. The fisherman rented a house specifically so that Rice could cook something for him. Perfectly warm, soft, spicy, and light, truly the best fish. Suddenly, Simon reminded him that Rice had asked him about the ocean. Our hero thought that the idea of getting closer to him was really good. Simon said that first you need to go to the clearing and find the biggest tree, then you need to walk from this tree. 20 steps north and 20 east, then 10 north, 5 west, and 10 north again. There is a border in the forest that cannot be found by normal means. But if Simon eats fish from the ocean, his memories will return. Our hero received a new quest, to prepare a dish with ocean fish for a fisherman. Rice had a long way to go before finding the ocean. He started with the Moista restaurant in Bedran. Then I passed the Lands of Plenty and the pork restaurant Roselan in the town of Tarko, and finally reached the finish line. He ended up back in the rookie zone. Everything felt so strange after coming back. It's been a while since Rice was here, and this is the first time he's heard meow. He showed the kitten the hunting grounds where he often hunted before. He told him how he met the red spider queen and caught the lizard princess. Having found the largest tree, he began to follow Simon's instructions. All those steps, in different directions that he dictated to him. Having taken the last 10 steps north, our hero reached his goal. The ocean shore appeared before him. Rice is delighted with the beautiful scenery. He hadn't smelled that special ocean scent for so many years, and memories begin to return to him. The time has come for long-awaited fishing. Rice left his shoes on the shore to keep them dry and left his pet to watch over them. But before fishing, you can enjoy the pleasant water a little more. Not far away, bandits staged a bloody massacre in the newcomers' zone. The very same ones who threatened our hero with reprisals, under the command of Aegis. They decided that this was their mission, and if anyone thought it was unfair, then let them join the murderers. The question of another victim joining their guild is still open. It's not profitable to defeat newbies because they only drop working tools. And they die in 1 or 2 hits, so for some it's boring. Newcomers scatter, hoping that at least complaints will help. Aegis decided that the quest was complete for today and was going to finish it gradually. But suddenly I saw a kitten. He thought that some bastard had abandoned his pet. And then I remembered that Rice was carrying this cat with him. Since Meow reminded him of an enemy, he decided to remove him. But this cat has improved his abilities quite well while fighting our hero. Before Aegis could give the command to his henchman, he felt a sharp point at his neck. Rice is disappointed that this bastard continues to walk around like this. Meow is so strong that he can attack alone. He had already disabled one of them using the confusion skill. But when he stood up and was about to attack the cat, Electron joined in. The enemy did not understand what kind of sparkling chick it was. He introduced himself and immediately struck them with lightning. Rice's pets are doing a good job of taking on the others while he fights the leader. Aegis is furious. Our hero always appears when he almost forgets about him and ruins everything. even though he himself had always been the first to attack. True, in addition to support, our hero also acquired fire and ice magic. But Aegis's weapon can also be used as a shield. Having repelled the attack, he became very confident in himself and decided that our hero would no longer be able to surprise him with anything. But Rice threw a bag of poison at him. This quickly put Aegis in his place. When our hero tied them up, the leader tried to scare him with his huge guild. They make so much noise in a quiet game, better to go back to Simon. Our hero left them tied up and headed back to the fishing village. The fisherman smoked his pipe and watched the sunset. When I saw Rice return, he told him that he had found the ocean, and he took with him a lot of fish to treat Simon and the boy from the city. And in order for it to remain fresh, he immediately cooked it and set it aside. Our hero took out the fisherman's dishes from his inventory. The best sea bream sashimi. Our hero was able to catch such a huge fish. A fish of this size would cost at least 300,000 won at the market. Even though it can be cut into large pieces, to get the best texture, it's best to cut it as usual. Rice didn't overdo it, he just acted like he was practicing. Now he can try this sashimi himself, first by dipping it in sea cucumber sauce. Before this, they cooked a lot of freshwater fish. Now they can finally try sea fish. Without a doubt, the taste is excellent, even bright. Sea bream is best eaten with sea urchin and abalone. This is sashimi made from an expensive fish that is also difficult to catch. It's not that it's simply delicious. It's the season now, so the flesh is fatty and thick. And because it's rich in sesame oil, it tastes too much like beef tartare. The spicy flavor even surpasses the meat-to-weight ratio. The ratio of meat to the weight of scales and bones that are discarded, in other words, this is high-quality meat. The sauce also adds a pleasant taste, making it feel like there's an ocean splashing in your mouth. Rice can't believe this is sashimi made from fish he caught himself. The god of cooking's interest grew even more. Our hero made the best dish. Simon said it was a once-in-a-lifetime dish. He thanked Rice for the delicious food and for helping him bring back forgotten memories. The dish was enjoyed not only by the fisherman, but also by the kitten. And Charlie gave his high praise and also thanked Rice for preparing such delicious sashimi for him. But no one noticed how he sat down with them to eat. Our hero was so busy eating that he didn't pay attention. This time it turned out great. It was a phenomenal success. In general, Charlie finds it strange that you can eat in this game. But that's not a minus when you can try such excellent sashimi. In fact, in real life, Charlie is a 90-year-old man, and right now, Rice has fulfilled his last wish before he died. For this, he wants to thank him, so he sent him a friend request. Although our hero did not ask for anything in return. Charlie gave his full name. If Rice searched for that name, it would come up first in the search results. So he called him to his office, and before leaving, he repeated that he would wait for him. Our hero promised him that he would come and visit. More and more memories that the devil had hidden are returning to Simon. He invited our hero to go somewhere with him. It was a personal request. Simon was simply feeling scared and needed some company. He returned to his home, the home whose existence he had forgotten. A child met him at the door, crying with happiness that his father had returned. The remaining boring quest is to cook food for a boy from the city streets. It turned out that this boy, Terry, is Simon's son. He apologized profusely to his child for disappearing. But if Dad's memories have returned, then Mom's should return too. It seems that this is why these quests are connected. They were already getting ready to go look for their mother, but she made it home on her own, happy that her family was okay. When Simon promised his son that his mother's memories had returned too, he was just trying to calm him down. But fortunately, it was true. After losing her memories, she reached the ocean. But then Rice discovered a forest path, and then she remembered her family. In honor of this event, our hero decided to treat them to something, and Terry will get the best dish he wanted. Rice completed the hidden cross, worried Terry. As a reward, he received a luxurious magical bow and some skills. The boy told our hero that the rocky mountain that can be seen from here is called the Bay. There are demons there who obey the devil, and Charlie watches over their village and interferes with them. Come to think of it, last time some goblins suddenly appeared out of the water, so everything may look peaceful from the outside. But this incident proved that this is not exactly a safe place. Our hero received a new quest to save Gale. We need to exterminate the Dark Followers on Mount Guba. As a reward, he will receive a calm storm and the dark sword. When Rice reached the mountain, he saw another user trying to complete the quest. He really thought he could finish it, but the enemy was strong, and on top of that, he was on horseback. The Dark Follower tries his best for Sir Raiden. Our hero decided to try out the bow he received after the last quest. Perhaps that is why the reward for it was associated with archery. Horsemen are difficult to fight at close range. First, we need to make him fall. Then our hero will fight him on the ground. Using the weak spot ability, Rice was able to accomplish his goal. As soon as the enemy fell to the ground, our hero rushed into attack with his pets. We need to attack with all our strength before he gets up. But the enemy didn't hesitate for a second. He immediately jumped up and threw Meow and Electron away. The enemy said that he would not fall for the same attack twice. He might have been able to block the arrow, but don't forget that Rice has backup. The kitten knocked the enemy down so he couldn't dodge. You shouldn't underestimate the little ones. Our hero successfully defeated the Dark Follower, thus completing the cross. Rice's actions helped bring peace back to Mount Guba, and the people of Lubarton no longer suffer from the Devil King's powers. Our hero also received his reward, the Dark Sword, a cold and sharp sword concentrated in dark energy. And the horse must have been Gale, who needed to be saved. The system mentioned Gale being rideable, so it looks like Rice now has his own ride. He can't ride a horse, but in the game, any available saddle will automatically control when riding. Riding around the area on horseback, our hero discovered the Fortress of Beatrice. NPCs mentioned this place when he completed Marina's quest. Now everything seems new. It looks like there is a city filled with people inside the fortress. You can also buy inventory there, or go on a group quest with someone. In the alley, Rice saw a couple arguing about something. The guy keeps throwing away food, and the girl proves that he won't die if he eats it. He offered her to try it first, but she was already full and couldn't fit any more in. And then she started shoving food at him again, forcing him to eat every last crumb. This girl performs a cross to increase the level of sympathy of this NPC. She cooked food for him, but she can't get him to eat it. And then she realized that the famous game chef, Rice, was standing in front of her. This girl is his huge fan. Her name is Eliza, and her game profession is alchemist. She had only heard about our hero in a fan cafe, and now she met him in person. If Eliza doesn't mind, Rice would like to join in on this quest. Even though it's a bot, I feel sorry for the guy. At least Rice will cook him something normal. Our hero broke an egg, added salt and sugar. Fry the bacon evenly on both sides until browned over medium heat to reduce fat. And the final touch, I used the Master of Fire. Blanch rice, scrambled eggs are ready. You can compete for a dish from a famous chef that Eliza has only heard about. But our hero took it away and asked to give the guy something to eat first. Rice received a secret quest to teach Starling one or more recipes to cure him. It seems that tasting his food will become Eliza's new hobby. She tried different recipes, and for some reason her job changed to that of an alchemist. Our hero suggested that she try to cook the dish he had just made and learn how to do it right now. Meanwhile, Manhwa found countless treasures. The whole team showered him with praise, but as soon as he reached out his hand to them, a notification popped up that the safe time limit had been exceeded and automatic shutdown had occurred. He was suddenly thrown out of the game at the most crucial moment. His brother came running to his swearing to find out what had happened. Eric didn't save and the game just crashed. The thought that others have already taken part of him is terrifying. His brother thought something serious had happened, recommended that he take it easy with the game, and went off to eat. Eric suggested going out to eat somewhere together at his expense. He knows a very good noodle restaurant, so there's no point in arguing. He doesn't really like noodles, but he knows a place where the bibimbap is simply incredible. Brothers who don't care what name the restaurant they go to is, even though they really want to go to the same place. Our heroes are in the middle of their working day. Irim cooks not only noodles and bibimbap, but also all other dishes deliciously. The guests ordered the first course, kimchi noodles, and got tired of waiting. Our hero still has a couple of minutes left to complete this order. He gets caught up in the kitchen, but manages to do everything, and then passes the dishes to Mira. Isabel also helps serve customers. As Mira said, there are a lot of visitors and sales are going well. Isabel was faced with a lot of work on her very first day at work. Eric and his friend finally arrived and ordered 2 servings of noodles with perilla oil. He felt the same taste as at the exhibition. These noodles are now very popular among restaurant visitors. Leo introduced his brother to the world because he was always playing and didn't eat anything, so he brought him here. There were a lot of visitors, and Eric was hoping to meet the chef. Mira recognized him as the famous composer she had seen on one show. Although at the moment the mention of the game upsets him, but he did meet the chef and immediately told him not to pretend he was real. It turns out there's a time limit that could kick you out of the game at the most crucial moment. Eric has a fairly high level in the game, but nevertheless he is not sure that Irim has heard of him. It turned out that in front of our hero sat the same Manko with whom they had met in the game and even completed a mission together. This surprise definitely means that Irem is familiar with Eric in the game. If you think about it, the voice, the cooking, the chef, and I'm familiar with it. It's hard to believe, but this is definitely Rice. Eric was very happy to meet Rice in real life. It turned out that they had already crossed paths at the exhibition and lived nearby. Due to some circumstances, Irem is now responsible for cooking here. After work, our hero logged into the game. Charlie, the guy from the shore, said to look for him later and meet him. It turned out that he is the president of the Artlanders Company. It is one of the 3 largest companies in the country. Our hero was embarrassed by this. His first thought was whether he had said something indecent in front of such a respected person. Ather flew straight towards him above the city in his new transport. While Rice was away from the game, his friend built a bamboo cyclocopter. A little later, he plans to build a submarine. For a craftsman, this is a piece of cake. But he came because he has something for our hero. An armored blade mixed with the blood of a white snow snake. Ader made it himself and brought it to Rice so that he could try it out. He will be able to be not only a craftsman, but also a good blacksmith, according to Rice. But the sword turned out so good thanks to our hero and his items, and Ader himself was able to increase his level. But it can also turn into armor. We need to think about equipment. And then the scabbard of the armored blade will turn into armor. Using his analytical ability, Ader confirmed the excellent compatibility. Durability and performance should also be good. Plus, it's a one-handed sword, so you can now fight with 2 swords at once. You can also use an old sword. Ader suggested that they continue winning together, and then said goodbye and flew on. Rice never thought about the double technique. He needs to try it and see if it improves the efficiency. Quests are not easy to complete. If Rice helps, then no boss will exist. People hope for a popular player on their team. However, they received help, but not what they expected. He prepared samgyeopsal for them. It looks delicious, though. In fact, when his comrades eat this dish, their strength and endurance will increase. Nobody thinks about it because the food is so delicious that you want to enjoy it. They even forgot about the boss and left one lonely comrade to be torn to pieces. Suddenly, an old acquaintance appeared in front of our hero. He searched for Rice for a long time. That same gourmet. Our hero disabled the armored sword's sheath equipment. It turned out that Rice was not responding to messages, so we had to look for him. However, our hero did not even check what Epicurus wrote to him. Although it doesn't matter anymore, the gourmet has already found it. And now Rice is obliged to listen to his request. Our hero was even a little scared because his interlocutor was looking at him like a predator. He asked Rice to cook for him. An enraged Eliza tried to attract the thug's attention from the roof. If someone wants to eat, they can buy food from the restaurant where they studied with him. You should not stalk or harass the person. This kind of behavior cannot be tolerated. She jumped on them straight from the roof, demanding that they take their hands off Reyes's shoulders. To defeat the brute, the girl decided to use her super powerful technique. She mixed something strong in her bottle, and during the flight she began to read the chemical formula. However, it was pressed to the sidewalk between them. Our hero was worried about her, but Epicurus sees only a stupid woman in front of him. This all happened because alchemists need to memorize all the spells in order to activate the skill. Having a gourmet profession, there is nothing wrong with looking for a skilled chef. Besides, he didn't come empty-handed. Eliza even found some eraser grass on him, which is definitely inedible. Our hero heard that this herb is one of the ingredients in plastic. But if we can make disposable containers, then we can also make delivery. If Eliza helps Rice create disposable items, he will teach her how to cook in return. Without asking anything, the girl immediately ran to do them. The gourmet decided to help Rice sort out the groceries, but saw a tramp. Without a drop of sympathy, he pulled him away and ordered him to drop everything immediately. The boy had been hungry all day and wished to be left alone for once. Our hero is very kind when it comes to the starving. There are rumors among the locals that strangers give a lot of money, so he decided that maybe our hero could help him. The brute paused before doing anything. He decided to ask Rice if he would complete this quest. Everyone in the slums has no money, so many are starving. The boy asked to cook something. Our hero received a professional assignment, the condition of which is to prepare food for the boy, his family, and the poor. He will be able to cook a lot of things from the food brought by his friend Epicurus. In exchange, he will be able to eat as much as he wants from what he makes. He has already completed this quest, but apparently he has no choice. After some time, Rice set a whole table and invited the slum dwellers to it. His pets helped set out plates filled with a variety of food. He gave everyone dishes so that it would be convenient to eat. The slum dwellers were delighted. Today, they would be able to eat as much as they wanted. In Epi's opinion, rice is too kind. The poor haven't eaten well for a long time, but there's a lot of delicious food on the table. The chicken is basted halfway with the sauce to give it a sweet and crispy flavor. And flounder sushi, pure flavor with this white meaty fish. There's also a fragrant bulgogi with charcoal grilled mushrooms. And finally, a thin seafood pancake with flour. The brute, without the slightest embarrassment, piled a whole mountain of food onto his plate. No petty thief will be able to steal even a piece from it. Our hero is very pleased. I see how everyone is enjoying the food. Perhaps he can try it himself. The most gluttonous one takes center stage. By eating Rice's dishes, Epicurus gains one boost after another, which is why he eats food prepared by himself. It's a place where people can eat to their heart's content, with the added bonus of being able to choose their own menu. Our hero received a reward, a generous heart. This was exactly the kind of joyful picture he wanted to see with his dream of opening a restaurant. Just when Rice thought the quest was complete, they were attacked by the Goblin Army. Players have received a notification from the maintenance staff that an army of goblins has currently surrounded Beatrice's estate. Their number reaches 1,000, and in an hour, a grand event will begin: the defense of Lubarton. Users who want to help stop the army can form a group of 6 and gather at the gate. The group that will inflict the most damage on the enemy. Rewards and rare items related to their profession will be given out. Since there is little time left, everyone who wants to participate is asked to hurry. Users actively began to form teams, shouting out information about available spaces to passers-by on the streets. Epicurus only has Rice as a friend, and he suggested that he create a team for the event. Our hero, of course, agreed, because he himself was not averse to participating. Besides, our hero has more friends. Perhaps he will be able to find the missing players. They need to find 4 more people. Rice began scrolling through his friends list, looking for someone nearby. He met Ather just recently, so he could be the first person to write to. He himself was just about to write. He was glad to receive Rice with open arms. Milena is also in this city and is happy to join. Sinkin is located outside the city limits, but the game allows you to quickly travel to previously visited locations. The courageous king happily received the invitation and rushed to his friends. In the eyes of Epicurus, our hero is surrounded by friends, but that is all he has. It's been a while since they got together. Their team is officially registered as participants in the event, led by Epicurus, a gourmet. Mira is very happy to meet, even if they see each other every day at work. The courageous king is afraid of strangers, although no one here knows him either. Our hero introduced him to everyone and told him about his profession as a farmer. Nobody knows Epicurus, but they also got to know him as their leader, and his level is incredible. People around are running to buy potions because the start is in just 30 minutes. Well, Rice has 2,000 potions in his inventory, so they won't need to spend any. Our hero also has something better, now a buff using curry. Eating this dish gives the character a 30-minute boost in energy, plus 7 to attack and 5 to defense. Rice also has a chef's keen eye, which helps him find the right food combinations. When you combine incredible curry with the best rice and the best fried egg, you get a rice curry synergy. Following the chef's discerning eye, they combine them according to this recipe. This can create the best combination, giving more improvements. Besides the effects, the taste is divine. The aroma of curry with warm rice and savory egg, everything comes together. It tastes great indeed. Thanks to this, combat power increased by 200%. Now their team is ready to go and complete the event. There is very little time left before an exciting large-scale VR battle. All teams look strong, and it is unclear who will be the best. There are also famous players among the participants, and the event is gaining momentum. The countdown to the event's start has begun, Lubarton's defense. Our hero's team took up position. The monsters are approaching the fortress, intending to burn it to the ground for Lord Idrian. There was tension all around before the start, although Adder is not worried at all because for him it's just a game. Huge wooden golems emerged from the forest. This came as a surprise to the participants. There are 10 seconds left until the battle begins. The archers drew their bowstrings, preparing to attack. As soon as the start was announced, the arrows flew like rain. Ader realized that the farmer could make stone trees grow. The courageous king did it without any problem. The fruits of this tree can be passed off as projectiles. Ader made large catapults for them. Our hero took on the task of sending the projectiles flying. Cutting the rope with his sword, large boulders take out a decent number of enemies. If Rice's team keeps this up, they should be able to do some damage. Participants show off their best destructive skills. Meow also didn't sit on the sidelines because he now has an attacking technique. Although Epicurus's profession is a gourmet, he is quite a dangerous opponent, throwing enemies aside. His character has tremendous physical strength, and with the enhancements from Rice, he became even more dangerous. The battle feels so realistic that it causes a storm of emotions in some people. Although now is not the best time for admiration or confusion. Mira has a rather unusual ability. She uses a waitress's tray as a weapon. Sinkin plays a song of war that increases team buff, attack, defense, and elbow. The courageous king appreciated the surge of strength that his allies gave him. In battle, he shows himself to be incredibly cool. Mira was carefree watching him fight, and the enemy was able to get to her. The monster already felt his victory, but the girl used her skill, a blow of complaint, throwing a tray at him. It was dangerous. She definitely didn't need to interfere with the team. Just when she thought the danger was over, a second enemy jumped from the other side. But Adder managed to use a trap that trapped the attacker. And then he sent it flying using a hydraulic spring. He offered Mira some potions, but she assured him that she was completely fine. Adder told her that they were not aiming for first place, so it will be enough to just try to stay alive until the end. The army's numbers were reduced by 2/3, and the goblins began to slow down their advance. Epicurus decided to ask if our hero had any buffs. He still had the joy of satiety. It gives everyone in the team a 10% boost to their primary stats. The allies began to advance even more strongly, including Epicurus. Besides this, it is worth remembering that Rice also has pets. One electron's attack deals damage to a group of monsters at once. The huge, slow-moving golems have already reached the area where the players are fighting. The phase has changed as half the time has passed. In the second phase, golems enter the battle. Seeing the wooden giant in front of him, Rice thought of something. He fished out pieces of the golem from the river. He managed to collect all of its parts while he was catching fish for sashimi. If you collect them, something very interesting should happen. Not far from the battlefield, some people enjoy delicious food and drink. All I could think was that kimchi pancakes were supposed to be that crispy. Spicy and crispy. If there was also makgeolli, it would be absolutely amazing. This player doesn't care about battles at all, so he eats and watches from the sidelines. As the saying goes, there's nothing better than a movie with dinner. But in the heat of battle, something happened that no one expected. Once Rice had collected all the pieces, another huge stone ally appeared. His friends did not expect this at all and did not understand why the doll Harubang appeared out of nowhere. At first they thought it was a new enemy, but then they realized that he was on their side. Rice didn't understand why he saw everything from such a height, and then he realized that it was he himself who had turned into a stone giant. While our hero is holding off the golems, his allies decide to focus on the attack. Although Rice still doesn't know what he needs to do. But in general, you don't have to waste time learning the giant's attacks. You can just go into melee combat. And during the battle, he will understand his abilities. As soon as Rice used the acceleration attack, his friends rushed to take advantage of the opportunity. Letitia didn't think that watching all this would be so much fun. You won't find such fantasy movies. Adding doll Harubang to the game was a good idea. The other administrators were looking for popcorn, which they seemed to have. And the head of the department tries to focus on what is happening. She's trying to make sure there are no bugs. Currently, the Magician's team is in first place in terms of damage output, while the Gourmet's team is in second place. Although they have Epicurus, the damage is low, but the rest of the teams are not exactly fighters. Mobs come in crowds. With explosive magic and similar attacks, it's not hard to deal damage. The monsters keep shouting out the name of Lord Idrian. In his honor, they want to destroy all outsiders. Epicurus is a popular player. His skills are the best in the north. But until the magician loses to him, he is in first place. Rice, fighting on his team, continues to crush the golems. Since things have turned out this way, we need to destroy as many monsters as possible. A notification popped up about time running out, 10 minutes left. The transformation into a golem was completed, and unexpectedly. Having assumed his former appearance, our hero found himself at his best. The main thing is to land successfully, because now is a bad time to waste life points so stupidly. It's time to take advantage of Ader's gift and get your hands on the armored blade. A sheath for a snow-white sword, adding 100 defenses for 30 minutes. And besides that, Rice also has Gale. Our hero went around the enemy to deliver the finishing blow to the golem. To do this, he used the skill, maximum charge, double strike, cutting the brute into many pieces. The wooden pieces of his body fell to the ground with a crash. The last wooden golem was destroyed. The quest to protect Lubarton was successfully completed, and the remaining goblins are leaving the area. The game administration will share the damage rating and begin calculating the reward. Event participants acquired the title of Defender of Lubarton. We also received a permanent title buff, plus 20 to defense. All of Epicurus's crew survived. Thanks to Rice's golemification, their team's damage output skyrocketed. The Magician's team took second place, and Epicurus's team took first place, beating them by just 2 points. All first-place Epicurus team members receive a special professional item. They also received the honorary seal of the Beatrice family. Our hero is glad that he was on Epicurus's team. Everyone survived and won. The administrators are pleased with the successful completion of the event and plan to celebrate after work. Letitia saw how our hero distinguished himself this time too. Their team included a farmer, a waiter, a blacksmith, and a musician, and also a gourmet and a chef. Just think that people with the weakest professions took first place. One day, Letitia would like to meet Rice in person. She was nervous about her first big raid, but luckily there were no bugs and everything went without a hitch. 3,000 users participated in this event, which is not bad. Hyung's subordinates who remained at their workplace remained to monitor the administrative server for the next 12 hours. She would be interested in playing with our hero, so she got the idea to try playing with him on a second character. She hadn't eaten all day. The kimchi pancakes she ate in the game looked so delicious. Hyung ordered home delivery from a restaurant and they left tofu with kimchi at her door. Since the pancakes were crispy, she decided to order something soft. Given her problems, the main thing is not to overdo it by trying to eat everything. The main thing for her is to eat at least a little. She was able to chew the first piece. Then I decided to try to focus on texture. The tofu is soft and the fried kimchi adds a tangy flavor. As long as her dinner is going well, the main thing is that it continues this way. But suddenly she remembered her mother, who was constantly worried about her daughter eating. These memories and the illness do not allow her to swallow a bite. It feels like my whole throat is on fire. Hyung really wants to get better. She doesn't want to be sick anymore. Then she remembered the buffet Rice had prepared while on the quest. She can watch all of this on tape. Our hero said that the best thing is to eat after hard work. Rice and his entourage discussed food. Everyone wanted to try his pizza. Not long ago, he prepared it for Moist's animals, and there was little left in his inventory. Hyung admires how our hero eats happily. His emotions make the girl forget a little the bitter memories associated with food. She also wants to be happy, the same as she was before. She wants to overcome her eating problems and gain weight. And our hero, without even suspecting it, helps her a little with this. Inspired by him, she continues to eat despite the pain. She has esophagitis, a disease of the esophagus accompanied by inflammation of its mucous membrane. What can cause painful swallowing and chest pain? After the event ended, Lubarton became a peaceful city again. All participants had the opportunity to meet and communicate. The magician approached Rice to congratulate him on first place. Even if the difference was only 2 points, a loss was a loss. In battle, they were able to see each other's skills and also find new opponents. Epicurus had no more reason to stay, so he decided to move on. He needs to go out and eat monsters that he hasn't eaten yet. If he finds new ingredients, he will bring them to our hero. And Rice is only too happy to cook something new. Sinkin also leaves. Our hero said goodbye to him. They will see each other again and work together next time. Sky left the game full of positive impressions. As he thought, being on a team with Rice was a lot of fun. Then he remembered that today a new song by GK, which Sky had, was coming out. It's strange that the title song can be in last place. It seems like the performer sang it poorly. He decided that the GC had gone too far because he changed the original happy rap song to a rock ballad. If you're going to do it, you should do it right, instead of ignoring the chorus and screaming out the high notes. GC is not at that level yet. Besides, why steal the song from Sky? In the morning, Eric woke up at his home. It feels good to wake up late after so long. He decided to listen to the songs on the chart, and I heard that very one. Leo approached him because he wanted to use the massage chair, but Eric continued talking about his own things. He didn't understand why GK was singing a song that he wrote. Although Eric himself has not worked with GC, he only works with talented people. He didn't understand how this happened, because he clearly remembers that he gave it to the newbie who recorded the demo. But this situation is unpleasant, and it is unclear what happened to Sky. Eric took Leo and went with him to the restaurant where our hero works. They decided to have breakfast at this establishment because the food here was very tasty. There are still some ingredients left for buckwheat noodles, but Iram is making a special menu for lunch. He is preparing something special for the entire staff. That boy also came to have lunch. Leo came up to ask what he was reading. Eric laughed that this fool doesn't even know what kind of book Aesop's Fables is. Mira invited Irim to eat with everyone. Our hero, of course, joined in, and also promised that a special dish awaited them today. He made thick soybean paste with samgyeopsal. As expected from a good chef, the menu is well chosen. It includes a delicious, tasty, and piquant snail. If you put this in rice and add a little soy sauce, it will be very tasty. Everyone thanked Irim for the food, and he asked them to eat before it got cold. Leo decided to put it in a lettuce leaf. This will make the pasta even tastier. It was true that it was too spicy for him. Leo scared everyone, but the dish really is very spicy. As soon as our hero got a taste for spiciness, he began to overdo it. But there was no need to eat so much at once. You need to eat as Irim served. The song that GK stole from Sky started playing from the speaker. Eric felt uncomfortable and asked Mira to switch it. He explained this by saying that he has his own story connected with this song. He had a hobby of writing songs, and when he got a good one, he decided to find a suitable vocalist. A producer friend recommended a talented newcomer to him, and then Eric gave it to him. She left it in the name of another person. Since Eric gave it away without registering the copyright, nothing can be done. Our hero remembered that he had heard these lines somewhere before. During a meeting with his gaming friends, before saying goodbye, Sky said that he was short on money, so he couldn't see them often. This happened because his debut was canceled and his song was taken by another singer. Irim decided to clarify the name of that newcomer. But Eric doesn't remember him. He only remembers the voice. Our hero said he heard a similar story from his friend. Due to the cancellation of his debut, he had to return to his hometown. Returning home, Eric thought about this unpleasant situation. There is nothing he can do about it now, but such disrespect cannot be ignored. Eric has another song? It's good. Besides, he ruined the last GC with his interference. All that remains is to make sure that Sky performs the second one. The studio working with GC took advantage of Eric's kindness, and it's frankly infuriating. But if that's the case, Eric will show them all. That evening, Hyung managed to finish her entire dinner without experiencing much pain. She hasn't eaten without vomiting for a very long time. This is the first time since her parents died. At that time, she wanted to follow them. She was afraid even to sleep alone. It was cold, and the darkness frightened her. She didn't want to be alone, and it seemed that she would be happy if she died. Grandfather tried to cheer her up. When he really wants to see someone, he invites that person to eat together. That's why I suggested that Hyung go out to eat together sometime. He promised to wait for her, and so that the granddaughter does not feel alone, spend time together in a fun way. Food tastes good when you share it with someone. That's why now he suggested that she share it. The future will be very difficult, but there is no need to think about loneliness. Grandfather wished Hyeon to be happy. Time goes by so slowly. Artist GK lies on a lounge chair enjoying the recent release of his new album. As you might expect, top stars don't have a second of free time to rest. Even during the break, he didn't manage to catch a little nap. The assistant ran up to ask if GC had seen today's news in the entertainment section. But the star is too busy to scroll through his feed, and he's sure there's nothing there except praise for his new song. However, the assistant forwarded the news via private messages so that the GC could still take a look. Eric gave an interview in which he hinted at his meanness, although he avoided direct insults. He said that his previous songs were trials and errors, but now he is preparing a new one, which will be the best. Eric hopes that everyone is looking forward to the singer he will be working with. If people listen to his new track, they will feel that the songs he made before were just practice. No matter how you look at it, it looks like Eric is furious. For now, the assistant intends to contact the company and ask them to remove the article. The GC doesn't understand who Eric is to treat him like this. He decided for himself that he would regret looking down on him. Our hero, excited by Eric's words, invited Sky to meet. At the appointed time, Irim looked for him in the crowd on the street but could not find him. It turned out that Sky was only a little late. Our hero calmed him down, saying that he had just arrived and didn't have to stand for long. They had a conversation ahead of them, but first Irim suggested something to eat. Sky hasn't had dinner yet either, so he's only happy. The guys went into a street stall and ordered chicken feet. Our hero wasn't sure if his friend liked chicken feet, so he ordered a small portion. In fact, Sky didn't have much money, so he was hesitant to come or not. But sometimes everyone needs to relax, sit somewhere and talk to people. They ordered soju and drank to their health. Irim reminded Sky about the story of the stolen song and asked what had happened since then. He worked on it for a whole year, so there wasn't even time for a part-time job. He can't ask his parents for money at that age, so it was offensive. Sky ends up feeling depressed. No matter how hard he tried, nothing went right, and now he feels like this is just not for him. He told our hero in more detail what had happened. The GC manager is also in the know because he was the one who stole the song that was given to Sky. Of course, after all this, he left this company. How can one cooperate with people who steal his songs? And if you're going to steal, then at least sing better. GK's arrangement sounds stranger than the original. Sky can undoubtedly sing it much better. Having had too much to drink, he fell on the bar and began to sing this song in his drunken voice. The visitors around laughed at them, thinking that he had simply gotten drunk and decided to start singing. However, they also noticed that this drunkard sings even better than GK. Our hero also noticed this, and some of those around him took out cameras. Sky gradually fell silent and fell asleep. Since his face is not visible, people decided to post the video on a street musician's channel. Later that evening, Eric finally finished his new song. He is completely satisfied with the result. All he had to do was find a singer to perform it. For starters, the track itself is much better than the damn GK track. But choosing a singer is quite difficult. Eric doesn't know who to give it to. It doesn't matter who he listens to, he doesn't like anyone, and he can't give it to just anyone. He came across a video titled "A Drunkard Singing GK in a Food Truck," which quickly gained 700,000 views. Eric recognized our hero in the video. Iriam once mentioned that he seemed to know the aspiring singer to whom he gave his last song, and so the very singer was found to whom Eric would entrust his creation. Our hero wrote to Sky that they needed to meet again. He wanted to introduce him to someone. We meet again at a restaurant where a single meal costs 15,000 won. Last time Iram bought a lot of food for two. Maybe it's worth closing his eyes and spending a little. Sky also wants to be able to buy food without thinking and be a great friend. This would have been possible if he had debuted with that song and not GK. Finally, Eric arrived at the meeting place. Sky saw a man who wanted to meet him. It turned out to be that same famous composer, Eric. It was the very person who gave him the song that he lost. Once inside, they ordered 2 servings of the signature fermented seafood dish. Sky didn't have to pay anything. He was treated, and besides, he was eating with a famous composer. Eric himself was visiting this establishment for the first time, but his friends said it was delicious. Not being very rich, Sky saw a lot of things on the table that he had never seen before, but with Eric you can eat anything. He decided to start with fermented octopus, which looks like regular octopus with spices, but it tastes incredibly cool. It's spicy and just the right amount of salt, plus the sesame oil enhances the flavor. The pleasant, piquant taste of well-blended octopus washes over Sky like a wave. Octopus isn't everything. When it comes to fermented seafood, we must also mention salted pollock roe. Large pieces of caviar simply explode in your mouth. Other fermented seafood cannot compare. I want to eat both. Maybe I should eat them together. A mixture of caviar and octopus. Place a spoonful of rice on a fresh lettuce salad and top it off with some fermented food. Then eat it all at once. Unexpectedly, Eric asked about Sky's friendship with Iram. They were able to meet today thanks to our hero. Eric heard that Sky's song was stolen and the debut was cancelled. He also knows that the song GK was recorded by Sky. Last time Eric was convinced of his talent. If Sky hadn't had it, he wouldn't have given him his work. So he offered to give him another song. Of course, he doesn't demand an answer right away. However, Sky was so happy that he immediately began to thank her. He didn't need time to think. But this is in a hurry, as the road to the song's release will not be easy. Sky will have to work with a person who is difficult to work with even for professionals. Perhaps after the 100th attempt he will return his gratitude, but Sky is ready to sing 100, even 1,000 times. Meanwhile, Iriam entered reality. As he promised, he began to teach Eliza how to cook. She followed the recipe perfectly, but it seems she has no talent at all. But our hero believes that if you try, you can become good at everything. She was able to create plastic using alchemy, which means she's not completely stupid. The courageous king called him. He found a great place and invites Rice to his place. Eliza was going to leave the game anyway, so our hero said goodbye and went to his friend. The courageous king found a quest point where many give up. He thinks he has found a way to get there. In fact, King Mako was going to go there alone, but he had something and decided to send Rice there. Our hero thinks that this sounds great, if only the courageous king would share information on what needs to be done. He handed him the giant's bean to use. Rice was interested in these beans, but her friend said she couldn't eat them. It was created to be planted, and then it grows to such a size that it can climb any peak. The courageous king told Rice to quickly grab the vine, and as soon as he flew away, I wished him a safe journey. On the way, our hero saw an interesting place similar to the secret dungeon. He decided to get down and look inside. Electron made sure Meow landed softly. This kitten got fat on Rice's treat. Meow quickly jumped from the nasty spirit's back into his master's arms. The place they found themselves in was quite quiet. As soon as our hero approached the door, someone called out to him. Some short guy said that this was their master's resting place and that one couldn't enter there. If you wander around here without a guide, you can get lost and even die. However, first, I would like to know who this shorty is. He introduced himself as Tom, the keeper of this tomb. But now let's take a little break and find out what Meow does when our hero leaves the game. After all, when there are no users, history in the game world goes on as usual. And the kitten is left without an owner for some time. In principle, his life is almost no different from that of ordinary cats. He can wander around, sleep, play. One day, a butterfly landed on his nose, after which Meow ran after it with curiosity. He watched for not so long that he went far beyond the city limits. And at some point, when she sat down, the kitten tried to catch her, but he didn't succeed. Unexpectedly, in the forest he met the plush toys that they had defeated in Marina's dungeon. Once they lost the witch's magic, their size decreased significantly. Since they met like this, Mishka decided to give the kitten a chamomile as a sign of apology. Meow is such a gourmet, he decided to try this flower for taste. However, it turned out to be very bitter and the kitten did not like it. The toys decided that Meow was hungry, so they needed to help him. The stuffed bunny accused Rice of leaving without leaving anything edible for his pet. The toys decided to find food for the kitten in the area. Although they themselves don't even know what cats like to eat, after walking a little, they saw juicy apples. But Mishka can't reach them with his short paws. The hare promised that he would arrange everything. He still has the ability to jump high. However, the knockdown apple fell right on the cat's head. Yes, of course they try to help with all their heart, but they are very clumsy. When the toys ran quickly to Meow, they saw oriental melons. Perhaps the kitten will like them. If the apple hadn't fallen on his head, the toys wouldn't have even seen them. And if the hare had only known about them, the cat would not have been hit on the head with an apple. But even if it wasn't his fault that it fell, these melons look very tasty. With every bite, you can feel both the crunch and the softness. It is sweet, juicy, and refreshing. The hare bit only once, but fell in love with the oriental melon. The kitten didn't like that the hare was eating alone, so he grabbed his head. They continued walking through the forest in search of ingredients. Besides melons and apples, there are many other interesting things growing in the forest. They collected fruits and scarves, which they tied around their necks. This day became a whole adventure for them, and they have come a long way. On the way, they came across a tree growing over a high cliff. Attractive fruits grow on its branches. Meow decided to get to them and throw them into his bag too. But at that very moment, the guy below decided to show his friend his new destructive skill. He demonstrated it right on the rock above which the kitten is located. Meow shook. He almost fell down, but he managed to hold on with his claws. The guys didn't even notice him, so as soon as they finished, they left. The kitten climbed back up the tree. The plush toys were very worried about him and hurried him to go back. Meow himself was scared, but he couldn't go back. His path was blocked by some invisible wall that had not been there before. There was a map error during the cliff strike, and it will take some time to correct the stuck characters. But Electron, while Rice is away, is resting at home. Although everyone said goodbye to him, thinking that he had signed a contract and gone to the human world. His friends believed that pets who had signed a contract were obliged to clean the house and do various chores while the owner was away. But while the owner is away, pets can live their own lives. The plush toys came to the spirits in search of Electron to ask for help. They told him that the cook was in danger. Electron doesn't understand how they managed to get to his house. The toys are made of magic, so they can easily enter the spirit realm. Electron's friend laughed at them for not being able to rest. He assumed his reduced form, and he asked the toys to take him away. Electron hopes that something urgent really happened, and this is not a trap. His suspicions completely evaporated as soon as they arrived at the scene. Meow was so excited that he looked like an old man. Even Electron cannot pass through this barrier, although he does not feel any magic here. He racked his brain, thinking about what he could do in this situation. But it seems that this means that he won't be able to do anything. However, Electron knows who can help. He went to another friend of Rice's and told him what had happened to the kitten. Paddle is indebted to our hero because thanks to him, he was able to find his hoe. The Spider Queen also volunteered to help because Rice is their protector from the lizards. Seeing the barrier, Paddle immediately understood what was going on. The body of all creatures has a range of recognition of terrain and objects. Due to the impact, the cat merged with the branch. He believes that Meow is now part of the branch, but there is a way to get him out of there. You need to hit the rock hard again to make the branch with the stones fall. But the problem is that the cat will also fall off this cliff. The Spider Queen volunteered to deal with this problem. Paddle asked Meow not to worry, they would save him. But for his friends, this plan doesn't seem safe. After all, a cat can fall from a great height. Paddle took out his hoe and hit the edge with all his might. The stones around the roots fell and flew down along with the tree and the kitten. Then the Spider Queen stepped in, creating a web that caught the Meow. But the bag of ingredients flew further down. Meow collected fruits and vegetables to please his owner. That's why he didn't want to lose them and jumped after them to catch them. Electron saw this and rushed to save his foolish ally. But all's well that ends well. Electron is glad that the kitten is okay, although in reality, he almost died of fear. It's time for them to return to the city because the owner will be back soon. Entering the game, Rice happily greeted Meow. This is not the first time the pet has brought him some ingredients. This time the fruits are 5 melons, 1 apple, 2 bunches of grapes, and 3 limes. Rice asked how Meow was feeling. He asked the kitten to wait a little and then they could eat something tasty. Now let's return to the story of the place that the courageous king found. There our hero met Tom, the keeper of the tomb. Shorty said that Rice didn't belong here and it was better to surrender immediately. Of all the passages in the dungeon, only one leads to the actual burial chamber. If you go the wrong way, you are guaranteed to die. But to find out the right way, you need to please Tom. Our hero will never be able to get used to this. The kitten started chewing some strange grass. Rice stopped him at first because it's dangerous to put anything in his mouth. However, using the chef's eye, our hero determined that this was fern ramen, which turns into soft noodles when soaked in water. After tasting it, he really felt the taste of raw ramen. Tom realized that he should like the prepared food. Rice promised that right now he would prepare a dish that he would definitely like. He took out chrysanthemum leaves, red pepper, chopped green onions, and sausages from his inventory. Rice cakes and canned ham, boiled it all in water with noodles, and got a delicious and spicy pute chige. Tom made the most displeased face possible because he doesn't like dishes like stew. Our hero tried so hard that he hopes that the shorty will at least try a little. He refuses to eat a dish of ramen that has a fern floating in it. Rice tried to convince him again, promising that the fern would be very tasty in this dish. He poured him a plate, asking him to try it quickly before the dish got cold. But the kitten pounced as if he hadn't eaten for a week. Now our hero can eat too. He missed the aroma of spicy pute chige so much. You need to take a spoonful of soup, then dip it into the rice, and put all this in your mouth right away. Well-cooked and delicious ramen, steamed rice soaked in broth, all cooked with rice. And pute chige with rice is really delicious. It seems that Tom doesn't like this type of food because he has absolutely no idea how to eat such long noodles. Then the shorty started grumbling about the broth. He didn't like that it was so hot. Our hero tried to explain to him the obvious, that hot food can be eaten simply by blowing on it. As a result, Thomas burned his tongue and became hysterical. It seemed to him that he would never be able to speak again. Rice explained to him that everything would soon pass, and also noted that he could still talk. In the end, our hero was able to feed Tom, and he agreed that the dish was very tasty. Since Rice was able to please him, the tomb guide will keep his promise. He opened the door and asked our hero to follow him, along the right path to the owner. Meanwhile, Sky was in the midst of working on a new song. Eric is really tough at work. He would fix every little thing he didn't like. Nothing critical, just requests like stretching out a word longer or something like that. But since people can't read each other's thoughts, we still need to guess how much longer he wants to stretch it out. Eric tries to preserve the emotional component that he imagined in his head. Despite all this, Sky is very hardworking and motivated. It's difficult for him to work with Eric, but at the same time, it's interesting. Moreover, he is very pleased to work with such a famous composer. This moment is sweeter than any cream bun for him. There have never been such happy moments in his life. He agrees to work with him even if he has to re-record the songs 100 times. Eric hadn't seen someone who was as serious about music as he was for a long time. After a light snack, they returned to the recording studio. This was indeed the 100th re-recording, and it seems that such meticulousness is the norm for Eric. Sky was very tired, but since this was also his dream, he feels joy at the same time. When they finished, Edic thanked the singer for his excellent work. No matter how he dreamed, he wants this record to be very good. This is exactly the attitude that the famous composer expects from his partner. Yes, now Sky is his partner, and it is a great honor for him. He thought he would never be able to become a singer again, but thanks to the game, he got this opportunity. This time, Sky will not miss the chance and will show her abilities. Meanwhile, our hero is already on his way to the tomb. Tom leads him, warning him not to touch the walls. If Rice had gone alone, he would have definitely gotten lost. But maybe Meow would have found the right path. They approached a huge door. This was the Master's Chamber. Entering inside, our hero saw a huge suit of armor standing on a pedestal. Tom warned that one should not forget to behave politely. Our hero climbed the stairs and came closer. A voice spoke to him, coming from an unknown source. The owner is glad that he waited until someone found his bedchamber. But Tom forgot to mention something important. The one who came to the Master must fight with him. Unfortunately, he cannot remember who he was when he was alive. He only vaguely remembers that he shouldn't have been here. Those who killed the owner are to blame for everything. They divided his spirit and sealed it in several places. Our hero asked if he knew where the other parts of his soul were. The owner didn't know this, so he just waited for someone to come to him. Now he hopes to gain his freedom. So he thanked our hero for finding him. The owner's soul was consumed by a bright light that illuminated the entire space around. Our hero received a notification that a rare hidden quest, the Will of Unidentified Souls, had been completed. It would be interesting to find other parts of it. However, Tom said that part of the owner died. When the shorty got here, he lost his memory. The owner told him that he must find a person who would become a support for him. But now his memory had returned. He remembered his real name, Pepesh, and he would like to go with Rice. Our hero received another quest. Become my partner. I need to help Pepesh grow up. Rice couldn't leave the child in such a place, so he agreed to take him with him. But on one condition, this little guy will no longer complain about food. It's good that Pepesh still remembers where the exit is. It's time for them to leave. They just need to get down from this high cliff. If you use the new skill you get for completing the quest, you can see the hidden path. This way they can get down quickly. Pepesh suddenly asked Rice if he could call him Master, but this was completely inappropriate. It was better to simply address him by his first name. Our hero used the cloak sewn by Ather to descend by hovering in the air. And his pets managed on their own. It's good that Electron can also fly. Rice asked the boy to climb down the rocks. He was surprised that our hero could fly. One could say something like that. It unexpectedly turned out that Pepesh can also fly. Our hero feels as if he has taken the Demon King's son under his wing. In the evening, some rather inappropriate guests came to the restaurant where Mira and Irim worked. They drank a lot of soju and became very drunk. Not knowing when to stop and wondering what else is in them, the guests want to order more alcohol. Their faces are already red as a traffic light. Besides, they broke more than one glass that evening. Mira suggested that Isabel go home and she would stay and clean up after them herself. It's already late, and with such visitors, it's unknown when the working day will end. The girl from the company noticed that Mira looked in their direction. She didn't like it and decided to figure out why the girl at the part-time job was staring at them. Mira didn't even pay attention to it. She calmly replied that she didn't look at them. Typical visitors who think that if they pay money, the staff is obliged to revolve around them like kings. Mira and Isabel, avoiding scandals, decided to apologize. But this drunkard did not calm down. She decided to figure out what the waitress was unhappy about, and even allowed herself to point her fingers at her. Mira couldn't stand it any longer and pushed the visitor's hand away. She took this as rudeness and became even more agitated. As a result, the drunk girl pushed Mira in the shoulder. But another man sitting in the room slammed his fist on the table, calling for them to stop. You can't behave like that in a place where other people are eating and drinking. You should be ashamed of that. The drunkard turned to the old man who intervened. He asked them to apologize to the worker if they wanted to walk home. No one has the right to push another person without reason. The self-confident drunkard went to the man to sort things out. Even her friends couldn't stop her. The stupidest thing is that she asked the old man not to interfere since he was drunk. Isabel suggested that it was time to call the police. The drunkard was even more angered by the fact that the old man stated the reason for his intervention. He said she kept bragging about her bad manners. They also created a circus and caused trouble for the staff and regular guests. A guy from their group, dead drunk, grabbed a bottle and decided to protect his girlfriend. However, this ordinary old man is not so simple. He's not afraid of such situations. He deftly moved his hand with the bottle to the side and gave the scoundrel a good slap on the neck. With one good blow, he knocked the attacker unconscious. The girl was very scared, closed her mouth and rushed to bring her friend back to his senses. The guy got hit so hard on the neck that he even turned blue because he lost his breath. Looks like there's no need to call the police anymore. The old man stood up. If these bastards don't want to shut up the good way, then he'll do it the bad way. This frightened their whole company. They were so scared that they couldn't answer anything. The unpleasant youth was about to leave without paying for the order. The old man did nothing but promise to pay their bill. He apologized to the waiter for not being able to restrain himself. At that moment, Old Man Lim entered. He noticed the angry visitors and realized that something had happened here. But it's no big deal. This visitor helped the girls figure it out. Old Man Lim thanked the man for his help. But when the visitor saw his face, he recognized an old acquaintance. He had seen this face before when he was younger, in one of the street fights. Their enemy took out the entire gang single-handedly, knocking each one out with one blow. He assumed that this was the same famous man nicknamed One Punch. The visitor handed the old man his business card in case he needed help. If something similar happens again in the future, their company will be able to help. The visitor left, hoping that they would meet again. Meanwhile, Rice and Pepesh had already reached the village. Seeing her, the boy assumed that they would now live here, but this is not so. There they met Eliza, who announced to the whole street that Rice had once again mastered the cross that everyone was throwing away. Although our hero hasn't even done anything yet, and the NPC who ate Eliza's dish seems to have succeeded in cooking and is now selling food, our hero has a new quest: help change Starling's life by making her establishment number one. Rice immediately dragged him in to develop a new menu. First, they made dotoramuk with meat pajon and makiali. The new menu needs to be presented in a special way. For this, you can use plastic alchemy, which Eliza excelled at. The girl can easily cope with the production of a large number of plastic containers. Since then, Starling has received a ton of orders from users looking to take their food on the go in a convenient format. The quest has been successfully completed. Proper packaging is the best way to achieve quick sales. Eliza met Pepesh, and when she noticed him, she realized she had never seen him before. The boy mistook her for a servant, for which the girl pulled his cheeks. By the way, the quest related to Pepesh is still in progress. Rice needs to find a way to grow it, and this quest also comes with a penalty. But our hero has one more thing to do. In honor of their return to the village, he wants to throw a party. Our hero decided to use new kitchen utensils. First, heat olive oil in a frying pan. He took a fillet steak out of the inventory and placed it in the frying pan. When grilling, allow the fat to drain and cook the sides evenly. The hot sound is simply divine, and the smell of olive oil further enhances it. Then add butter and rosemary for the sauce. Then you need to put the meat back in. Pour butter over it and wait until the juices are absorbed and the aroma of rosemary spreads. Now you need to take the dish out of the grill and let it sit for 7 minutes while you prepare the side dish. His friends were completely drooling. They had to wait a little while for the dish to be ready. But after a while, it was time to eat. For Eliza, Rice made it maximum doneness. Well done. For himself, he made a medium roast. And for Pepesh, it's rare since he loves raw meat. Our hero reminded them to remember to chew thoroughly and also gave them some sauce to pour on the steak. Eliza liked the baby so much that she was ready to donate her share of the sauce to him. But Pepesh is no longer picky about food. Their relationship is rather strange, but they need to eat before it gets cold. Pepe started with the part that was a beautiful red color. When he tried it, he felt an unreal taste. It's lightly fried and leaves a hint of raw meat flavor. The steak is rare, but still safe. Suddenly, he realized that it was not just blood, but myoglobin. The steak is juicy and full of myoglobin. It is very filling and tasty. After eating the delicious meat, Pepesh grew, and it turned out that he was growing by eating blood. His wings are spread out, preventing Eliza from eating. The girl noticed that this kid had disgusting table manners, but as soon as she put the first piece in her mouth, she felt warm rosemary filling her mouth and the taste of well-roasted meat. This is the most perfect well-dan she has ever tried in her life. Eliza accused Pepe's of bad table manners, but she herself eats straight from the plate. Our hero drew their attention to the fact that meat can be eaten with rice. Steak goes so well with rice, you definitely have to try it. In exchange for such delicious food, Eliza decided to give Rice something, a treasure map that she received a few days ago. It seems that this is very important. Our hero did not even know whether to accept such a gift. But the girl ate delicious food that she wouldn't have been able to afford, so she wants to give a gift that would be appropriate. A strange NPC approached them and brought our hero honorary citizenship. In recognition of his achievements in fighting the Goblin army, Eliza asked to see his fame level. Seeing the number 151, the girl recommended that our hero obtain citizenship as soon as possible. And then he can buy any building he wants, and even create a clan. Our hero thought that he could open a store. He was never able to do this in reality, but at least he could do it here. Rice received honorary citizenship of Lubarton, which allows him to purchase real estate. He purchased the building for 10 million won and opened a restaurant in it. The chef of Mountain Sun noticed it and became interested. He clearly remembers that there was nothing in this building before. One user noted that many famous chefs can now be seen here. She also said that this establishment is called Rice's Snacks and that it is run by that same Rice. The establishment opened by the player is very interesting. They decided to go inside. The first person they met in the hall was a kitten with a bow tied around its neck. A very nice meeting, and the establishment itself looks nice. There are more visitors in the hall than in the restaurants they have visited. Some people recognize the Mountain Sun as soon as they saw it. The girl next to her is also dressed like a chef. It's rare to see so many chefs at once. Since there was only one free table, they decided to sit together. Our hero heard a commotion in the hall and became interested in what was happening there. Pepesh came and told him that it looked like some celebrity had arrived. Our hero stuck his face out to see who it was. He saw Benjamin, the Mountain Sun, at the table, a very strong cook. Rice doesn't know who the girl next to her is, but judging by her clothes, she's also a cook. It's even a bit burdensome. It just opened, and veterans have already come to it. Pepesh went to take their order. He is certainly not as professional as Mira. His tone is rude and dismissive. The girl asked what others usually take, the boy thought. The Mountain Sun distracted him by asking the cook to prepare a dish from the chef. He hasn't tried Eliza's dish yet. She cooks such strange things that no one would dare to try it. And in general, it's unclear how it was possible to make something like this from good ingredients. Pepesh told our hero that he was asked to prepare a dish in which he was confident. Professionals always order something like this when they want to evaluate a colleague. This is to be expected from experienced chefs. All that remains is to figure out what to serve them with. Rice asked Pepe's to tell the guests to wait 10 minutes, and then our hero will show them a dish that he is confident in. When the time had passed, the food for the special guests was ready. Electron served them a dish prepared by the chef especially for them. Rapaki and assorted shrimps with deep-fried vegetables. This was the first time Mountain Sun had seen shrimp in the game up until this point. It seems that Rice is quite inventive in his search for ingredients. But the girl had never eaten ramen before, and she was interested in trying this combination. There's no point in guessing. It's better to try Rice's dish as soon as possible. The noodles are well cooked, and the green onions are sliced evenly. There are also delicious rice cakes on the plate. Because the meat was cut so thinly, the seasoning was absorbed well. Our hero paid a lot of attention to detail. The special guests took the first bites of food. And our hero in the kitchen is still wondering whether his guests will be able to recognize the details he wanted to convey. Pepesh, peeking around the corner, said that the guests, having just tried it, sit with their eyes closed. The Mountain Sun carefully dissolves the food. He felt the right balance of spiciness and sweetness. And with the right amount of water, he considers this dish to be overall very good. The cabbage is also very tasty. The egg is also worth trying. His sticks collided with the sticks of a girl sitting at the same table. They decided to try the egg at the same time. Mountain Sun offered to share. But the girl said that everything was fine and switched to shrimp. She decided to start with a crispy batter roll, and the oil temperature is very well distributed. And to add to that savory flavor, the twisted seaweed pairs beautifully. Even the most experienced chefs sometimes miss details. And when they rediscover a taste, they are inspired by the chef who prepared the dish in a new way. It's a skill that cannot be denied. Pepesh called our hero. The clients want to talk to him personally. Price came out to them and heard many flattering words. The Mountain Sun noticed that our hero has very unusual culinary skills. It was a great honor for him to hear such a thing from a veteran chef. These words bring as much joy as winning the competition 10 years ago. Then he was embarrassed and said that he was just lucky, but those around him claimed that he received first place thanks to his skills. Then our hero was very glad that people appreciated his skills. Even the man who took second place said that Irim deserves the championship trophy. This man was impressed by the feelings with which our hero approached cooking. He hoped that Irim would always remain so diligent, and that soon there would be an opportunity to visit his personal restaurant. 10 years have passed since then, and our hero still hasn't opened his own restaurant. Mountain Sun said he was very interested in what restaurant Rice worked at, but he wouldn't ask the name right now. He will wait a little longer, but then he wants to try a dish prepared personally by our hero. Not in the game, but in real life, he will probably soon open his own personal restaurant. Mountain Sun sent Rice a friend request so as not to get lost in the future. The special guests left and asked to be called back when the restaurant opened in real life. They will definitely meet in the future, and our hero will write his real name in private messages. This will be their promise to each other that they will remember. It's one thing to just go to the Plains of Giants, another to open a restaurant. Letitia thinks that Rice is truly an incredible person. Thanks to Pepesh, he will be able to level up faster. It seems like he relaxed after the level increased. But our hero doesn't yet know that fame has its price. After all, now he is popular not only among the general population, but also among dark followers. They will pursue him and take revenge for the fact that he defeated their brothers. Fleeing from the dark followers, our hero entered the territory of Piren, a new location that he had never been to before. The Twilighters ask him to stop, promising not to hit him. They allegedly just want to talk to him. To stop Grace, the enemy decided to hinder her run. Using their powers, they grabbed her legs as she walked, causing the mare to flip over. Rice fell off her back and tumbled head over heels. The enemy's magic is like strands of hair that change size at will. They tied our hero's arms and legs so that he couldn't move. Twilight said that they had to do this because he still wouldn't stop. Our hero is, of course, interested in why they were chasing him. The second enemy suggested just quickly killing him and moving on. Another Twilighter noted that he had no sense of fear since he came into their territory alone. Our hero saw a familiar face in one of them. It was Aegis, the very same player killer. Looking at Rice's face, he's glad that he became a Twilighter. The best thing a killer can do is become a Twilighter, because killing players at his own discretion is his ideal job. Our hero noticed that Aegis had become stronger. He used the weak spots ability to see if he could win. Everything is fine. Rice can handle this level, but he might not be able to handle 3 enemies at the same time. So Rice asked Pepe's for help, and the boy did not refuse him this. He was only glad to. Aegis became excited, because our hero constantly delights him with new surprises. Pepesh used his ability, Sacrifice's Fury, which increased all of Rice's stats by 50% for 10 seconds. Thanks to this, Rice was able to destroy the magic that bound him. The Twilighter who created these shackles is completely confused, because no one has ever succeeded in doing this before. Our hero, as soon as he broke free, put on the armor that Adder had given him. It looks like Aegis will have to fight him again. He can't seem to get trapped. Although this assassin user has definitely become stronger, even a one-on-one fight with him is difficult. Our hero asked for help with his pets, so Electron and Meow could hold off the other two. It had been a long time since Aegis had enjoyed fighting a strong opponent, and he called for an all-out attack on Rice. Our hero must end this as quickly as possible. All he needs to do is attack the weak spot. As soon as Rice struck the first blow, he felt something was wrong. His powers are gone, although with the buff he should be stronger. Aegis promised to kill him for sure this time. After all, now he is not the same as he was before. It is all the power of darkness. It looks like our hero is really suffering a defeat. His pets also have a hard time with another pair of Twilights. The dark followers laughed at our hero, thinking that he was only pretending to be strong. Aegis used Force, the black spear, confident that no one would help Rice now. Our hero is confused. It seems that now he will not be able to dodge. But the black spear did not achieve its goal. Aegis saw the tray that cut his magic. Rice's friends suddenly showed up and saved him from users attacking other players. Adder used the Illumination of Light, Flower of Revenge, and kicked the players Ryun and Kachka out of the system. Our hero was surprised that Milena and Adder appeared in this place. It turned out that they were hunting very close by, and when they saw the pursuit, they decided to come to the rescue. Aegis muttered something to himself about how little time was left, but Rice promised him that if he crossed the line again, he would not let it go. And as far as he knows, a user can be banned permanently for a large number of complaints. Rice hasn't realized it yet, but this is Aegis's quest. It's all because he became a Twilighter, and Rice became his target on the Devil's orders. Ader thinks that there is logic in this, but he cannot just leave him like that. If he is on the Devil's side, he will attack again. But in fact, he would have killed our hero even if he had not been given a quest with such a task. Then something happened that really scared Rice. He doesn't know if pets can die in this game. It seems not, because a notification popped up saying that Meow cannot be summoned for 24 hours. Immediately after this, the kitten disappeared. This cat ruined everything for Aegis. But the fact that he became a Twilighter does not mean that now he can constantly interfere with everyone. Our hero and his friends can't stand this forever. Aegis wanted to use some kind of attack, but Rice got ahead of him. He burned the enemy with fire magic and received an achievement for defeating the Twilight. Our hero is very worried about his kitten, to whom he has already become very attached. Ader offered Rice to take some potions from him to restore stamina. They had just gone hunting, so they had a lot of them in their inventory. But our hero didn't answer. He froze in place, and then he fell to his knees and cried because his kitten had died taking the blow. His friends tried to calm him down, saying that the kitten would return in a day. He just needed to wait a little. Walking further into the lands of Piren, they came across a remote village with a gloomy atmosphere. Ahead, they saw some kind of reaper wandering through the empty streets. Rice checked the treasure map. If it was to be believed, they were in the right place. It says that you need to find the largest tree in the village of Piren, but it doesn't say what kind of treasure is hidden there. Ader and Milena did not believe Rice. They thought that their friend had received a fake card. By the way, they both became close recently, but said that they saw each other often because of the joint hunt and quickly ran away. Our hero feels lonely without the kitten sitting on his shoulder. We need to quickly find the treasure and get out of here too. Rice found a huge tree, perhaps the one mentioned in the treasure map. This is a large tree in the center of the village. Our hero needs to go to where the X is depicted. Pepesh came to him and asked what Rice was doing in the village of Piren. Our hero said that he was looking for a large tree on the treasure map that Eliza gave him. He found a tree, but doesn't know what to do with it. Pepesh pointed out some man to him and said that he was not a man, but a monster. Rice can't hear him because he's human, but the boy can help in this matter. The monster said that he could not leave this place, as he needed to bring the spirit of 1,001 fruit trees that were hidden underground. Rice decided to search the internet for information about what kind of spirit this was. He didn't succeed, but he found a bot named Tom with whom he needed to talk. He is the only one who has to deal with underground monsters. Since Tom was hungry, he decided to have a snack of chocolate that he brought with him. But before he could put it in his mouth, he saw our hero. Rice introduced himself and said that he had come to ask him one question. During the conversation, our hero couldn't contain his desire to eat dessert. He hadn't tasted chocolate bars in so long. Having collected his drool, he nevertheless voiced the question of how to get into Piren's dungeon. The guard even doubted whether this was what the stranger had come for. It felt like Rice had come for chocolate. He is really tempted by this nutty smell of almonds and peanuts. He wants to eat at least a piece. Thomas can tell the traveler how to get to the basement and can even treat him to a chocolate bar since he himself is already full. But then he gave it to our hero and said that if he showed it to his wife, she would give him much more sweets. Our hero immediately rushed to Margaret's bakery, so quickly that Tom had to shout after him where the bakery was. Rice craves more chocolate and gorges on desserts he has never eaten before. Finally, he reached the bakery and, unable to contain his emotions, said hello very loudly. Rice said he needed candy bars, cookies, buns, cakes, and a lot more. However, he did not expect at all that the woman would not sell him anything. She said she doesn't work with strangers. It is difficult to feed the villagers due to the lack of food, so she does not want to give everything to outsiders. Our hero took out the candy bar that Tom gave him and told him to show it to his wife. But the woman waved her hand. These were his problems, not hers. She could help if Rice brought her the dessert recipe. Our hero received a new quest, a task for Margaret. Something meowed nearby. Our hero was delighted, thinking that Meow was returning. But I remembered that the day had not yet passed. The report had only just begun. Rice agreed to complete the quest. He told Margaret that he would give her the recipe. He'll have to wait a little while so that when Meow returns, they can prepare even more delicious dishes. Our hero closed his eyes and wished for the Meow to return soon. I wonder what's going on between Milena and Arthur. It seems like she liked him. If our hero gets too carried away with cooking, he'll miss out on a great game. Rice thought about a recipe that should be very simple to prepare, but very tasty and incredibly popular. Our hero asked Margaret for bread. He also asked if she had any milk. Margaret promised that if it was not tasty, he would pay for all the ingredients. Rice thought about his kitten. It would be nice to hide some milk for him. He poured 1 glass of milk into a deep plate, broke 2 eggs into it, added a tablespoon of sugar and a pinch of salt. The woman noted that first he should tell her what he was going to cook. Rice asked if she had heard anything in the French toast. All that remains is to dip the bread and make sure it is well soaked, and then put the frying pan on the fire. Once the pan is hot, add the soaked bread and fry until golden brown on both sides. Then the butter. You have to be careful here because you can overcook the bread. Once everything is done, you can take it out and eat it. It is also possible to add some syrup for flavor, for example maple. And at the end, you can sprinkle a little sugar, and your French toast is ready. Margaret tried it, she really liked it. Our hero completed this quest. He was awarded a quality chocolate bar, and his achievements were included in a book. Interest in the restaurant increased by 5%, and the bakery became available to users. After completing the quest with Margaret, our hero returned to Thomas. He told him that he had received the chocolate and gave the recipe to his wife. Thomas decided that if his wife liked it, then he should also help the traveler get to the dungeon. An NPC approached one of the tombs, did something, and a path downwards opened. There are many dangerous monsters there, so you need to be careful. Rice needs to find the spirit of 1,001 fruit trees there. Inside, the dungeon looks very much like a sewer, and it seems that zombies will soon emerge. The many corridors and forks resemble a huge labyrinth. Our hero heard some sound and decided to go there. Turning the corner, he saw a huge boar, perhaps the boss. Rice did not attack immediately. First, he tried to talk to him. But this animal only makes sounds and attacks everything that moves. Our hero is dressed in armor and will have to deal with the pork. You have to be very careful not to spoil the meat. On top of the fresh salad, he will place 2 pieces of freshly fried pork since there is no rice. Then I added some seasoned leeks and fried garlic. And at the end, add samjang sauce. And then with great pleasure, he will put all of this in his mouth. Experience amazing texture and incredible taste. You will get the perfect samgyeopsal. In addition, pork samgyeopsal increases basic stats by 20. It might be worth adding another lettuce leaf. As expected, samgyeopsal is the best choice. A glowing bead appeared in Rice's hand. This is the spirit of 1,001 fruit trees. Since our hero has found this, he can now eat in peace. Who would have thought that this spirit would end up inside a huge boar? After finishing his meal, Rice returned upstairs. Everything went well. We even managed to catch the monster. It seems that Thomas knew about this pig and praised Rice for managing to catch it. Now the guard can rest for a while. The village of Piren owes a great debt to our hero. Rice returned to the large tree in the center of the square. This tree died. He wondered if the bead could revive it. However, it is not clear how this can be done. The first thing he decided to try was to simply put her on a tree. The light from the bead glowed even brighter. The spirit of 1,001 fruit trees responded, after which the tree absorbed the artifact into itself, and it shone like a huge light bulb. The light began to fade little by little, and then our hero saw in front of him a huge fruit tree with unusual fruits. The first thing he thought about, of course, was what they tasted like. The light from the tree was visible even in the cemetery, so Thomas ran to it. Tom said Rice was something special, then noticed he had something under his feet. Perhaps these are the very treasures marked on the map. It must have appeared after the tree came to life. This is a small box. I wonder what kind of treasure awaits Rice. Inside was a wooden doll, handmade by Marin for his son. As soon as our hero got the letter, he received a new quest to return the treasure to Marin. For this, he will receive a reward of 70,000 won, 4 small magic stones and 2 medium magic stones. It's just not clear yet where to look for Marin. The monster, whom our hero could not hear, extended his hand towards the letter, and he thanked the traveler for finding his treasure. This letter, signed as "To my beloved father," was written long ago by his son. He hoped that if this letter fell into his hands, it would mean that his father had returned home safely. However, this did not happen. Marin died in the war. His son placed his favorite things in this treasure chest. He buried it under a tree so that his father would return and find the treasure. He loved his dad very much. However, he was unable to return to his family, at least not in human form. But since the son died before he returned home, they never met, and his spirit could not leave this place because he wanted to get his son's chest. Thomas was scared when he saw the undead, but now they can all rest. Other users and local residents saw a living tree in the city center. Just recently, Rice took first place in Lubarton. Well, his name is deceiving. Thomas picked some fruit from the tree. They are fresh. He's interested in how much he can sell them for. He suggested that Rice try first since he had saved the tree. Thomas said that this fruit should become something like a souvenir for our hero. The fruit of the fruit tree spirit looks delicious. Others want to try it too. The fruit looks like a mango, but has flavors from different fruits. This is a combination of the most delicious fruits. There is no such taste in real life. Each fruit gives different bonuses. The yellow fruit adds 10 to the earth attribute, and the red one to the fire attribute. Blue fruit adds 10 to the water attribute, and these enhancements are a one-time effect. Something happy also happened. Rice's kitten returned. He immediately jumped onto his shoulder. Our hero was so happy that he almost sent him back with his hugs. Rice missed Meow very much all this time. However, their joy did not last long. Some unfamiliar guys came to deal with our hero. Their claim seems to be that Rice saved the tree from destruction. They said the tree belonged to a gang, the Gentlemen of the Night, and the fact that our hero touched him means that he must go with them. Our hero has received an epic hidden quest to learn about the spirit of 1,001 fruit trees. As soon as he accepted the quest, he received a notification with the task of fighting off the Gentlemen of the Night within 3 minutes. The enemy is very active and flexible. Meow came back just in time because he will be a good cover for Rice. The bandits decided to deal with the cat first. But our hero is not ready to see himself hurt again. He quickly ran towards the pet, trying to prevent an attack on Meow. Behind Rice, he heard a strange voice announcing a double cyclone attack. But it looks like it's another user who decided to help our hero. That same magician from the group event who doesn't want the person who defeated him to get stuck in this place. The user asked Rice to hurry up. Our hero is very grateful for the help. But there is one problem. Today he is very busy and cannot cook food. It is not clear why he is doing this because no one asked him to cook. The Night Gentlemen decided to remove the wizard who had interfered with them. But they greatly underestimated the enemy, attacking straight from the front. And so we found ourselves right in the epicenter of the curtain of fire. And while the magician is dealing with them, our hero is also not standing still. He decided to finish them off from behind with his double slash. An ally asked to attack him from a distance while dealing damage with a flame point. Use the magic bow and shoot continuously. The task of surviving the attack of the Gentlemen of the Night has been completed. Feeling as if everything had ended very easily, the magician asked if there were any other quests. Rice received notice of the end, but his ally has a feeling it's not over yet. He suspects that a new wave of enemies may soon emerge, and he is right. The enemy appeared, in the same outfit. This is definitely another member of the Gentlemen of the Night. He has the status of an elite Gentleman of the Night. Most likely the battle with him will be more difficult. The enemy was very angry that our hero and his friend did not feel fear when they saw him. But no matter. He intends to show them the despair of eternal darkness. The magician reflected his crescent moon to create a windshield. However, this did not help. The enemy attack speed was too high. As expected, his shield collapses, but suddenly Epicurus comes to their aid. He saw that his friend was in battle status and decided to find out if he could help Rice in any way. However, he couldn't remember the magician at all, even though they had a chance to talk after the event. The enemy was angry that his opponents dared to look away from him in the midst of the battle. At this time, Leo ordered food delivery to his home. But when she told Eric about this, he didn't react at all. He is so engrossed in his work that it is very difficult to distract him from the computer. And all attempts are in vain, since Eric in response asks to calm down and leave him alone. Leo will have to start eating dinner alone. The food that was delivered is very tasty. The meat is easy to chew, not dry, and no Korean can resist this taste. Typically, jokbal is eaten with makuksu, but this time Leo decided to replace it with rice. It also goes perfectly with rice. Who would have thought that it would be so delicious, simply amazing? Leo didn't even notice how he ate absolutely everything, even the food intended for Eric. And he came across the GC interview and listened attentively to every word. The journalist suggested that he should be sad, since he was the one who worked on this song. But GK replied that the song is an art created by the composer and singer, and he is glad that thanks to him, this song will still be released. He hopes that she will be able to show her true charm. That is, he is trying to tell everyone that he completed the unfinished song himself, which is very impudent on his part. However, Eric agrees that a song is an art created by a composer and a singer. So he and Sky will be able to make a much better song that will break all the charts. After watching the interview, Eric decided it was time to try some delicious food. However, when he approached the table, he saw that there was almost nothing left there except rice. Leo ate it because he didn't expect Eric to get up from his desk so quickly. Meanwhile, GK is drinking red wine at home, fully confident that the song that even he found difficult to sing cannot be performed by anyone else. Late in the evening, Mira learned the news that they would soon hear news about Jiyoung's parents. She had previously taken a business card from a man who had helped with problematic customers, and her boss asked him to look into the matter. After all, a child found on the street at night cannot simply live with a stranger's grandfather. However, when it comes to her parents, Jiyeon immediately becomes depressed. which causes anxiety and thoughts that maybe these people will actually turn out to be terrible. After the conversation ended, Arthur wrote to her and offered to play reality with him. Mira is glad that he wants to play with her, and he seems to really enjoy the games. Meanwhile, in the virtual world, our hero and his friends are fighting against a gang of gentlemen. Epicurus worked well with the magician, although the latter doesn't like that Epi calls him second place. But the battlefield is not the best time to sort things out, so they will return to this a little later. Our hero distracted them from the fight. He uses his shield, and the guys have to attack. The magician used the ability, Hurricane Blaster. Powerful wind magic swept away a large number of enemies. Epicurus admitted that even the second place also has normal skills. After destroying all the enemies, Rice decided that the quest was over. And since we've sorted everything out, it looks like the magician's help is no longer needed. He didn't ask for anything in return because he already had a high level. It's just that next time he'll get first place instead of second. Thomas ran up to our hero. It looked like something serious had happened. The gentleman's gang took his friend Jerry, and then a new quest appeared to save Jerry. Meow also received improvements after the fight. The kitten grew up, and he added a new skill, baking bread. Rice hugged his pet with joy because he had now become so big. Our hero invited Epicurus to go on a quest with him and split it between the two of them. And as soon as he collects all the necessary ingredients, he will cook him something delicious. A little later, Rice and Epicurus were killed by the kidnappers, and the prisoner was found with his eyes tied. He didn't even understand what happened and thought that the Solarians had arrived, but our hero asked him not to worry. He said that Thomas had sent the two of them to help and also introduced himself, but Rice decided to inquire who the Solarians he had mentioned were. He didn't have time to find out anything because a new enemy came to them, reproaching them for raising a fuss in his area. But our hero gave the prisoner to his friend and rushed at the enemy. Jerry flew into Epicurus so hard that he hit him in the face with his head. Against them is a mage whose abilities are similar to necromancy. He promises to give them the most miserable death possible. The enemy sent a bunch of zombies after them, ordering them to get rid of all the villains. Meow was the first to rush into battle. He jumped very high and looked like he was about to use his new acquired ability. It turns out that the skill of baking bread is in increasing the size. Having seen so much cuteness, our hero forgot about his dislike for walking corpses. The enemy is stunned. A large number of zombies are destroyed, despite the fact that the players did not even have time to attack. But instead of wasting time on nonsense, they can now attack what matters most. Epicurus used his skill, which makes his blow much stronger, and he sent the necromancer away to them. Jerry warned them that they could not go alone against the gentlemen of the night. But Epicurus thinks that for him it is quite simple. It turned out that the enemy had not yet shown all his trump cards. Some kind of magical shadow began to spread around them, and the zombies continued to crawl out from under the ground. Magic has deprived our hero and his ally of the ability to see. Now they won't be able to fight in this position. Then Eliza suddenly came to their aid. It seems that she wandered in there by accident, and judging by her conversations, she's able to see where they are. The girl told Rice that if he had intelligence skills, he could use them. To reduce the effect of blocking the view, although Elsa herself sees them, they do not thank this. She made herself night vision goggles using alchemy. She wanted to check out the situation in the area and then saw that her friends were in trouble. The boys really need help. Elisa took out her powerful, huge cat. It seemed that her shells had blown all the zombies to pieces with their explosions. But as soon as the fire died down, they saw that the crowd of dead people was still on their feet. Rice suggested that she aim at the wizard, but such an attack would require a recharge that would last about an hour. If so, Epicurus asked her to borrow her glasses for a while, and when he heard that in exchange Rice would cook her something tasty, she immediately sold out. Now the strongest and most resilient of them can see the enemy despite the magic of the night. He didn't waste time on the weaklings and immediately broke through to the main magician. The enemy miraculously managed to dodge the first blow. After this, he immediately began to prepare for an answer, collecting a powerful fire spell in his staff, intending to reduce to ashes all who dared to stand against him. Not knowing whether Epicurus could withstand the blow, our hero became afraid for him. But in vain. His friend is not only strong, but also has a high level of protection. Before the smoke had time to clear, he immediately rushed in response. With one attack, Epicurus managed to deprive the enemy of his hand and the staff that was in it. With the second attack, he finished him off and then threw him to the ground. The quest to save Jerry is over. The shadow has dissipated and everything is visible again. It turned out that their enemy, the magician Khatun, was a Twilighter. Even Jerry himself didn't know this, but the people who came to save him coped with this task. The next moment he trembled, seeing something that threw him off balance. I saw tattoos on the zombies, which meant that these dead people were his comrades, kidnapped by the gentlemen of the night. It looks like these bastards are visiting people and experimenting on them. Jerry burst into tears. Apparently his comrades were hungry, and then the gentlemen of the night grabbed them. His comrades have turned into zombies, and his stomach demands food. Our hero calmed Jerry down and suggested that he first satisfy his hunger. His inventory is not particularly varied, but Epicurus, hoping to eat Rice's food, carried a lot of ingredients in his. It has vegetables, meat, and even some interesting herbs. At this time, Eric and Sky went out to have dinner somewhere after recording. While working, they were so focused that they lost track of time. And since Sky has gone all out, Eric will treat him to dinner at his own expense. For Sky, this turned out to be not at all difficult because he really liked the song. And how can a song be bad when it was written by such a great composer? All that remains is for them to choose a good agency for further cooperation. But that will happen a little later. Sky hasn't logged into the game for a long time as he's been completely focused on recording lately. Eric told him that Rice had completed a quest for Piran's bakery and that thanks to him, the 1,000-day fruit tree had been revived. Our hero is a very good player, so Sky was not surprised at all. They finally found a place that apparently served very tasty food and decided to go in for some chicken and beer. Eric would like to enjoy chicken and beer with Rice in the game. He offered it to him before, but there weren't any ingredients that time. But now our hero has a new item in his inventory, chicken powder. Although Jerry is hungry, he has absolutely no appetite after he saw what happened to his comrades. But still, Rice will give him something to lift his spirits. He just needs to wait a little. Rumors about our hero spread throughout Piran. He contributed to the city's development and received 20 fame points. Piran became better after completing the quest with the Gentlemen of the Night. If it continues to develop, it might become much more lively. In the meantime, we need to take care of the chicken, first cutting it into large pieces. Then add fresh farm milk, then a fresh egg. Add half a tablespoon of salt and pepper and rub it into the chicken using massaging movements. This way you get a delicious marinade. When everything is ready, take out the old clay pottery, which is more than 1,000 years old. Sprinkle the chicken with a fine dusting of roasting powder to create a thin, crispy crust. This is much better than doing it with a test, and then having to wait another 30 minutes. The meat is successfully prepared. Now you can start frying. After the chicken is lightly fried, you need to take it, drain a little oil, and cut it. This ensures that the meat is cooked right through to the core, and a small amount of oil acts as a flavor enhancer. While Rice is cooking, Epicurus and Eliza are suffering from impatience. They no longer have the strength to smell these aromas. But the chicken is already fried. All that remains is to pour the sauce over it. Our hero also took beer out of his inventory. This is the most beautiful combination in the world. At first, Jerry did not want to eat. He was plunged into grief. But Rice tried to convince him otherwise, because at such moments you need to eat to perk up. After some persuasion, Jerry agreed to eat one piece. He took a fork and pierced the chicken very slowly. But when he tasted this warm piece, he immediately remembered the time when his friends were still alive. He would really like to share this dish with them. Our hero is glad that Jerry's appetite has returned, and he himself had not eaten chicken for a long time. It turned out pretty good, juicy, crispy, and tender meat. Finally, he will be able to eat chicken in the game. Rice doesn't want to praise himself, but it really is very tasty. And with cold beer, it tastes even better, the perfect combination. The Solarians, whom Jerry mentioned earlier, are a group of people who oppose the Gentlemen of the Night. Thomas is also a member. But then the power of the Night Gentlemen grew so much that it became very difficult for the inhabitants of Pyrenees to live there. These bandits even began to kidnap Solarians, and the people kidnapped by the Gentlemen turned into zombies. However, Jerry did not know that things had gotten so bad. He realized that they were his comrades when he saw the tattoos on their bodies. Under normal circumstances, this tattoo is hidden by the captain's magic and only appears when membership is confirmed. However, Jerry cannot say who Captain Jerry is. This information is confidential. One small quest turned into a whole chain of tasks, and its scale is greater than our hero expected. It's time to move on. Eliza is going to look for useful items in the forests and huts. In the meantime, Rice will take Jerry into town. They will meet again a little later. Thomas was glad to see that his comrade was alive and well. The linked cross that needed to be allowed for Tom and Jerry to meet is complete. Thomas can't thank Rice for anything right now, but he owes him a huge debt. Our hero is very interested in hearing their story, But for today, it's time to finish and exit the game. Opening his eyes in his room, Irim saw that it was already dark outside. He had thought about this before, but the story was really well written. Night gentlemen, followers of darkness, and even Solarians, the quest chain is indeed quite long. It's worth looking on the internet. You might even be able to find information about Piren. But Irim saw slightly different news. Charlie, whom they met on the shore in the game, is now in critical condition. Our hero promised to visit him, but now there is no time to postpone the meeting. When Old Man Lim came to work, he saw that Irim had arrived very early. It's great for a boss to have such a reliable cook. There was still some time before the opening, so he suggested taking a little rest. Old Man Lim took out a newspaper and announced the news about the chairman's critical condition. After this, our hero thought about it and decided to ask if he could take a day off. He apologized for asking such a thing without warning. Irim said that he knew Chairman Ishel a little, and he promised him that he would meet with him. However, he could not find time for this, but now he is in the hospital, and our hero feels that he is obliged to visit him as soon as possible. Hearing this, Old Man Lim immediately approved of the day off. He said that their establishment could take a day off, and meeting with a sick person is more important, because such an opportunity may not arise again. In the meantime, the old man will go to the store and eat something tasty with Jiang. Irim left, but promised to return as soon as possible if there was such an opportunity. He called the company, and they told him which hospital he needed to go to. Our hero introduced himself as Rice from the game Reality, and they answered as if they were expecting his call. He was met by Sarah, the chairman's assistant, who thanked Irim for coming. As they walked, she told them that the chairman's health had worsened, so they had to go to the hospital. At the moment, his condition is very bad. Our hero had no idea that everything was so bad. If he had known, he would have come much earlier. Sarah said that the chairman wanted to pay Irim for the food he cooked for him in the game. This old man left him 50 million won, which he can take in cash or take the equivalent. Irim is so surprised that he doesn't even know how to react, because all he did was cut up the fish from the game. But when it dawned on him, he shouted out so loudly. Sarah asked Irim to take the money, as this plate of sashimi was the chairman's last wish. Therefore, the old man valued his dish at least 50 million won. This is what one plate of sashimi cost him. I still can't believe that this is a real amount. However, Irim is not as happy about the money as he is about the fact that someone's last wish came true thanks to his culinary skills. Sarah gave him her business card so that he could be sure to contact her if necessary. Our hero feels as if he can't take it. He feels awkward. But, as the girl had already told him, this was the chairman's will, so refusal was unacceptable. And finally, they went up to the 11th floor and entered the room. Sarah immediately rushed to find out the condition of Chairman Eickel. The doctor said that things were bad and we needed to prepare for the worst. The girl introduced Irim to the chairman's son. He had already heard about his excellent sashimi from his father. The chairman is currently unable to greet anyone. He feels so bad that it's not even clear whether he can hear anything. This old man might not be able to eat raw fish in real life, but he was able to enjoy it in the game. Irim remembered the moment when Charlie admitted that in real life he was a 90-year-old man, and how he thanked him for fulfilling his last wish. At first, our hero simply cooked food in the game. And then, with the people he met there, he began to communicate in real life. And now he is even able to guide someone to another world. The chairman's son asked Sarah about a child who was also supposed to come. She said that she was very busy, but she would try to make it on time. The chairman has always taken care of her, so he will definitely want to meet this child. Our hero even became curious about what kind of child would enter this ward. And so, kicking open the door, Haeyeon flew in, all in tears. Before that, she was in her corporate apartment and doing work. There, from a colleague, she learned about the news that filled the front pages. At first, she didn't want to communicate because she was busy with the system. But her colleague was sure that she had to find out this news as soon as possible. As soon as Haeyeon heard that the chairman was in critical condition, she immediately turned away from her work. The details are still unknown. Her colleague, like her, just found out about it. He only knows that the old man became ill yesterday, and the doctor said that the situation was dire. Haeyeon is going on vacation starting tomorrow, so she should stall for time and run. Her assistant will handle the remaining work. Of course, all she can do is stall for time because she definitely won't be able to work now. When Haeyeon was still in school, a man approached her on the street. He handed her his business card and suggested that she try auditioning for their agency. This audition was for those interested in becoming an idol. In the dance hall, young girls who had passed the casting were practicing new moves. It was then that the chairman saw Haeyeon for the first time. He didn't intend to meet the newcomers. He just came to have a look and noticed Ha-young's talent. And the choreographer himself did not deny this. She has good talent and a rather pleasant character. A talented person has joined their agency, and the chairperson will be looking forward to her success. Later, tragedy struck Ha-young's family and she lost both of her parents. Her cheerful and energetic look, full of youth, was replaced by emptiness. The agency's management also came to the funeral to support their man. Mom always tried to feed her daughter. And when the chairman asked her, no matter how busy she was, to always find time to eat, she could not hold back and burst into tears. He told her that in difficult times she could always come to him at any time. After this, Ha-young had a very hard time, but she found the strength to become a game designer. In the end, she never became an idol, but the chairman invested a lot in her, so she always remembered him. And now he is in critical condition, and it seems to her that he cannot leave like this. And now she broke the awkward silence in the room. Ha-young finally saw Rice in person, but she doesn't even know it. She ran right in front of him to have time to talk to the chairman. Our hero smelled her aroma, the scent of some fresh fruit. Although his sense of smell had not yet recovered, he decided that he had imagined it. The girl fell to her knees in front of the bed. She doesn't understand how it happened that the chairman ended up in the hospital. The doctor asked not to disturb the patient as his condition required rest. But he always smiled. Ha-young had never seen him like this. Now she feels like it's all her fault, that she rarely called and came even less often. Gathering his last strength, the chairman put his hand on her head, trying to calm her down. Everyone doubted that he was conscious. The girl hoped that this was a good sign and the doctor would be able to help him. But the chairman only asked if Haeon had eaten well today. She asked for forgiveness and promised that she would eat well in the future. He will eat healthy food and will definitely succeed, so he should gain weight. After these words, his heart stopped. She thought again of how he had once told her to always find time to eat, no matter how busy she was. After that, she sat alone for a while with her thoughts. Sarah decided to sit down with Ha-young and find out how she was holding up. They hadn't seen each other for a long time. Since then, she has lost a lot of weight. Sarah assumed that it was because she was very busy with the gaming company. But with this busyness, she doesn't think about all sorts of useless things. However, as the chairman said, you still need to take good care of yourself. Ha-young wanted to talk to her about what happened, but then changed her mind. After all, it's probably harder for Sarah now. She was with the chairman much longer, and now she has to go and organize the funeral. Ha-young offered to help, but she sent her home. Our hero saw her, the same woman he met in the ward. The chairman's son tells Iram about the upcoming funeral, and he can't get the smell out of his head. But when he said that the amount previously assigned would be transferred today, our hero was stunned. And if in the future he needs help, he can contact him or his secretary. Although he didn't do it intentionally, such connections certainly wouldn't be unnecessary. After the chairman's son left, Haeon approached our hero. There it seemed to her that the chairman was dear to this man. Now they can get to know each other properly. Ha-young revealed that she was close with the chairman when she was a trainee at their agency. And Iram said that he met the chairman in a game called Reality. Ha-young was pleased to meet someone who played the game she created. She also suggested meeting up sometime later. Iram saw the last minutes of a man's life. They saw each other a little in the game and didn't know each other for long. Therefore, most likely, he was not as sad as the people who were in the ward. Arriving home, our hero entered the game. He saw that he had received a message from Eliza. Among the trash, she had found something that she had given to him. Opening his inventory, Rice saw a bandana made by a master from Cold Energy. It has a chilling effect. The creator is unknown and this item is a set, and also adds stats when worn. Our hero would be interested to see the rest of the set. When he put on the bandana, he gained points to defense and agility, and the ice modifier increased by 100, and besides, his hair will no longer get in the way when cooking. When Rice came to the square to pick fruit from a fruit tree, he saw a lot of people around him. There he met Thomas, who didn't seem to be very happy with the new surroundings. Everyone wants to enjoy the fruits, so they came running. But this was to be expected, because these fruits are truly amazing. Another good thing is that this tree constantly bears new fruits. Although, in Tom's opinion, these fruits are not really needed here. Pyrenees was once nicknamed the City of Beggars. When people pick fruits from a tree, new ones appear immediately afterward. Therefore, people considered this tree sacred. But because the tree bore an endless amount of fruits, people became relaxed. Many unemployed people began to appear on the streets, and so Pyrenees turned into a city of lazy vagabonds. Thomas fears that the city will become impoverished again. which is why he is not particularly happy about the tree's rebirth. Our hero thought that the tree's revival would be welcomed, but it turns out that things are not so simple. And approaching the tree, he met Marin again. The ghost is trying to say something. It's good that Rice has Pepesh. Marin says that Rice is strong enough to face the Gentleman of the Night. A rare quest uncovering the truth is now open. You need to find Don Janelli and uncover the truth. And the ghost also gave him something that would help reveal this truth. This is what he was able to take with him. Our hero received a quest item, a button. If you give this button to the Don, it will become clear who killed Marin. Rice was surprised to learn that Marin was killed, but in order to complete this quest, he still needs to find out who this Don Janelli is. It is written on the internet that the most influential person of Piren from the NPCs is Baron Bram Kronel, the ruler. And the second, a wealthy resident, Don Janelli. While the knights and the power of Kronel give him apparent dominance, the wealthy Don controls the economic sphere. Given their wealth, it goes without saying that there should be quests associated with them, but so far no one has received any. There is no more information on the internet, but Thomas told our hero where this Don's mansion is. Rice thought he needed to go to the mansion with the red roof, but that was the ruler's mansion, and our hero needed the one with the blue roof. Baron Kronel defends the village from the Knight Gentleman, leading the Knights of Piren. And while the Baron is making efforts to deal with the bandits, the commander of the Knights, Nick Wood, is only thinking about how to idle away his time, and the results from that are zero. Thomas believes that if the Knights had a normal commander, they would have restored order long ago. Rice had to say goodbye because Tom says nothing about Don Janelli and continues to chatter about Knights. Looks like I'll have to find the blue-roofed mansion myself. Our hero walked around the area all day and finally found what he was looking for. Of course, such an important person has his own security. But there were no problems with this. As soon as they found out the name of our hero, they immediately started to fuss. He was immediately introduced to Sean, who showed him where the living room was. Our hero thanked the butler for seeing him out. However, now we will have to wait a little. It all seemed pretty easy, but it remains to be seen why Marin asked to bring the button here. Don Janelli entered the room. Rice is already known to everyone after he revived a 1,000-day-old fruit tree. But let's get straight to the point. After all, Don Janelli was informed that Rice wanted to speak with him. As soon as Marin's name was mentioned, Don became more interested in the conversation. After all, so much time has passed, it's strange that the stranger remembered him. Rice revealed that Marin asked him to save Piren and find out the identity of his killer. However, Don Janelli was unaware of the murder. It turned out that he and Marin were very good friends. Then Marin went missing and no one knew where he went. Sean tried to calm the gentleman down and asked someone to bring some water. Marin didn't even have the opportunity to inform his friend about the death. Sean asked Rice to postpone this conversation due to the fact that the gentleman needed rest. But our hero was approached with a request, and he must fulfill it. Mr. Don Janelli asked his butler to be silent because he wanted to at least listen. Rice met Marin's soul under the 1,000-day fruit tree, where he asked him to stop the Night Gentleman, and also to find out who took his life. As proof, our hero handed over the button given to him. Marin asked her to pass it on to Don Janelli. These cufflinks are worn by the residents of this mansion. The special patterns on them are recognizable at first glance. But one question remains: how did she end up with Marin? As soon as the Don touched her with his finger, she began to glow, and then they saw a video image. Marin was pursued by those seeking the 1,000-day fruit tree. In the cave, he accidentally overheard their plan, and now these people do not intend to let him go. Besides, he couldn't even imagine that a person he knew well was capable of such a thing. Marin wanted to tell Don about this, but he knew he wouldn't last that long. In this message, they saw that the killer was in the same room with them. Someone no one could ever have imagined. The man who lost a button that day. It turns out that the butler Sean is a traitor. That day, he himself did not want to deal with Marin, but he had no choice since he had exposed them. Although, judging by the expression on his face, it didn't seem like it was difficult for him. Don Janelli didn't want to believe what he saw because the butler had been with him for many years. But he laughed and said that it was just a little bit missing to hand Piren over to the Gentleman of the Night. There was no point in hiding anymore, so Sean didn't bother making excuses for himself. Introduced himself as the second among the leading gentlemen of the night in the Pyrenees, the second night. Don Janelli decided to remove the traitor with his own hands. But Sean is no weak pawn, and dealing with him won't be that easy. He himself does not consider himself a traitor, because he was not initially on Don Janelli's side. He easily deflected his knife with a tray. But the master was so angry about Marin's death that he did not stop. Sean finds it funny, considering Don's fighting skills. He was able to hit him with ease, causing considerable damage. It remains a mystery how Sean was able to hide the sword. He's going to kill Don, as well as Marin, right now. But the enemy forgot that Rice was still in the room and would not allow him to do this. And Meow, using his healing skills, helped Janelle recover from the wound she received. Sean thinks that 3 against 1 is too much, even though he is not even prepared, and therefore the best decision would be to hide. The smoke distracted attention, and the enemy escaped through the window. Don believes that he needs to catch up with him, and perhaps ask Baron Kronel for help. He thanked Mr. Rice for his help and would now write a letter to be delivered to the Baron. Now there is not a minute to waste, and we must immediately set out in pursuit of Sean. Our hero received an urgent quest that must be completed within 30 minutes. Go with Don Janelli's letter to Baron Kronel and borrow his knights. Rice successfully completed this part of the task. The Baron learned of what had happened from the letter, and since Sean is the second of the Knight Gentlemen, he cannot do without knights. Baron Kronel is certainly a man of great dignity, and behind him is that same lazy Knight Commander Nickwood, who yawns endlessly, whom Thomas spoke about. The Baron decided to consult with Nickwood and find out what he thought. The commander lazily suggested that it might already be too late. It was unlikely that they would be able to find any traces, and the Baron agreed with him, believing that such a question required careful consideration. He said that he could not gather the knights immediately, and it would be better to meet with the Don tomorrow, discuss everything, and then make a decision. If Sean really was a gentleman of the night, it was too late once they let him go, and haste increases the likelihood of an undesirable outcome. Eliminating the Knight Gentleman is an important matter, but as the ruler of Piren, he must think about protecting the inhabitants. The Baron is certainly right, but Rice has a pressing quest. If you don't move out by a certain time, Sean will leave. A notification appeared suggesting the use of a recommended item. This is an item obtained from the event, Lou Barton's Defense, the Beatrice family's honor seal. The seal demonstration grants Rice count level influence and can only be used 3 times. Taking the opportunity, our hero politely ordered the knights to be gathered and Sean to be captured, and he asked to do this immediately. After using this seal, a baron whose status is lower than a count must obey the command. While his subordinates carried out the order, he invited Rice to discuss the details of the operation over a cup of tea. The butler brought tea with a bright, pleasant aroma of jasmine. However, as soon as our hero drank it, his body suddenly became completely numb. He felt so bad that he couldn't even hold a cup in his hands. The Baron noticed that the paralyzer worked quickly. I was already worried that I would have to resort to binding magic. Meow tried to do at least something, but his strength is not enough to overcome the Baron. Calling for help won't work either. This room is protected from summoning magic. It seems that the ruler is also one of the gentlemen of the night, and he's not just one of them. He's the 3rd knight. They couldn't even imagine that their identities would be revealed like this. Now the plan to capture Piren is almost complete, and he is confident that Rice's actions will not hinder them in any way. The Baron intended to kill Rice, but his moonshine spilled his blood. Our hero, having listened to Thomas, thought that Nickwood was not at all interested in what was happening. But he defended Rice and had no intention of obeying the orders of the gentlemen of the night. He is not his lord. The gentlemen are the enemies of the Solarians, and Nickwood is their main one, and he intends to destroy the 3rd knight here and now. Our hero saw how in battle the knight becomes a completely different person, and Tom clearly called Mr. Nickwood a lazy person. It turned out that Nickwood had been collecting evidence for 10 years that the Baron was a gentleman of the night, and he didn't expect that in the end everything would turn out to be so simple. The Baron was angry to learn that the spy was hanging around right under his nose. Nickwood apologized for interrupting, but he had to go chase Sean. The paralysis effect and the restraining spell have ceased to work. The hypnosis spell cast on the guards also stopped working, and when they woke up, they didn't even understand what was happening. Nickwood told them that the Baron turned out to be a gentleman of the night and promised to tell them all the details later. He knelt before Rice, ready to carry out any command the Count gave. He only needed to give the order. Rice decided it was time to look for Sean, but he found them himself. It was declassified, and the Baron also failed. The damage caused was very significant. Therefore, he believes that there is no point in delaying any longer, and it is time to quickly devour Piren in a full-scale battle. The Knight Gentlemen versus the Solarians, and then they will find out who is who. Nickwood likes this idea because they can finally rid Piren of the bandits once and for all. Sean pointed to Rice, saying that he too was invited to participate. After all, a very ignorant person interfered with their plan, He left again through the window and said that he would wait in the Valley of the Winds. Nickwood apologized for his behavior, pretending to be indifferent in order to quickly leave and rush in pursuit of Sean. A golden exclamation mark appeared above his head. This is a rare hidden quest. This quest is a full-scale battle with the Gentleman of the Night, and the reward is promised to be decent. Rice will also be able to assemble his team of up to 7 people, probably because the task is too complex to complete alone. To be honest, Solarians are no match for the Gentleman of the Night. Although the Solarians are in the minority, they have found a very strong ally. Who would have thought that a chef would be so strong? Our hero went to his friends list to see who could join him now. However, he saw something there that he did not expect at all: 0 friends online. Rice isn't sure he can handle this quest alone, but he has no one to call. He told Nickwood that he had no friends who could come at the moment. This turned out to be no problem. Nickwood suggested coming to the Windy Peaks after everyone was ready. Our hero thought that we needed to move out immediately, but the battle will take place when everyone is ready. The war has not yet begun. Both sides will be preparing for battle, so Rice will be able to step out of the game and get some good rest. He found out the reason why no one was online. Irim was so engrossed in playing that he didn't notice how morning had come. There had been too many turbulent events today, and he had completely lost track of time. He was about to grab a bite to eat and get some sleep, but he received a message from his boss that Ji-young had suddenly developed a fever. Apparently, the boy had caught a cold, so the old man would look after him for a while and then close the restaurant. When Ji-young gets better, Irim will definitely cook him something delicious. One way or another, he has a day off today, and since today is Saturday, he can write to everyone and ask who wants to participate in the cross. He was able to recruit 6 people for the afternoon and assemble a full team. It will also be useful for them to take part in the hidden quest. Ida appreciated how big the quest chain was. He would never have thought that something like this would happen in Piren. Nickwood came to greet the newly joined allies, and also thank you for your participation. Rice is too serious about the war with the Night Gentleman. He does not want Piren to fall into their hands. But before going to battle, he will, of course, feed everyone. Before that, he asked Macho King and Otter to do something. They specifically entered the game early to fulfill his request. Otter created a large honeycomb that could cook up to 100 servings, and the king grew a large quantity of fern ramen. Manhwa couldn't even imagine that he would be eating ramen in virtual reality. Before leaving the game, Rice asked the kitten to take care of the ingredients for the broth. Not only is Meow a cutie, but he is also a very capable royal cat. Everything is ready and you can start cooking. First, you need to wait until the water boils, then put the noodles and soup powder into it. Then finally chop the green chili. Then add the egg. And at the end, a little red pepper powder. Using her loud speaking skills, Milena announced to the entire army that it was time to eat. She asked the soldiers to stand in line and get their portion. The delicious, stomach-turning smell tantalized them so much that they didn't have to ask for long. Each soldier received a plate of food. It looks like they haven't seen wavy noodles before, so they probably don't grow in their area. And they don't even know what kimchi is. Manhwa is delighted that pickles exist in the game. After such enthusiastic cries, the knights wanted to try it as soon as possible. The food turned out to be very tasty. The noodles are chewy. With kimchi, this dish is even tastier, and when the broth cools down, you can drink it. Rice did everything as usual, but he is glad that everyone liked it. And he himself should try it too. He missed this taste so much. The cool broth with green onions and green chili peppers that add a piquant flavor to the dish. And finally, the wonderful taste of the egg. This dish does not have any supernatural taste. And this is not some special wine where you can tell by the aroma where the wine was produced, or where you can smell some hidden ingredients. But he still would like to enjoy cooking instant noodles. The people gathered here stood up to defend the village, as well as the peace that had brought Rice so much joy. Therefore, our hero will do everything possible to help. The knights felt a surge of strength, the effect of the dish prepared by Rice. Now we can focus on destroying the Gentleman of the Night. The battlefield is surrounded by some kind of field, through which they were able to enter the zone without hindrance. Our hero also saw a couple more familiar faces. Thomas and Jerry decided to join in too. Nickwood thanked Rice for the prepared dishes, and the strength they give will greatly help in battle. There is no need to worry whether they will be able to win or not. Because the Solarians simply cannot lose, their entire town is at stake. The Night Gentleman also arrived at the meeting place. Players around noticed a large crowd of people. It looked like a whole event, not a quest. The quest area is surrounded by a barrier that only allows players participating in it to pass through. The Battle of the Night Gentlemen against the Solarians. 0 minutes left until the start of the final battle. Sinkin also noticed that other players cannot enter the battle zone. However, they failed to see the gentleman's boss, according to Sean. To slaughter a chicken, you don't need to use a cow knife. Although Nickwood believes that the enemy is greatly underestimating them. If Nickwood is killed, the quest will immediately fail, so he must be protected. The enemy is definitely not weak, and they cannot be compared to normal NPCs. Rice thinks that they will start fighting first, and if they find themselves in danger, he will play his card. The warriors hadn't even had time to clash, and Nickwood had already received a knife in the back. There was no time to be surprised. We needed to deal with the traitor quickly, although no one expected it to be Thomas. Manko rushed at him. It seemed that this was his true identity. Nickwood needs immediate help. He is bleeding. Jerry can't believe that Thomas turned out to be a spy for the Gentleman of the Night, although Sean told him that he was not in a position to say such a thing. After all, he is the same traitor who sold information about the Solarians. And Sean would like to say something important so that there are no misunderstandings. Thomas is actually the main one of the Night Gentlemen. He is the first knight. Sinkin was already confused by all this information in such a short time. But in any case, it is known for certain that the Solarians and Rice's team are in a very dangerous position. Sean decided to attack first, using powerful lightning magic. Manhwa tried to get closer, but it wasn't easy. Then the knights threw their spears upward, hoping to hit the enemy. But Sean has a protection spell that prevented the weapons from reaching him. And besides, not everyone has the abilities that can reach the enemy at such a height. Nickwood is still alive. Maybe everything will work out with the help of Meow's healing skills. Since Thomas is in charge, the knights decide to try to catch him. But even ordinary soldiers, even if they gather together, will not be able to overcome him. And Rice's skill, weaknesses show nothing. Due to Thomas's attack, many Solarians were taken out of the fight. And even those who remained alive lost a lot of strength. It's incredible that such a kind and family-oriented man turned into a ruthless monster. He is preparing for this and will finish everything. The knights decided that they had to retreat immediately, but his attack was so powerful that they didn't make it in time. However, Thomas saw something unexpected behind him. Our hero used the trump card he had been keeping all this time, the Golem. Seeing such power, the fighting spirit of his comrades rose. They believed that they could fight back against the enemy. Our hero went on the offensive, asking the knights to move away from him so as not to be hit. Sean decided to intervene, but Rice is confident he can withstand his attack. Manhwa can't stand by while our hero does this. And Epicurus deals with the other gentlemen of the night. Only 3 of their knights are capable of fighting on equal terms with the characters, and these weaklings are nothing compared to them. Plus, thanks to the food buff, they became even stronger, and their abilities have a power that exceeds the original. And Sinkin can add to this his buff, Songs of War, which will increase the strength of all allies. Thanks to the Meow, Nickwood got to his feet and immediately rushed at Tom. He wanted the leaders of the opposing organizations to fight each other, and also to understand why Thomas needed to destroy the 1,000-day-old fruit tree. In his opinion, the 1,000-day fruit tree destroyed Piren. People cannot be given such wealth so easily. After all, we must not forget how Piren became a den for beggars, and let the town perish. After all, this is much better than beggars lying around in every corner. After 10 minutes, the golemization expired and Rice returned to his previous form. His friends caught him well below. It looks like the battle will soon come to an end. There are much fewer gentlemen of the night, but Sean isn't about to give up. He decided to use his powers to deal with this. Sean used a spell of destructive power that even blows up his comrades. Taking the leader with him, he decided to stop there for now. But suddenly Jerry spoke to him, not understanding what had happened to his feelings for Margaret. So this relationship was also a deception. But Margaret was loved by stupid Tom, who forgot who he really was. He is no longer here, he is buried here. An information window popped up about completing the quest and receiving the reward. A minor conflict broke out among the Solarians. After all, they were good friends with Jerry, but it turned out that he betrayed them for money. Rice saved him from being kidnapped by the Gentleman of the Night. But if he is their agent, then it is unclear what the purpose of all this is. It turns out that Jerry wanted to quit, so they tried to kill him because he was useless. But Nickwood stopped the conversation, because most likely he needed money for medicine for his sick mother. The Solarian leader understands Jerry's situation, but his actions have resulted in the deaths of several of their good comrades. And since he has chosen the path of betrayal, he must take responsibility. After these words, Jerry grabbed a knife and was about to give his life. But the leader knocked it out of his hands. After all, then he will escape punishment by death. He must pay for everything, repenting until the end of his days, and it really hurts him that his friends died. After completing a full-scale battle with the Gentleman of the Night, Rice received additional awards. His friends are also interested in what fell out there. He received an item, Cold Health, which increases defense, stamina, and the ice attribute. He also received cold gloves made by a master, which also gave an increase to the ice attribute and agility. So it turns out that he has already collected 3 items from this set. Hader has a suit that would work well for this item, and he would be happy to give it to his friend. So our hero updated his equipment. Thanks to this, he feels like he has become stronger, and the new image suits him very well. The Night Gentleman disappeared and all participants received the items. This means that the quest related to Piren is complete, and the Solarians have taken control of the city. During the battle, someone was shocked by the news of the loss of a loved one. Some felt pain because of the betrayal of their comrades. Someone has faced the sad loss of a loved one. Piren is now plunged into darkness, but the day will come when the sun will come out and all these people will be able to stand on their feet again. And for completing the epic hidden quest, Rice received the Divine Fruit. It is a fruit that contains a small amount of 1000-day fruit tree. It's just not clear yet why our hero can do what others can't. Rice decided not to guess, but rather to try it right away. The taste of this fruit is more amazing than the taste of ordinary fruits growing on a 1000-day-old tree. This fruit is so juicy that the juice just flows out of it. Like any pet, both in the game and in life, Meow is tired of begging for a piece for himself. Rice can't identify what kind of fruit it is. However, this sweet and juicy taste that spreads in the mouth, if there was a fruit that deities ate, it would probably be this. After our hero ate the fruit, something sparkled at his feet. Now there is divine power in him. It turns out that Meow has snatched a piece of this power for himself. Fireworks and the Intube symbol appeared in the sky. Our hero used divine power, and the barrier between the two worlds dissipates. Now he can publish footage from the game. Now you can imagine the continent of Azalana with the help of your Intube. Our hero received an offer to link his game account to his Intube account. From now on, all walkthroughs of the game can be seen online. Other users were delighted with this news, as no one had been able to do this before. Now our hero has become even more popular. And after completing the quest, he received even more rewards for increasing his characteristics. The god of cooking is even more interested in rice. Now our hero has a 2-dimensional farm with cows and pigs. Meanwhile, Chairman Kang, hired by Old Man Lim, finally found Ji-young's father. He drove up to the house where he was supposed to be. His company has connections that are useful when searching for specific people. But before that, he decided to tell Old Man Lim about it. He is currently taking care of Ji-young because the boy is sick. Although he feels better now, his runny nose still hasn't gone away. Ji-young was tired of drinking medicine, but he wouldn't mind some tasty porridge. When Old Man Lim was about to go to the kitchen, his phone rang. Kan contacted him to inform him that he was already at home. Where is Ji-young's father? In fact, he wanted to contact Lim after he learned something about the matter that the old man had entrusted to him. He told him what he had learned and promised to call again soon. What he heard greatly upset Old Man Lim. It looks like this bad news is about the boy. The next morning, he told his colleagues at the restaurant that Ji-young's father had been found. But he asked not to speak too loudly so that the boy would not hear. Our hero didn't know that his boss hired Chairman Khan to search. They can't keep the boy forever. But something is bothering the old man. His father is alarming. It is unclear where he disappeared to and what he was doing, and it is unknown what reasons he had for abandoning the child. They don't know the reasons yet, but they will be told about it a little later. In short, the father was found, but their entire team is worried about what kind of person he is. In the evening, Chairman Kang rang the gate of the house where Ji-young's father, Carl, lived with a woman. He abandoned his son because of gambling. The most typical scum of society. Hearing a knock on the door, Carl felt very displeased. He went outside to see who had shown up at such an hour. To get him to open the door, Khan asked him to go out under the pretext of removing the car. However, as soon as Carl stuck his nose out, the chairman gave him a good thrashing. Ji-young's father didn't immediately understand what had happened, because there were many people who didn't like him. Khan introduced himself as the one who would take him to his son. And when the woman came out, it turned out that this non-entity had deceived her. He didn't tell her that he was divorced. And he also didn't tell her that he had a child left at home all alone. Even a stranger is more concerned about his condition than her own father. But when she heard that a little boy was begging someone to feed him, she realized what kind of trash she had been spending her time with lately. Having understood the whole situation, the girl will not call the police if Khan takes him away, but she wants to clarify one situation. Carl squandered all the money she earned and even recently sold her ring, so she wants to file a complaint against him. Chairman Khan will help her with this, but a little later. First, we need to take him to his son and sort things out there. And the girl, as she was leaving, simply asked this scumbag not to appear in her sight again. Khan put him in the car and drove him to a restaurant. He believes that this man does not deserve to be a father. It is unclear why he took on guardianship if he did not even think about taking care of the child. It turned out that he did this because he didn't want to pay alimony. Hearing this, Khan lost his temper and gave him a strong slap on the back of the head. Afterwards, he wanted to know where his ex-wife was. It turned out that she died in an accident. Jiyoung doesn't know about this. His father decided not to tell him about it. Carl himself was at a loss. This happened shortly after the divorce. But if someone wants to take Jiyoung away, his father will give up his parental rights. Perhaps this is even for the best, but for this attitude, he received another slap on the back of the head. Although if he had said no, he most likely would have gotten hit on the head anyway. Carl decided that he needed to try to escape as soon as the car stopped. But Khan didn't even let him unfasten his belt, otherwise he would twist it around his neck. Finally, Carl fell silent, and they continued to ride in silence. In the morning, our hero met Jiyoung at a restaurant. He came to work early. Iram did this so that they could have time to prepare food and have breakfast together. Old Man Lim and Jiyoung will set out the cutlery for now. And finally, Chairman Khan brought Carl to this place. Everyone here already knows him, but what kind of person is behind him, that's not yet clear. When Jiyoung saw his father, he dropped the plates on the floor and froze. It looks like the boy isn't very happy to see him, and the father behaves as if someone is trying to foist someone else's child on him. Jiyoung clung to Irim. He was very scared and shaking. One can only guess what this man did to him if he was so scared. Carl offered to talk to his son and extended his hand towards him, which made the child even more frightened. Then Old Man Lim intervened, asking them not to touch the child, although Carl believes that he has every right to touch his child. He pulled his hand away and wanted to grab Jiyoung, but Khan stopped him by force. He hit him in the stomach so hard that he fell on all fours. It might be a good thing he got there first, since Old Man Lim was planning to do it. And if Khan is not mistaken, then Old Man Lim is the same man nicknamed One Strike. In his youth, he dominated the criminal underworld. But now is not the right time to ask about youth. Now Kang asked Jiyoung who he liked better, his dad or his grandfather. Iram asked the boy not to be afraid and to tell it like it is, and they would protect him. It is obvious that Jiyoung chose his grandfather because he created an environment of safety and the absence of hunger around him. It's strange that his father expected a different answer. But Jiyoung repeated it loudly again, especially for him. After all, her father beat him and her mother every day, so she decided to run away. And even before he met Irim, he was so hungry that he felt death approaching. At such a young age, he had to go through a lot. He was probably very scared. Giving birth to a child does not mean becoming his parent. He also needs to be raised and take on all responsibility. Simply giving birth to a child and forgetting about him does not mean being a parent. Our hero was so angry, it seems like he can relate to Jiyoung's experiences. He drove Carl away and forbade him to approach his son. Khan calmed the boy down. He brought his father to sort out the situation, but he didn't want to scare him. And now he will take him away from here and take care of everything else. We'll prepare all necessary documents. Old Man Lim will take charge and the boy will stay with him. I wish he was happy and free from all these worries. Our hero went to quickly prepare a delicious breakfast that would definitely lift everyone's spirits. And that's what happened, even from just one look. Irim made osam bulgogi, a dish Jiyoung had never tried before. Our hero made it not so sharp so that the boy would not get sick. They wished each other bon appétit and began to eat. And of course, there is always rice on the table. After all, where would we be without a side dish? Irim is a sincere person and has excellent culinary skills. Old Man Lim would like him to not just work here, but to fulfill his dream. A little later, at home, our hero received a notification that each of his videos had received more than 500,000 views. Although he published them only recently, he also received a lot of money from monetization for this. He received another message. Sky wrote to him. He played with him from the very beginning, so he was very happy to see these videos. Preparations for the song's release are in full swing, and now that he is in the agency, the song will be released soon, and it's all thanks to Irim. Sky likes this song, and if possible, he would like to meet our hero and treat him to something. And by the way, the assistant to the chairman of this same agency recently gave him a business card. Things have been looking up lately. Before going to bed, our hero entered the game where he met McBain. The system now allows you to travel to a farm from another dimension. And now that you have a farm, you can use as many different ingredients as you like. There is also an NPC named McBain who looks after and manages the farm. Meow and Pepesh periodically collect a bunch of new ingredients which they give to Rice. Pepe's enjoys living on the farm, and since there is enough food, Meow will have fewer worries. McBain told Rice that Beatrice's cooking competition was coming up soon. In Lubarton, Count Beatrice is holding a cooking competition. Rice is rumored to be a very talented chef, so McBain is confident he should be involved. Our hero is really interested in this. A cooking competition reminds him of the old days. It was his first competition then, so Irim was very nervous. And then he also got a really good experience. Our hero went to the venue of the culinary competition. There were a lot of people there who wanted to take part. Some have heard that even players can become judges, but they just don't know how to do it. Our hero saw many familiar faces, including NPCs Karen and Rika, with whom they went through Marina's cave. So much time has passed, and he only just came to them. Other players didn't think these NPCs could be interacted with. Well, more importantly, they heard them call this man Rice. Since completing the quest with Marina, Rice has become very popular and came to participate in the culinary competition. Karen pushed his fans aside, let him into the arena, and wished him luck. When our hero passed through the arch, he saw a huge space. So this is where the competition is taking place. There are seats for judges at the top, and plenty of seats for spectators. Rice's application for participation was confirmed, and he was allowed to go to the kitchen table. There, he met a girl who came to his restaurant with Benjamin. It was the first time he saw her like this. There are only 2 of them for now. It looks like everyone else will come to the beginning. She was bored waiting, so she decided to use the kitchen table. If Rice waits a little, she can try her candy. This taste is straight from childhood. Sweet taste, subtle aroma, and crunchy texture. In fact, our hero last ate dalgona a long time ago before it lost its taste, and I never would have thought that I would try it in a game. It's a pity that the girl doesn't have curves, then it would be more believable. But a little later, Rice will definitely introduce her to a craftsman and an alchemist who can help. While Rakuzine was telling how many ladles she burned as a child to learn how to cook dalgona, our hero saw another familiar face. The king of Korean cuisine also came to participate in the culinary competition. It had been a long time since Irim had crossed paths with Devon. Every time this scoundrel says different nasty things to our hero, which upsets him, but he unexpectedly bowed and asked for forgiveness. Devon admitted that he acted too arrogantly because of his pride. Since then, he has been thinking and practicing a lot, so he decided to return to the basics. He doesn't want our hero to feel uncomfortable because of him, but he really wanted to apologize to him. Devon had wanted to do this for a long time, but he didn't have the courage to do it. After he had said everything, he was about to leave, but Rice thanked him for it. Then Devon himself felt better when our hero accepted his apology. If he were in Rice's place, he would have added at least a couple more words, but he was so kind. This time they parted on good terms. Rakuzin became a little curious about what this man had done that was so bad, but Rice did not answer her. The girl asked the king of Korean cuisine to try her dalgona. He hid his nickname, but since viewers need to know the participants, this feature is not yet working. Since Devon came up with it in a hurry, he would have gladly changed it if he had the opportunity. Rice also met Jail, who is organizing the competition. He will eagerly await the results, but in the meantime, he will continue to prepare. Everyone must be tired of waiting. And now it's time to start Beatrice's culinary competition. Our hero didn't see one excellent chef among the participants. It looks like Benjamin, the mountain son, won't be taking part. But he did see Epicurus, who took part as a judge along with a couple of other players. His friend also noticed him and greeted him. Apparently, all 3 players who are judges are gourmets by profession. Count Beatrice came out onto the balcony to thank the participants of the competition, which he personally organized. He decided to skip the long and boring introductions and simply hoped that the judges would give their unbiased assessment, and they will find out which of the 16 chefs will be the best. The competition will be held in 4 rounds, and for the sake of fairness, no one is allowed to use their skills during the competition. The competition organizers have prepared all the necessary ingredients. Using third-party ingredients will result in disqualification. In the first round, participants must select a fish from the pantry and cut it up themselves. The order of choosing ingredients is determined on a first-come, first-served basis, so everyone rushed to grab the best ones. Rice stared at the Count, who looked very much like his boss, so the other participants were glad that they had managed to get ahead of him. Despite the fact that there are a lot of fish, there are only 2 of each species. He needs to hurry if Rice wants to choose a fish that won't require too much fuss. Since our hero in the game was engaged not only in cooking but also in other activities, he has developed not only culinary skills. Having developed agility, he easily overtook his competitors. Since these are just pumped-up physical parameters, they are not related to skills, and there will be no disqualification for this. Rice chose gobiobochia, although there are masu or rainbow trout, which are much easier to deal with. Others didn't understand why he needed a small gobiobochia with a lot of mucus, and decided that he was too confident in himself. But the king of Korean cuisine, knowing Rice, realized that there was most likely some other reason. The host announced the end of the first round and will now announce those who have been eliminated. The participants are perplexed because how can they announce that they have been expelled when they haven't even done anything? The presenter began to list the eliminated contestants for Nikki. 8 people were eliminated after the first round. In fact, the goal of the first round was not to cut the fish, but for the players to select fish in good condition. Those who were excluded chose fish that was not fresh enough and could not be used for cooking. The chef must look at the condition of the products that will later be served on the table. Those who dropped out were naturally dissatisfied. In their opinion, the rules should have been clearly explained from the start. And our hero seems to have figured out what the point of the first round was, just by looking at the fish. When Rice approached the table, he saw that half of the fish was not in the best condition and was not suitable for cooking. Most of the participants in this competition are chefs. If only they had the opportunity to use the skill of a chef's insight, they would immediately be able to determine the real purpose of this competition. In this way, the organizers wanted to weed out people who cannot recognize good products without relying on their own skills. There are also people who pass the first stage because they approached the choice of fish late. Due to the surprise, Rice himself started a bit late. After all, he was staring at Count Beatrice because he looked so much like Old Man Lim. It's time to move on to the second round. It will be a team round. The presenter brought out a box containing 8 stones. People who choose stones of the same color will be on the same team, so the participants will be divided into 2 teams. Of course, other players really want to be on the same team as Rice, so they are eagerly waiting to see what color he will get. Our hero got the white stone. Rakuzin also got the same. They also have on the team the king of Korean cuisine and another unknown participant with the nickname Taster. Their team has acquired 2 good chefs, but the opponents are not in the best spirits. Since Rice and Rakuzin are on the same team, they no longer have any hope of winning. In the second round, they will have to prepare 1 dish per team. Each participant will have their own number and they will go out in the order of their assigned number. The first participant must bring 10 ingredients from the pantry. Sugar, salt, vegetable oil are included in the standard set. Therefore, you need to pay attention to this and choose the right products. Our hero wanted to challenge his team to decide what dish they would cook. But the participants are not allowed to talk to each other for a minute until the first participant brings the ingredients for cooking. If they can't talk, it means they can't agree on a dish. Now we can only hope that Gourmet will bring good products. After this, the second number is given 8 minutes to prepare a dish from the products that the first one brings. According to a special rule, the third number can bring 3 additional ingredients. The first participant has completed their part of the task, so the mute mode is turned off. Even the king of Korean cuisine, looking at the ingredients brought, realized that the dish would not work out. When choosing products, the taster looked at what could be cooked on the grill, because he thinks that grilled meat is the most delicious. The opposing team's competitiveness has increased, and they feel they now have a chance to win. After all, you can't win a culinary competition just by frying meat, and Rice believes that the king of Korean cuisine is right. After all, in this round, it is important to present a dish that demonstrates culinary skills. It's time for number 2 to start cooking for 8 minutes using the ingredients brought by number 1. We need to decide what to do, decide what can be made from pork and beef. Our hero asked the king of Korean cuisine not to do anything, just chop all the ingredients. Rakuzin is a very quick learner. She understood what Rice had in mind. From these ingredients, their team can prepare a Hamburg steak, a dish similar to a cutlet. The taste of the cutlet can be completely different depending on the recipe. If their team can cook a really tasty cutlet, then they have a chance to win. The second number understood everything and started cutting the ingredients. But number 1 can't stand to watch his delicious steak being cut into small pieces. After all, grilled meat is so delicious, and if you cut it finely, all the juices will drain away, and besides, it's rare to find products of such high quality. But Rakuzin promised that it would remain juicy if you add sauce. And even if they had prepared it, he still wouldn't have been able to try it. The dishes must be tasted by judges. The ratio of pork to beef is 6:4. You don't need to add all the fat, only a third. And we need to think about rice too. The king of Korean cuisine had never seen such a rice cooker. Although why doubt what he is thinking about at all? Rice is definitely someone you can trust. Meanwhile, Epicurus is dying of hunger. Among the judges, there is a man with the nickname Sugar Salt. In real life, he is a star chef. He didn't expect such a great competition. It was worth clearing his busy schedule. The cooking is top-notch, and the participants are worthy of being invited to this competition. And Rice is an outstanding chef in this world. I wonder what kind of dish he will prepare. Our hero noticed that one of the judges was staring at him, which made him feel awkward. The second players have 1 minute left. It's time for the third players to get ready for the change. Rakuzin can take 3 ingredients, so she will bring breadcrumbs and sauce. Our hero expected nothing less from her. She's independent and doesn't need any prompting. Worcestershire sauce and a side dish would go well with the steak. But if that sauce wasn't available, she'd skip the side dish and go with ketchup and soy sauce. First, she took the breading. There was no Worcestershire sauce on the shelves. Having to forgo the side dish, Rakuzin decided to take a peek at what the opposing team was cooking. They are preparing kujeolpang. Their team did a great job selecting the sauce and ingredients, but ours can't relax. She returned to her people and said that there was no Worcestershire sauce. It was a pity, but nothing could be done about it. When you fry chopped onions in butter, the bitterness turns into sweetness, and the taste becomes more pleasant. If you add this onion to meat, the flavor will be richer. Sliced champignons, garlic, eggs, breadcrumbs, salt, pepper. Our hero decided to suggest that she add more parsley. This is a great idea since the ingredients are limited and this will replace the spices. She decided to leave the saucepan on the gas for now. Now she needs to divide the meat into 2 balls and pat them well. Press down a little in the center with your hands. Now thanks to this, the middle will be well fried. Then lightly fry the meat, and when it is golden, add water and cover with a lid. This way the cutlet won't burn and will be well baked inside. Her time is up. It's time for our hero to take up the baton. First, he turned down the heat on the pot of rice. Then I checked the cutlets. They were well fried. Now you need to turn them over and cover them with a lid. And of course, enjoy the delicious aroma. When the cutlets have a golden crust, they need to be placed on a plate. It's time to start making the sauce, the base of which will be the juice left over from frying the steak. Rice will add chopped mushrooms and onions to it, thus preparing a sauce from the ingredients that Rakuzin brought. And then pour the freshly prepared sauce over the cutlets. Then place the fried eggs on them. And after that, you can add the rice prepared by the king of Korean cuisine. The presenter asked the participants of both teams to move away from the stoves. It was time for the tasting, and the judges started with kujeolpang. There is nothing special about the recipe for kujeolpang, but it must contain only well-selected, fresh ingredients. Hamburg steak is quite simple in its ingredients, but difficult to prepare. Salted Sugar never thought they would see such opposite dishes. All 8 ingredients are placed on a flatbread and then dipped in the sauce. The opposing team made peanut sauce, and the judges really liked it. You can't help but want to eat more. The ingredients are well chosen. The flatbread turned out excellent. It's a work of art. The presenter noted that the judges were delighted with the kujeolphan. But it's time to try the Hamburg steak. As soon as the plate moved, the judges could smell this appetizing aroma. And when we tried it, we experienced delight. The sweet and sour sauce and the piquant taste of the egg. Divine gravy that pours straight into your mouth. And what really brings out this wonderful taste is rice with mushrooms. The aroma of champignons makes this combination more luxurious. The judges seem to have been transported from the competition to an elite Western fine dining restaurant. The winners of the second round were the white team. Of course, they were delighted with the victory. But the host immediately said that the results of the third round would be announced. It was surprising, because they hadn't even done anything yet. It turned out that while they were participating in the second round, the third round was also taking place at the same time. The theme of the third round was effectiveness and teamwork. The top 2 will be chosen to advance. The taster decided that since he had chosen the meat, its effectiveness should be the greatest. In total, there are 100 points that the judges distributed among each team member. Our hero received 45 points. Rakuzin received 36 points. The king of Korean cuisine, 15 points. The taster received only 4 points, and those eliminated from the second and third rounds must leave the site. As expected, Rice's team was impossible to beat, but the opponents still had fun trying. The taster can't believe the judges rated him as the most useless. But nothing can be done, and when a person is not in a good mood, he must eat meat. He will go and eat meat. The king of Korean cuisine is of course a little upset that he didn't advance further. But thanks to being on their team, he was able to reach the third round. He wished good luck to the remaining participants. Finally, the time has come for the long-awaited fourth round. Thanks to Irim, Sky got the opportunity to talk to Sarah from the Entrante agency. She gave him her business card and asked him to fill out a form and contact information and send it to his work email. It's hard for Sky to believe that he will have a song from a famous composer and a contract with Entrante. For all this, he is very grateful to Irim. If it weren't for our hero, none of this would have happened. That is why he promised to meet him soon and treat him to something. And now the time has come to find out the decision made in the company. Sarah said that the contract would be signed, but the agency had to check how good Sky's skills were. Based on the results of this test, the details of the contract will be determined, and after signing, he will not receive any income for some time. After all, at the first stage, the company will focus on investing in it. Sky won't make money until it recoups its entire investment. In fact, he agreed to sign even under such conditions, but did not have time to answer. Eric came to the meeting, but was late because he got stuck in traffic. Sarah was very surprised to see composer Eric in front of her, and he told her that if she behaved like that, she would miss a great opportunity. Eric told her that Sky sang so well that he was the one who talked him into working with him. He also said that in front of her sat the man who owned his new song. Now Sky is a newbie monster in her eyes, and her attitude towards him will be completely different. That's great. Sky is amazed. He knew Eric made good music, but I couldn't even imagine that he would be able to take the initiative in this conversation. He became even cooler in his eyes, and our hero is getting ready to begin the fourth round. The theme of the final round, decalcomania, is when you draw on one side of the paper. They fold it, then unfold it, and get a beautiful symmetrical pattern. One contestant will choose the ingredients for the fourth round, and the other contestant will choose the dish. Rice, the winner of the third round, will be given a choice. He will choose which dish to prepare, and Rakusin will choose the ingredient. The girl chose pork as the main ingredient. She wants to prepare a boneless pork dish. And our hero, for the final of the culinary competition, decided to cook tonkatsu. The audience thought this dish was too simple for the final. Players may think it's just tonkatsu, but the NPC judges have no idea what the dish is. This dish may seem ordinary, but it is far from ordinary. Salted Sugar noticed that Rice was a very interesting person. Our hero wanted to cook the judges food that they had never tried before. But he also really loves pork, so he wanted to cook tonkatsu. If he can cook more, he will put the rest in his inventory. The host announced the start of the final round, where the participants will prepare tonkatsu. Count Beatrice really hopes that this food will fulfill his wish. In the fourth round, they will be given 40 minutes. This time, they will need to prepare 3 portions for tasting. First, you need quality meat. You need to prepare all the ingredients for the dish. Rice and Rakusin completed the selection of ingredients at almost the same time. You need to immediately put the frying pan with oil on the stove, because 40 minutes is not enough time for cooking. While the oil is heating up, they will cut the meat. First of all, you need to get rid of unnecessary skin and fat. Then beat the meat with a hammer. Our hero is beating the meat, and Rakusin decided to use whole pieces. Thin and thick cuts of meat. Now everything will depend on what the judges like more. So far, no one knows what the outcome will be. But time is up. It's time to start judging. The judges noticed that the same dishes from 2 chefs looked completely different. Rice dish, a light European version of tonkatsu, which in Europe is called pork cutlet. The dish consists of thinly sliced meat, deep fried, and should be served with a light sauce. Rakusin's tonkatsu is in the form of a thick piece of meat, which is what it originally was. It's Japanese tonkatsu with a sauce of the same name. The host was about to announce the start of the tasting, but Rice suggested adding soup. Since this is a European dish, it would be a shame if he didn't serve it with soup. Rakusin barely had time to prepare the main course, and Rice also had soup. She was already losing faith in herself. The judges appreciated the soup. It was an excellent appetizer. Now we can move on to the main course. The audience's mouths were watering, and many wanted to order tonkatsu home delivery after leaving the game. The good thing about popular and simple dishes is that everyone already knows what they taste like, so they are easier to serve. Salted Sugar is sure that everyone who is currently following this competition is thinking the same thing. Judges rave about the crispy breading that explodes in their mouths like fireworks, and juice oozes out of it. And if you dip it in the sauce that comes with the dish, it's a fantastic combination. The audience cheers enthusiastically and wants to try it too. The problem is that you have to choose one winner, even though both participants did a perfect job. Sweet Sugar understands why the NPCs can't pick a winner because they both really did well. Rakuzen's tonkatsu was well cooked, and even though it was a thick piece of meat, the cutlet wasn't tough. The sauce was perfect, and the rice sauce he served with it complemented the dish well too. Highlighted the pleasant sensations of the combination of crispy breading and tender meat. Epicurus appreciated Rice's dish and showed him the appropriate sign. The third player is at a loss. This competition is definitely worth watching. He had a great experience. The food was delicious and the venue was also good. It is unlikely that something like this could happen in reality. The host asked to determine who was the winner of the final round. The judges who choose the rice dish must raise one finger, and those who prefer Rakuzen's dish should raise 2 fingers. Now it will become clear who will take first place. The situation was tense. They had a draw, but the deciding vote remained. The king of Korean cuisine is a big fan of rice, and now our hero gets the last vote. He wins. Both finalists made excellent tonkatsu. The judges had a hard time making a choice, but that's only if we're talking about tonkatsu. Rice's patty itself was delicious, but he also had other side dishes that created perfect harmony. It was the most perfectly prepared dish in such a limited time. And now our hero and Rakuzen will receive awards from Count Beatrice for first and second place. When our hero looked at him closely, he was convinced that he looked very much like Old Man Lim. It might be a coincidence, or maybe this game has something to do with it. He also congratulated Rakuzen, who took second place, and shook her hand. Rice received 1,000,000 won in prize money, and Rakuzen received 500,000 won. Our hero also received a certificate of competition winner, which he can hang in his establishment and receive bonuses. The competition is over and Rakuzen is leaving. But our hero stopped her. He would like to add her as a friend. The girl, of course, doesn't mind. At the end of the culinary competition, Count Beatrice approached Rice. He asked to spare him a minute because he had a request for our hero as the winner of the competition. At the Count's request, Angelina Beatrice came out to them. She is very thin. Our hero is sure that there is some story connected with this. One of the judges jumped up from his chair when he saw the girl. It seems that our hero wasn't the only one who saw a familiar face among the NPCs in this game. Lately, the Count's daughter has been unable to eat anything. This began after his wife died of an incurable disease. 6 months have already passed, and this was the reason for organizing such a competition. It may be wrong of him, but he would like to restore his daughter's appetite with the help of a better dish. Count Beatrice handed Angelina a Hamburg steak, hoping she would want to eat it. But as soon as she took a piece into her mouth, she immediately felt a lot of pain. As expected, it was very painful for Angelina. Rice doesn't really need the quest reward, but he feels really sorry for this skinny kid, so he wants to complete this quest. Therefore, our hero asked the Count to entrust this to him. He took a plate with steak, and he sat down with her right in front of the girl. Then I started to cut it, and he himself began to eat. He didn't even try to force Angelina to eat, but the way our hero eats so deliciously made the entire arena's mouth water. Rice doesn't have a plan, but when it comes to dishes made from the heart, he's better than anyone. Angelina's current appetite has increased to 48% just because she looks at him. Soon her appetite rose to 92%, and she wanted to try to taste this dish again. She sat down opposite Rice. She wanted to do it here. Eventually, she was able to swallow the piece and enjoy its taste. When her mother was ill, she promised Angelina that when she got better, they would eat a lot of delicious food together. And after her death, the girl blamed herself. She was so sad that she could not fulfill her promise. And besides, she ignored her father's sadness. But now she seems to be okay and will be able to move on with her life. Our hero has once again completed a rare hidden quest and received the title of Knight for it. Sugar Salt decided that it was time for him to leave the game, but it looks like Rakuzen has revealed his identity. The players started whispering, "This chef's dogs are named Salt and Sugar, so that's probably why he called himself Sugar Salt." After that, he quickly left the game, and that day, his name became the most popular search query. And our hero was knighted. For achieving the knight's path, Rice received the opportunity to gain another life. He also received an increase to his basic characteristics, and his knight status allows him to give orders to commoners. Letitia came to the third judge. He recognized her as Hyan. She came to see how he was, and also thanked the teacher for coming. He told her how he got here by carriage and then got out in this beautiful place. He doesn't believe that something like this can happen in the game, but Letitia is glad that the old man has adapted here. Since Lim is the model for the game's character, he was registered as a privileged player. And so he became a special judge, and Ha-young apparently wanted to show him exactly this moment. Old man Lim used to have a beautiful daughter. She was his treasure, who appeared in his life when all he could do was swing his fists. But his world collapsed the day he had to let her go. He couldn't get himself together and drank a lot of alcohol. And on the floor there was an advertisement for PP Chicken. Eat 10 and get the 11th for free. He always ordered it when he came home late. They only had 2 left to get a free coupon. But they didn't have time to receive it. Hilton was surprised when his friend decided to change his name. And then there was talk about a restaurant. Old man Lim considered himself a useless father who could not protect his daughter. That's why he wants to engrave his daughter's name in his heart and be able to sell food to lonely children. He would like to cook more home-style food in his restaurant. When Ha-young was having a really hard time, the teacher consoled her. And when she found out that he also lost a family member, she promised herself that she would repay him. In fact, Ha-young was worried that she would only cause more pain. But the old man cannot believe that such thoughts visited her. And now he wants to go home and rest. As he said goodbye, he looked once more at the copy of his daughter. Everything is fine now. There, Ji-young is worried about him. He thought that his grandfather had a nightmare. But old man Lim calmed him down and said that he had had a very good dream. Although the boy cannot understand, if the dream is good, why is his grandfather crying? Ji-young hugged him because now everything is okay. Now everything is good. The next day, work in the restaurant was in full swing. During the break, old man Lim asked Irim to receive a guest who would soon arrive. Ha-young came to meet her teacher. Our hero had already managed to meet her at the hospital, in the chairman's ward. Old man Lin greeted her joyfully. He is glad that they finally saw each other. Hyan has lost weight, but it's good that she came to them. Today, they will prepare a lot of delicious food. She had to travel a long way, and she was bound to be hungry, so the old man suggested she eat first. He suggested that Irim prepare food and that everyone eat together. Our hero served buckwheat noodles with perilla oil and bibimbap, after which they all sat down to eat while the food was still hot. Ha-young took the noodles hesitantly. Old man Lim wished her bon appétit. She feels a little better today, so she will be able to eat this. You need to stop being nervous and start focusing on the aroma. The aroma is appetizing. Perilla oil smells very pleasant. She fearfully put the food in her mouth. It turned out to be very tasty. The taste is so pleasant, not spicy and light, so you can eat it without a second thought. But the main thing is that the dish is very tasty. She was worried that she wouldn't be able to eat properly, but since it was noodles, she would be able to eat more than she thought. Ha-young doesn't remember the last time she ate with such pleasure. She also noticed that Irim was also eating very concentratedly. Watching him, she enjoys the taste of the food even more. She felt something similar when she looked at Rice. Old man Lim decided to formally introduce them to each other, although it turned out that they already knew each other. Irim noticed that she still had a lot of food left on her plate. Before that, he had noticed that Ha-young was very thin, which meant she ate little. So he finally chopped the radish for her to make it easier for her body to digest. But he can't shake the thought that she might have left a lot because he didn't cook very well, and it's hard not to worry. However, Ha-young complimented him. She would never have thought that he was the chef at the teacher's restaurant and was a very good cook. Old man Lim proudly placed his hand on Irimu's shoulder. And these noodles are the most popular dish here. Our hero exhaled, because this meant that the problem wasn't that it didn't taste good. Then the conversation turned to Ha-young's thinness. Old man Lim is worried that her job is too difficult. There is certainly a lot to do, but the work is not that hard. From the conversation, our hero heard that Hyan works in a gaming company. She asked Irim about reality, since that was where he met the chairman. Ha-young told him that she was the developer of this game. As an administrator, she's responsible for the entire game, which is why she's always busy and does almost nothing except work. There's a lot of talk about the game right now. Ha-young asked if Irim had watched the cooking competition. But of course, he didn't watch it. He took part in it and reached the final. And then Haeyeon found out that Rice was sitting in front of her, the one she dreamed of meeting in person. When they sat down at the table and she saw him eating, she thought of Rice. But I couldn't even imagine that it was him. This means that she just tried a dish prepared by Rice, and somehow it happened that their paths keep crossing. Here he learned that his boss was there too, although our hero thought that the old man didn't understand games. Barosegum, who was the special judge yesterday, was teacher Heian. Count Beatrice and his daughter Angelina are NPCs based on the teacher and his daughter. Now it is clear to our hero why the Count looked like a boss. And the old man also told us that his daughter left this world long ago. She was 10 then. If she were alive, she would have been about the same age as Irim. He had never spoken about it before, so our hero didn't know. Heian had only seen his daughter in photographs, but she looked very much like the old man. He even changed his name to include his daughter's name so as not to forget her. For a long time, the old man felt terrible, since his daughter was the first to pass away. But thanks to the game, he felt comfort. It was as if she herself told him that everything was okay now. And he is very grateful to Hyung for this. She herself was confused when her parents died, but old man Lim did everything he could for her. Their company made this game to heal people, and she is glad that they managed to do it. Rice heard the meaning that the game of reality has. The atmosphere at the table became gloomy, so the old man changed the subject to Rice's victory in the competition. And by the way, in the game he can sense smells and tastes. He briefly told Hyung his story about the accident. Because of this, I gave up my dream of opening my own restaurant and became completely helpless. But in the game, he can taste and smell. He can feel it even more realistically than in life. Thanks to this game, he came back to life and started working as a cook. Moreover, his sense of smell and taste are gradually beginning to return to him. After this, Hyung understood why Rice always eats so deliciously. After a short get-together, Hyeon went home. She also wished Irim good luck and will look forward to his new achievements in the game. Even though it happens naturally, our hero is simply playing a game. And he also has Hyung to thank for the fact that he was able to get back on his feet thanks to the game. But he himself saved her. Thanks to our hero, Hyung also gained courage. The game was able to heal her, Irim and Old Man Lim. And today's makuksu was very tasty. Our hero felt that refreshing aroma again. It turns out that this is how all their destinies intersect. But the old man has something to talk about. He took Irim to the outbuilding to show him something. Our hero always thought there was a warehouse there. The old man said he didn't want the place to just collect dust, so he converted it into a small restaurant. And he hopes that Irim will like this kitchen, because in the future he will be in charge of it. The old man wants this small establishment to belong to our hero. Isabel, who works as an assistant chef, is already used to the job. So she can become the chef, and we'll need to hire an assistant for her so everything will be fine with the Jeonmyeon restaurant. Old Man Lim believes that his restaurant is holding Irim back from reaching its full potential. After all, you can't spend your entire life using your excellent skills to make noodles. However, Irim is afraid. Even though he said that he dreams of opening a restaurant, he doesn't yet know what to do with it. But Old Man Lim told him that he should do what he wanted. For example, change the dish every day, just like he did in the game. Our hero thought that this was impossible, since his sense of smell and taste had not yet fully returned. But he can probably do it, just like in the game, changing the dish every day. And now the old man invited him to inspect the kitchen. Although it is not wide, it is ideal for working alone. Now this is Irim's restaurant. There's just one important matter left to sort out. We need to decide on a name for the establishment. Sometime later, our hero went to the hospital for a checkup. The doctor said that if this continues, his sense of taste and smell will be fully restored. He decided to ask how our hero had been treated all this time. Irim said that he played a game. It is a game in virtual reality. There are already some studies that prove that it is possible to achieve restoration of the body through stimulation of the senses. Irim decided to throw a party to celebrate the opening of his restaurant and invited Hyung to it. He also told her that his feelings were returning, and most likely the game helped him with this. She and her colleague wanted to begin research into possible treatments using such devices. There was also a colorblind player who had recently been helped by sensory therapy. This is how the Real Therapy project was launched, with the help of which they intended to treat people through play. At first, Hyung thought it was nonsense, but in the end, she too was healed. Previously, she couldn't eat even a bite of food, but now she's gradually starting to increase her portions. Meanwhile, our hero is actively preparing for the upcoming party. He bought groceries to prepare the dishes. Before this, I practiced the game all night to make sure everything worked out. We need to recalculate how many people will come, and my friends also said that they invited one more person. They promised that Irim would be surprised when he saw him, so he is worried that some famous chef might suddenly come. It was time to receive guests. Mira arrived completely collected in order to assess the taste as honestly as possible as a judge. Jiyoung also came to congratulate Irim on the opening and try his food. The room smells delicious, And our hero also brought a few chairs from the main building in case there aren't enough. Those who couldn't come will be able to come when Irem officially opens. Sky can also be congratulated. He finally made his debut, and his song took first place in the charts. And Eric, it was unclear whether he was proud or angry, but he reminded everyone that he also contributed to this. And the song is really very good. Mira even listened to it on the way here. Now Sky and Eric's schedule will be as busy as possible. Eric doesn't plan to go to all sorts of events, he only wants to go to one music show. And immediately after that, he starts a new song, because his job is also to reveal the charm of his muse. Almost everyone has gathered. A couple more people should be arriving. Hyeon entered the hall, followed by the guy she had accidentally met in front of the establishment. He said that he was also a player and that he was invited. As promised, Irem was very surprised. Such a guest is easy to recognize at first sight. He looks exactly like he does in the game, so it's impossible not to recognize him. If it weren't for Old Man Lim, our hero would have forgotten to check the food out of surprise. First of all, everyone should sit down. The old man offered the boy to take the food off the stick, but he wanted to eat like everyone else. This chicken kebab was not dry at all and was so delicious, and the red pepper sauce went perfectly with it. Since it was cooked over an open fire, the flavor was even better. Everyone eats so quickly that Goji can't keep up. Irem doesn't need help because he enjoys cooking because all his friends like it. Our hero looks so serious when he eats, but when he cooks, he looks even more serious. Epicurus is the same person both in the game and in life. And if he likes it, then let him come more often, and Irem will cook something delicious. They stayed up late and then began to go home. Jiyoung fell asleep, so the old man carried him home. Hyung also thanked our hero not only for today's shashlik, but also for the fact that she can enjoy food again. Because of the injury, she had an eating disorder and chronic esophagitis. But then eating stopped being so painful. Thanks to him, she can now eat such delicious kebabs, and as a token of her gratitude, she would like to eat at his restaurant again. She would like to meet again. Our hero will be glad about that. Old Man Lim believes that Irem has found wonderful friends with whom he is lucky. But he himself belongs to these people, the old man remembers when he first met him in the diner. At that time, he could not believe that someone with such culinary talent could work as a simple assistant in the kitchen. And when he heard about that accident, he wanted even more to invite Irem to work for him. The old man wanted him to gain confidence in his cooking at his restaurant. He also believed that Irem would gradually regain his sense of taste and smell, which later came true. And today, he was pleased to watch how Irem happily cooked. He would continue to help whenever possible. And by the way, our hero never said what his restaurant would be called, although he has already decided on the name. His restaurant will be called Great Taste. Meanwhile, there is unrest in the gaming world. Goblins fall into the city from above and attack people. The knights put all their efforts into protecting civilians. Goblins and mayonnaise birds are working together, which means the monsters are probably being controlled by someone. The Knight Gentleman will return, and in reality, the second wave will soon begin. The event announcement looks spectacular. Another large-scale attack is about to begin, and many want to take part. Players are scrambling to upgrade their items before details are announced. It might be because of the event announcement, but there are a lot of people in the game, and most likely even more in the dungeons. The magician is recognized in the crowd. He seems popular. They only remember him as the man who took second place. Epicurus also came to watch the event announcement. Adder and Milena are also here. As expected, famous players came to watch the announcement. But if there are famous players here, everyone became interested in where Rice was. This can be found by smell. He's already standing there frying meat right at the entrance to the dungeon. There are few players left who don't know him, but they don't understand what kind of fool he is. Although they have heard of him, they simply don't recognize him. But once you tell someone that this is the person who completed Piran's quest and took first place in the culinary competition, all questions disappear. Rice's videos on InTube are so popular that people who don't even play the game already know him. The pleasant aroma attracted those who wanted to buy food. In honor of the event announcement, our hero decided to sell it at a special price. Players were able to enjoy the food of the culinary competition winner. Milena decided to help Rice with the crowd that had gathered by lining them up. It looks like everyone is very hungry, and it's a good thing our hero still has a lot of ingredients left in his inventory. He will continue to cook so that all people can enjoy his food.